very significant, very complex boundary survey that would be essential really for understanding the boundaries of that property. There were 2 town votes for forestry. The first one did the main parcel, and that was in 2006. And then later there was property added to the town forest, and that was in 2014. In 2011, there was a 23-acre early successional habitat created. And again, that's not in the management plan, but we did have a whole map created, a description of the early successional habitat, and I think that should go in that management plan. So those are the 4 things I'd like to introduce to the plan, and I think they're essential for future understanding of the management of that property.
Go ahead, Bob.
Deb, is that the property that Bob Yamo was involved with?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember him and I, that was one of the ones we started with many, many years ago. That's a long time. Is Bob Yamo still around that you know of?
Don't know. I don't know.
Because he probably would know. I can try to find him. I don't know.
Well, I think she's asking for us to decide to put it in the plan or not to.
Right.
And I think it's a good idea, like, the more information, the better. Like, anything that's like more visible and transparent and people
Well,
can see.
my point
More
was,
info.
is that she was looking to see, there was something that may not have been registered or may not have been done, but Bob Yama was
The survey?
part of that to begin with, and he may still have something.
No, the survey was done. It was done under conservation. The
Yeah.
property was in a town forest then, but the conservation
And that's who he was.
contracted with the
It was-
surveyor. They completed the survey, and then when the survey is complete, it goes to the Registry of Deeds for recording. I just haven't looked up the reference. I
Okay.
haven't
It's
had
been
time.
recorded.
Okay,
If
that,
She
yeah.
just doesn't know if it's in the management plan.
Yeah.
But if it's not, she's saying we should put it in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I will find the reference. It was recorded, there is a reference. I have not had a minute to look it up. But we don't need, I can do that work. I just have
Okay.
to,
Now,
Have a minute.
the language, your plan is to put the language in the forestry plan? Is that
in the management,
in the forestry management plan?
that's right.
Okay, does that have to go and go through town council?
No, because this is all, well, the deed is public record, the plan is public record, the warrant articles are public record, the early successional habitat was created with Wildlife Partners, and they put together the mapping, so that is through the state. That was through the state when that was done.
We voted last meeting to have things put in and as.
Well, yeah, I remember talking about it, but,
Yeah.
but I also,
So she's just saying these things, she already did those, these things are just extra, right? Things that you saw later.
but I think,
This is for Gumpus. We voted on Woven and Merriam Farm to do an
Oh, okay.
additions. This is on Gumpus. So
I just seem to think that somehow or another, the selectman's office, or the town, which is the selectman's office, should have access to, in other words, they should know what we're doing with language changes like that.
there's no language change. There's just informational changes that is going in the management plan that shows you these documents that are germane to the stewardship.
Okay, so your thoughts are that the selectmen have nothing to do with
Because
it?
Bob, forestry makes up the forestry management plans for each forest.
Yeah, I understand all
So we make
that,
up the
but-
plans without the selectmen,
Yeah.
so we're just adding these things to the plan because it's our writing.
Yep.
Well, it's,
I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that it's perfectly clear in case down the line, the selectmen come along and say, well, why didn't you notify us and tell us that you were doing this?
Well, it's nothing to notify because it's all public record. The
Okay.
deed is public record, the plan is public record. It was contracted by the Conservation Commission back in the old days. You guys should know that there is a survey plan. It was thousands of dollars that Conservation spent because they didn't know where the boundaries were. It's essentially, you guys know where the boundaries are. There's a perfectly good plan, and you guys should know where it's recorded so you can pull it up if you need it.
Right. But what you're doing is you're just making like a nice tight folder and putting it all in there, so if we need it, it's
Yeah.
there.
Well,
And the
it'll all be
plan
in
won't
the
be in
plan.
there, it'll just be the reference,
Yeah,
Right.
so you know where to go to find it.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to make a motion to have her add that?
I'll make a motion to modify the forestry management plan with links and details as indicated by Deb.
On what parcel? Can you put that in your motion?
Compass.
Oh.
Well, we'll call it Forestry Management Plan for Compass Pond.
Okay,
This is all information that is currently publicly recorded. We're simply adding it to the plan or adding links to that information to the plan.
Right. It's just so that it's easier for you guys to find
find.
it if you need it.
okay.
Instead of go scurrying around,
Instead
having
of
to
going
look
to
it
this
up.
office, that office, that office, that
Yeah.
office, digging through. It's
Pretty
just
much.
now in a folder.
Yeah, it's in your
All
plan.
right, so did you, who's writing down the motion?
I am, so.
Oh, okay.
He motions,
But I just want to make sure, everything he said is in the motion, so that, it's all perfectly clear. I have no problem with it.
You could second it?
I'll second it.
okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, it passes. Thank you, Deb, for doing that.
Okay, and second, real quick, I put together, we all know we've been kind of moving through the different properties to evaluate them and see if they are senior-friendly. The goal was to have 5 locations, and so I put together what I'm calling 5 easy walks in the woods. And it doesn't specifically say age-friendly or senior-friendly, because I kind of want to make sure that other people are using the trails if they want to go for a short walk, if they have children. These are the areas that we've designated for senior-friendly, but they're also child-friendly. Maybe somebody's not feeling well, they just don't want to go for a long hike. These are great little spots for a short walk, and they're easy walks. So I put together a sheet. My goal is to have this at the senior center and maybe in the library and maybe online.
Nice.
So I'm going to start the conversation. You don't have to approve it tonight because the senior folks haven't really looked at Compass Pond Blue Loop, Trail Loop yet. So when they do, we'll kind of have all this fleshed out, but I wanted to start the conversation with having something like this, able to be circulated for folks who, again, might not want to do a long walk, who are seniors, who might be mobility impaired, might want to walk the dog.
I think the more information out there to utilize our trails and to, access, different strengths, or, somebody could have had hip surgery and they
Yeah.
just wanted an easy walk and to get out, but they might be 30, you know what I mean?
Right.
So right, I agree with not like putting an age or whatever.
Right.
Easy walks is I love the wording.
Okay,
I
good.
think it's very inviting. I think it's a great idea. The more information, the better.
So when we finalize with the senior center, we'll come up and I'll ask for a vote for the final from you guys. If you want it through forestry, I can also do it through senior center too. So it's not, if you don't like it or whatever, then I have an outlet over there.
Yeah.
But you guys can decide. And again, I'm not asking for a vote tonight. I just wanted to start the
I
conversation.
think it would be great to put it on the website, the Facebook. I mean, why wouldn't we want people out
Yeah,
enjoying the trails that,
exactly.
Yeah.
My thought, but.
Yeah, excellent.
guys-
I love that idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Charlie, Turtle Pond sign update.
This was a location on Turtle Pond Road where the neighbors were complaining that dirt bikes and ATVs were using a trail for access. And We put up a couple of signs, one that said no ATVs, one that said conservation area. These are signs we already owned. We didn't spend any money on them. We fixed a breached stone wall, and I have not been back there since. I haven't heard any more complaints from the neighbors. I'll have to get back there and see.
Oh, Nick can't hear.
Hello?
Nick can't
Hear me
hear.
now?
The building echoes, that's the problem.
Yeah. All set, taken care of.
Okay, so, have the neighbors said that they've noticed a difference, or?
Haven't heard from the neighbors.
Okay.
I need
That's
to
a
go
good
back
sign.
and
That's a
check
good
on it
sign.
again.
No news is good news. We've had problems with the Moon Shadow Drive citizens, saying that a lot of trucks or cars have been parking and blocking the gate on Moon Shadow. So I called the police department, and they said that they were gonna put, a no parking in front of the gate, it's the gate. They don't want anybody blocking the
It's
gate.
hunting season, correct, Nick?
Yeah, but they can utilize the parking lot. They don't want anybody blocking the gate, because if anything happens, then the fire trucks have to get in there. It's an emergency gate. So they can use the parking lot in the, everybody knows it's a public road, all that kind of stuff, but it's just, the problem is that people are parking in front of the gate. So they're
So
gonna
for all you
put a no
hunters out
parking.
there, go to
Well, there's
the
a parking
parking
lot
lot,
off
right?
of- yeah.
Off of Mammoth Road,
Off of
that
Mammoth,
parking
yeah.
lot. Yeah, you can park at Mammoth Road and get in that way.
Yeah, the sign is covered because we're gonna wait to unveil it, on the 16th, but that's the parking lot. So I need a vote. I feel like we should put like a no parking right on the gate to have like a more permanent sign, just on the gate. Not saying not parking on the street or on Moon Shadow, just in front of the gate because it's an emergency gate.
So that would be us that would pay for the sign.
Yeah.
We don't have any no parking signs?
Well, that was my question too, because Charlie's the sign guy.
I have none of those signs in stock. I haven't seen any.
Okay, so we would need to get a no parking sign just for that gate, because we don't want anybody blocking the emergency gate.
No parking or a do not block gate. You would think people would know better. You
However
wouldn't need
you-
a sign, but.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
However you think it worded, I'm gonna,
Why don't we have them look into it, check pricing, and then
Well, I
next
can-
month's meeting, we order them, or you want to order them now?
The thick, street strength aluminum sign, reflective, the size we've already used, which is 18 by 12, for one would be around $140.
okay.
They're not cheap.
No, not but you know what, it's a good point. It may be that they would be much cheaper, because the price I'm quoting were for our custom signs. They were probably already printed up, no parking and don't block. gate
Pre-made,
signs.
yeah.
So let me
Yes.
look into that, and I'll come back with the price.
Come on up.
Ray, come up to the microphone so the people at home can hear you, please. And could you, Raymond is on the subcommittee, forestry subcommittee.
Hi, everybody. I think a simple sign from like the hardware store, it says no parking, maybe zip tied on there or mechanics wide on that gate,
Perfect.
$5.
Okay. So, yeah, so I want to make sure, like, I don't want to put up a sign and have it not voted in. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to make sure that everybody's
We're in agreement with putting up no parking,
on the gate.
theoretically.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just that, like Charlie even said, I mean, that's just a common sense thing that someone's definitely not using to park in front of a gate,
Right,
you know?
right.
That's kind of not used, and it's a dead end, so.
Yeah, I'd put a
It is
sign
a
on
little
there.
bit different.
Okay,
And
so
it's
just put it
quiet.
on the gate.
I would.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
So I have, I don't know if we can zoom in on that. So at Home Depot, they have just a no parking for $2.98, or for $7.48. It looks really cool. It says no parking, unauthorized vehicles to be towed away at vehicle's expense. I mean, it's more or less probably like a bluff, but like Ray says, I don't know who would park in front of,
An access gate.
an access gate, so that's that one. And then this one is a little bit more involved.
You want to take
I
the
don't know if
lead
you
on
can see
getting
it.
that sign?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
It's not much.
You'll do it? No?
Sure.
No. Did you say you were gonna do it?
Yeah,
He volunteered me.
He got voluntold.
He doesn't know yet, but I need help putting that bench over by Moose Pond.
Do you want the nicer one? Do you want the 750? I think I can split.
Oh, what's the 750 one?
That's the one that says it'll be towed away.
No, we don't want to.
No, just the black and
Yeah,
red?
it's just the black and red, no parking.
Okay.
Just to remind people not to park in front of the gate.
In
It's an
English, or
emergency
they have
gate.
one in Spanish too?
Inglés is good.
We need two of them.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Hey, stay up here.
Thank you.
I
Well, Ray,
got something to
since
say
you're
at the
up-
end of the meeting, so I want you guys to stay up here.
Since you're here, Ray, do you want to just jump to the status of the bench at Moose Pond?
Sure. I have the bench, it's completed. I have to find, actually, it's probably going to be this weekend that I'll be able to get it out there. But as far as anchoring it,
Oh,
because
yeah.
it's, I don't want to see that bench be removed and put on the ice.
Yeah.
We're going to put it at a spot that we reviewed
Yeah.
when we were over there to the right, when you walk up to, so you can, view the
Yeah, the whole pond,
It's a
yeah.
great spot.
Yeah,
So I'm looking for some feedback of maybe a way where I paddle bit a couple holes in it and then stake it down and throw a chain through there so it doesn't move, or, I don't know if, I'm looking for some feedback, maybe from Charlie's put a few benches out there, but that wouldn't be, some of the benches that you guys done, I don't really see people really wanting to move them. This one, I see people trying to move it. So as far as anchoring that bench, might be I'd like to get a little bit of feedback, what you recommend, so when I do it, it doesn't end up on the ice.
go for it.
So at camp, they make us use these screw-in anchors. If anyone has a Quonset hut, they come with like little 6-inch ones, but Tractor Supply has like 2-foot screw-in anchors.
Log one that you put in the ground
And then
for a
it's
dog.
got a loop on it, and you could probably just put like a chain link, and do we have
All
any more?
stone.
Do we have any more locks?
That's all stone, that whole thing is all stone, good luck screwing into it. Pretty sure.
I'll find,
I'm pretty
when
sure.
Do we have any
get it,
more?
I'll figure a way.
Do we have any more combination locks?
I don't know that a combination lock is the right way to go there. If we had a ground anchor, which is another name for the hardware you mentioned,
Yep.
and we screwed that into the bench, that should be safe enough. Generally, the combination lock is used where somebody's going to need access.
Yeah.
I see no reason to have to remove the bench, and if you did, you could do it with a wrench.
I'll probably drill a hole in the side of it and go through it, and then down to like one of those angles.
No, what he's saying is how it's got the loop, put a bolt through that eye loop into the bench.
Could.
That's actually how I mounted my shed to the platform. Yeah, that would actually,
Okay, yeah.
instead of getting a chain and
Yeah, all of
whatever.
that, yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, well, I'm good. That's gonna happen, and, I probably will ask Nick for help on that, and, thanks, Nick.
Okay, let me just do,
Good?
sick. Yes, that was awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I really appreciate it. I'll put you guys,
So do you want me to install that sign too? The little, like, couple tie wraps?
yeah, do you think just, do they come with holes? Do you have to just drill the holes and put like,
Nick,
No holes.
just
no holes?
Picture.
get it on there, whatever way you gotta get it on there, and try to make it secure.
Yeah, it's like zip ties.
But should we kind of let the people in Moon Shadow know, like, you can't stop people from parking on a public street?
They don't, the problem isn't.
Blocking a gate,
they're-
which
right.
is- that's-
I think the email was, people saw the email as parking on the street. They don't, obviously, we prefer people to park in
But
the
it-
parking lot.
the way I read
But the
it-
problem is the people parking in front of the gate,
I
which
think
is an
the
emergency gate.
The way I read it was, you guys told me you were putting up a parking lot, people wouldn't be parking here, people are parking here, I don't want to see it out my window. That's the way, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe if anyone's listening, they can feed back in. But I just kind of want people to know that
Right.
you can't stop someone from parking on the street.
Right, and they know that.
Except
They know it's
during
a
winter seasons and snow,
Right.
they can tell you.
No, and the citizens do know that. It's
Okay.
just, the emergency gate
Yeah, I mean,
was,
we put the parking lot in, we want to encourage people to park
Yeah.
there, and I'm sure these people don't know, even if we make little flyers, like little business cards, stick,
Yeah.
pieces of paper, and put it on their windshields, or maybe, well, the woman didn't want to confront people, but...
No, I wouldn't
but-
either.
But,
Guys are different.
but what about when they're
Especially if
when
they
the
got
hikers or
guns.
hunters, if they're in the woods, just go out to their car, put something on it, like say, hey, there's a parking lot over here.
I think once we unreveal the sign, once that's made.
Yeah.
Like,
Because you don't see it, just you just
Yeah.
drive by. Unless you know, you don't know it's there.
right, so I think once, like, people start parking there and it gets more, like, visible, I think the traffic will slow down. But I definitely, like, blocking the gate's an issue, so we
Yeah,
want to
no,
make sure.
definitely.
Yeah.
No one should ever block a gate.
No,
Just doesn't make any sense.
yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I've blocked a few gates.
Why?
It's not a good idea. All right, so we just do have to get these two votes out of the way. One was the beaver trapping, and we talked about at Compass, right? So the beaver trapping, Tim raised the bridges. We talked about letting the nature just kind of do its thing. He raised the bridges so it wouldn't be an issue, and reassess it in the spring. Is everybody cool with that? Or is there,
I believe our agreement was to let nature take its course with some help from trapping.
okay,
We decided not to work on the beaver deceiver because it is so buried in mud, but we hadn't decided to stop trapping.
okay. Do we think that trapping now is a good idea, or should we wait until spring?
We do. I spoke to Derek today. He
Okay.
says fall is a very high activity time. If you can get them now, they won't give birth in the spring.
Okay,
So his suggestion is a week on, pause a week, and a week off. He's going to honor his original price despite inflation, which was $14.75 per week. So the recommendation is 2 weeks of trapping in the fall and then reassess in the spring.
oh, recess in the spring. Okay. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
I will make a motion to engage Derek to do 2 weeks' worth of trapping in the fall.
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, and then the other thing was, we did a lot of invasive species, emails back and forth. We did ask Eric questions. Did everybody get the email about that? So I think it was pretty, informational, right? Does anybody have any questions? We need, yep.
I do. I got some feedback on that. I didn't like the feedback that I was getting, so it's chemicals, it's, everybody has
Once it hits the
opinions on
ground, it
it.
dissipates.
So it's like, yeah, I know it, but, so, I kind of have to go with Joe General Public that's been, letting me know, and as far as I'm concerned, I kind of would not like to see the invasive species, the chemicals sprayed. I'm just going by people that have been contacting me and have issues with it.
I vote to have it sprayed, because if we don't get rid of it, it's gonna take over the habitats. It's gonna take over the food.
I
and
agree
the-
with that, but I just want to go with the,
And it's not like he's not
The
going out like
general public.
Ghostbusters. He's going out very strategically and
Yeah.
just spraying what he has to. And once the chemical hits the ground, it dissipates and is inactive. So it's not like a rainstorm is gonna wash chemicals. Once it hits the ground, it's dead. So it just kills the plant.
I know, and I'm getting other opinions, so I don't know. I'm having a tough
Right.
time with it. I've had a tough
You
time
can
with
come
it all along from day one.
Ray Brunel, Subcommittee. My interpretation of this is that when this was brought forth to invest in that spraying, that hasn't been done in history that I can recall, in asking some, people through town regarding where have they been spraying for invasive species and all these certain things. One area came to light what a selectman had mentioned regarding the cell phone tower, because the cell phone tower owns the tower, and they spray for growth and invasive species up there.
Inside the fence area, correct?
I think down the road and everything, from what I was told.
That's possible.
So either way, they said that, whatever they're spraying in there and for, growth control of invasive species, let's put a whole list of stuff underneath that, it kills off a lot of different, growth of small saplings to brush and everything on that side, so it's less maintenance, okay? In the way this was brought forth to do, and I'm not even exactly sure what area, but I know if we're doing it in one spot, you might as well do it everywhere. Why wouldn't you? We're just going to pick one spot and do it. And my interpretation is that there's certain people that will have a topic and continuously, until they get a green light or away, it's like a continuous drumbeat over on emails again and again and again and again until someone gets their way. And I can't vote on this board, but I'm against that spraying, because I see if we're going to spray there, maybe we'll spray other places, and then there'll be needs to continue to do this all throughout different areas. And we haven't had to do this in decades and centuries, then why do it now?
Well, we do, we sprayed last year, and then we sprayed, 2 years before that? We do it in sections, but every time we do it in sections, we have it voted. Tim and Charlie would probably know more about what areas were sprayed, because remember we were going through the trail hike and there was the blue ribbons?
Bittersweet, I think, or something, right?
Yes.
Yes, yep.
And we were like, what are those blue ribbons for? And that's the areas that
Oh,
were
really? I
targeted.
didn't catch that where they flagged that.
Yeah. Right, they were blue ribbons. Yeah.
There was some question about what areas are involved. The areas involved are Gumpus Pond, parking lot of Hines Lane, 1,500 feet of trail westerly, including portions of the Long Trail and Beaver Pond Loop, ending at the intersection of Cottontail Lane, Costa Conservation Area parking lot, Blueberry Circle landing area. And the spraying will not be the brush killer that was used at the cell tower. It will be specifically for the invasive species. Based on the technical information we've received, this is necessary for a healthy forest.
I agree. And I totally get everybody's opinions, but Eric is a forester, and he loves wildlife and even snakes. So I wouldn't think that he would do anything to harm, and I don't think he would even use the chemical if it was to harm. I think he would be out there pulling it up by his hands if he thought that was...
Okay, yeah, I wanted to put my 2 cents in on that, that's all.
Yeah, no, and it's, obviously that's why you're on the subcommittee, because your opinions are valued, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Come on up, Tim.
The only thing I wanted to point out is that I'm going to use the example of Veterans Park. At the memorial where the flagpole is, behind that section, I'm going to say was a hardwood forest. I think it's bittersweet. Basically got in there, and what it does is it chokes and destroys every tree. If you look behind the Veterans Park pole now, what you'll see is a pile of dead stumps, because the bittersweet has destroyed that area. That is what can happen when you let that bittersweet go.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
So,
Short and sweet.
does anybody want to make a motion for spraying?
I'll make a motion to let Eric go ahead and do the invasive species treatment that was discussed at the 8/22 meeting.
Okay, anybody want a second? I'll second. I think it's important, just because of all the information that we got. So I guess all in favor would be 2?
Aye.
Aye, and
Yeah,
then,
I'm going to say
you
no.
opposed?
I'm going to say no only because of all the there's a lot of controversy on it, as far as I'm concerned. I always had a problem with chemical.
Right. Right, and I totally respect that and totally understand. But like, I just don't think he's so, like, he
Well,
would
he's
just.
very meticulous, yes, I've
Yes.
seen him.
And he
Well,
wouldn't do anything
The
that
guys
would
before him,
endanger-
actually.
Yeah.
Like this guy right here, Dan Seer, he was the one that was
Yeah.
the original forester.
Yeah.
That's why I always put him here at the meetings, and it was Dan had issues with it both ways. It's a touchy subject.
All right, so we're gonna close out the meeting, come on up.
I was just gonna say I have to leave at 8:30, but I.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna close the meeting.
Well, I get,
Well, we're gonna close the meeting, so if anybody wants to say anything, Bob wants to talk a little bit about, the Class 6,
the Class A,
Class A.
down by the Beaver Dam.
but does anybody else have anything to say? Oh, about the invasives?
2-1.
2-1, it was passed, yeah.
One no, 2 yes.
All right, go ahead, Bob.
Oh, you want me to go now? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the last.
Yeah, so basically what happened, on the Spalding Hill Road, at the end of Spalding Hill, Jay and I showed up over there, and it was an absolute mess. We couldn't even see the fence. So we could have gone in the other way from Hudson, but the closest way to the Beaver Dam and the problem area is from that gate. Also, the fire department and the police department would like to be able to see that gate. So we opted out, we spent about 4 or 5 hours, there was 3 of us, and the 3 of us spent 4 or 5 hours cleaning all that out to get to the gate. It was a mess, it was pretty bad. So once we were able to get to the gate, we had to trim really high, because we were planning on bringing in a test load of this material that we wanted to test to see if it would hold up and stay there. So Jay and I, had a test load delivered and set it down there, which we didn't even say anything to anybody. You guys are probably learning about it now, but that test load, I haven't been up to check and see, but we wanted to see how that was gonna respond to the rain and wash out, and we put some of it on stone, on ledge stone. We did that intentionally to see what the material will do, just as a test. Meanwhile, you can get to the gate now, you can see the gate, and then we can't find anybody that will take dump trucks and get in there from either direction. You can come in to the landing from the Hudson side, but as soon as you go up the hill, it's all rough. You go up the hill, it's rough, you take the right, and it's a long way to get to the Beaver Dam area that they want to work on, and nobody will run anything up and down the road, is kind of what so in other words, there was talk about, what's going on with the project. Well, the project had to be assessed to begin with, which I kind of knew. Originally, I talked to the selectmen to talk to the road agent went down there, he showed up also when we were down there, and there's no way he's gonna take the town equipment in there, and he reassured us of that again. So, it's a real rough
But
area.
Jason's
It's tough.
doing the equipment, right? He's donating the
Yeah,
equipment.
but Jason called the road agent, and they literally went through the whole area. And we just can't find anybody that's willing to get, they're not gonna bring the dump trucks in. So that means you're gonna have to haul in from wherever.
But on the agenda, I posted the plan that him and Paul put together.
Yeah, which is
So they
fine.
have a whole
Yeah, that's
plan.
good.
Okay.
So the job that I went in and Jay went in to begin with was basically the assessment to check this situation out, because it's a rough, rugged area. I mean,
Okay,
it's
and
real
now we
rough.
have a plan to
So,
go
and that
forward.
gave Paul and Jay, now they know what to plan out. I was involved with the whole plan and stuff too, but I don't want to get involved.
Okay,
So
Thank you, Bob.
those guys got a handle on it, and that's it.
all right, anything else, guys? Does somebody want to
Make
call
a
it?
motion to adjourn?
I'll second that one.
All right, it is 8:30 on the dot.
I love that. I love
while we're on TV. I'm watching you. Yeah, so I'm recovery. Hey, you guys, I gotta run home. Mary, take care. Thank you very much for the peaches. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Same name, you want the one you change that.
Welcome to the September 26th Planning Board meeting. Danielle, would you call the roll?
Tim Doherty?
Here.
Jim Bergeron?
What?
Are you here?
Yeah.
Good, welcome.
all
Roger
down.
Montbleu?
Here.
Danielle Massey Quinn here. Joe Passamonte?
Here.
Bruce Belapka?
Here.
Kevin Cody?
Here.
Jay Bergeron, he will not be attending tonight. Patty Colbert?
Here.
Hal Lyde? Samuel Thomas?
Here.
John Spottiswoode?
Here.
Scott Sartell?
He won't be here.
Okay. Jen Beauregard?
Here.
And Jennifer Castles.
Okay, rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we have some minutes in front of us of September 12th. Does anybody have any changes, additions, corrections to the minutes of September 12th, 2022?
I have one small change. On to line 248, it says corrode in erupt, period. He cited an example of, if we take out the word in and leave it as of Washington in 1999. The of and in don't really go. Just a small change.
Yep. Okay.
And that's all I have.
Anybody else? Seeing no response, I would entertain a motion that we approve the minutes as amended.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yeah. Got some changes?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye, opposed, abstained. That is a 7-0-0 vote. The minutes have been approved.
Jimmy?
I have a question on the minutes, actually. I know you disapproved the minutes, but I just realizing we're missing in one of the votes, a second. So I think that's kind of important to clarify.
What was that?
On the minutes, I know we just went past it, but there's a motion on line 547 to approve the plan, but we only have who made the motion and not who seconded it.
All right, first we'll take a motion to revisit the minutes.
Motion to revisit the minutes, Mr. Chairman? Second.
Motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'm also aye, opposed, abstained. All right, 7-0-0, we're going to revisit the minutes. Jen, which line are you on?
I'm on line 547, and it was a motion to approve the plan, and that was the Carol Clement Fox plan. I don't know who seconded it, but I don't know if somebody here may remember.
That was me.
Was you?
Me.
Thought it was Joe, too, yeah. Good catch, Jen.
Were you at the meeting?
Sure I was. I did the second on both of them previous to that.
He made the motions in the seconds right above it. So Mr. Passamonte's name will be inserted there.
Thank you.
Al? Al, you have some changes, too?
Yes, I'm sorry, I stepped away.
We're still open to revisiting, so go ahead.
All right, so, page 144, there's a word expect in there, and I think it means accept. ADS between all the basins, except these basins rain versus expect these basins to rain.
Are you on line?
144.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Okay, and then have a on line 196, midway between, he said a waiver is stronger. That should have to be changed to then, is what actually needed. And, oh, okay. Also on line 222, let's see, all sides, it wants to be, all, it says of stone on all sides, just add an S, so
Okay.
it's plural. And 304, change they to then. Oh, 308, I'm sorry. 308. So it reads, then why couldn't they?
Change the first "they" to "were then." Yep.
Where are we now, do you know?
That's all I got.
That's it, Hal?
Sorry.
Thank you for those. Anybody else while we're reconsidering them? All right. I would entertain a motion then that we approve the minutes as amended.
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That is a 7-0-0 vote. The amended minutes are amended again and approved. And Sam, would you be prepared to start your presentation?
Sure.
Okay. In that case, we're going to move on to a,
I'll break it out into three parts that I'd like to talk about tonight. I know you've heard about the master plan and the CIP, and I'd like to give you an update because we have that. And then I'll use the computer to go through the Water Commission update. On the CIP, as we said at the last meeting, we had our CIP presentation last Thursday, the 22nd of September. It was well received. What we didn't accomplish was we had proposed in the presentation, and I have the presentation if anybody would like to see it. We have it on this memory stick. Essentially, we were proposing, besides the projects that were brought in from each of the departments, where we established what was the cost of the project, what was the timing, and what was the priority, which is what the role of the CIP committee is. We proposed the idea of a capital reserve, whether it be for purchase of land or purchase of equipment. We have two capital reserve projects right now. One is the library and one is the ambulance. And we were proposing things like the fire engine and some major items, go with a capital reserve where you're putting money into the fund every year as opposed to taking a loan out at the end. Kevin Cody and Jim and Danielle and myself on the CIP, we had a lot of active discussion and felt very strong about that. We didn't get a response. They asked a lot of questions about a lot of other things, but they did not comment on the capital reserve. So as a follow-up from that meeting of last week, I've gotten the chairperson's contacts, and we'll be sending the presentation that we made, so they'll have it electronically. And number two, we're going to ask about the capital reserve. During the meeting, the other thing was we came up with call it a cash flow model for purchase of vehicles by the town, where, vehicles in each department are purchased and they have a life expectancy. So we put together a model, and again, I could show you that on the computer if you'd like, but essentially it showed here was the life expectancy over, let's say, 10 years, and at this point in time, this particular vehicle is at 5, 6, 7 years. And it's a way in which they can start to build their cash flow model being able to project when they have to do purchases of these vehicles. We got turned down. They said that really wasn't within the role of the Budget Committee, but the Selectman, Jay Bergeron there, offered to have us bring that to the Board of Selectmen in the next couple of meetings. So we have to put the vehicle model together, and I have to find out what's happening with the capital reserve. But we had a lot of comments about a lot of things, but we didn't have any comments about the capital reserve. So I don't know if it's a good idea or bad idea, but I think we, or some of us, believe that it's the right thing. Yes, Danielle, please.
I just want to make a quick correction. It was Jay Croto.
Oh, I'm
Selectman
sorry.
Croto.
Jay
Yep,
Croto.
no worries.
That's
Yep.
okay.
A lot of J's.
Thank you. So essentially, we'd like to get into with the Budget Committee, where would they plan to go? Are they accepting it or not? And maybe we should bring this up to the Board of Selectmen as well. I think it's a good concept from a standpoint of investments. You're putting money aside as opposed to taking out loans with lots of interest. It makes a lot of sense. And I think my colleagues on the CIP committee agreed. And if Kevin or Jim or Danielle would like to make any comments, please do so. The other thing was, that's it relative to the capital CIP. So we're finished at this point. We've done our job. We just have the follow-up, as I said, on that. On the master plan, we are marching along. Since our last meeting, we had a table at Old Home Day. I didn't see a lot of you at the master plan table with your comments. Naughty. No, I'm only joking. But essentially, we had a good response. We had children coming up, things such as we should have a pool in the town. Danielle, do you remember some of the other ones? It was...
Sam, just want to let you know, my daughter told me to remind you that we need a pool in the town.
Is that, she was the one?
Oh, she's written it every time that you've had a
Oh,
table.
okay.
And
All
she
right.
told me to tell you again, when you
Okay.
see that nice man, just tell him we need a pool.
Oh, okay. So essentially, the master plan had a good response. We are, as a side note, Kimberly with the Evergreen newspaper has asked us to take the sticky notes and put them together as sort of an article for the October version of the master plan in the Evergreen. I don't know if you read the August issue, but the master plan put together sort of an outline of what the master plan was all about. We sort of went into a lot of detail. And so this one is, and resilience, Jen reminded me that resilience is going to do that, so that'll be in our discussion for our meeting this week. We have a meeting on Thursday night with resilience. It's our second meeting of the month. So obviously, we're trying to provide input to the Evergreen newspaper so that people get awareness of what this master plan is all about. We had some new people in the town that came by the master plan and didn't know what it was about, and we had a chance to be able to discuss it with them. The other couple of good things, as you recall, we have been a proponent of trying to get some students on the master plan, whether they're a voting member or just attending, because this master plan is really for them long-term. And we sort of broke the ice. I contacted Chip McGee, the superintendent, and we have been invited on October 5th to attend a meeting. He's going to pull the students, juniors and seniors, maybe sophomores as well, and we're going to have a 50-minute discussion with the students that may come to this meeting to tell them about what the master plan is and why it's important that they should join. So that's sort of an accomplishment that we've got going forward. We've also set up with the middle school, and whether this is part of the master plan, is the stimulation of creating a STEM interest, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And we actually have a meeting on October 6th with the Pelham Middle School. It would be for 7th and 8th graders to start getting them interested in STEM courses and stuff like that. We also will have a marketing monkey survey that'll be going out to the citizens most likely in January or February, where it'll give us what are the needs and wants of the town from the citizens' perspective. We're working with that with resilience, so that's one of the things coming out. And we have received our, what is it called? Not outreach. Conditions, existing conditions report. Actually came in early. They told us October, we got it last week, and the committee will be reviewing it. It's about, Jen tells me it's about 130 pages long, so it'll be some good late night reading for the committee. But we have that, so we're making progress on the master plan. I really believe we've got a really good team, very good dynamics, good interaction during the meeting, and It is a public meeting. If any of you would like to attend, please feel free to join. Other than that, that's what I've got on CIP and master plan. Is there any questions before I give you an update on the Water Commission?
Is the existing conditions like broken down into chapters or something? Like how do they go about doing that?
Jen, you want to elaborate on it? I've read part of it, I've started into it.
It is, and come to think of it, I probably should forward it to all of you too, so you can comment on it. They have a grading system that they're asking for any input, so if you want, I can email that to this board.
Okay. That would be good.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Jim?
Sam mentioned a capital reserve fund for the CIP committee. I think we did discuss that in this forum once or twice. I think it was actually it might have been your idea to get that going, and then there was some legal discussion. Jen, I'd like to ask Jen if there's anything that prevents us from moving that forward as a planning board. Obviously, getting the selectmen to agree so that we get support from the main governing bodies. But remember we talked about, is it the place in a CIP for land acquisition fund or land improvement fund?
Yeah, and I believe that we heard that the information we got from Jay Minkara, NRPC, was that you can do that. You can't do it for maintenance, but you can do it for acquisition of land.
For
I think
acquisition.
you have to have some sort of a plan in place of what you're going to use that for.
Presently, I think, and I'd like to hear from Mr. Cody, I think we discussed this at some length in CIP, and I believe you had a lot of input. Right now, that money that we have in reserve is technically a bond, which means that the voters need to know that if we would go ahead and use that money, they're going to pay interest. What we're proposing to do, I think, is the good old Yankee way of, the good old Jeffersonian way of having money already set aside for what we might spend it on rather than borrow. And I know you had a lot to say about that.
Would you like me to?
I'd like you to help support, either support or not support, the idea of getting this thing started, like, soon.
So I think, if you read the entire article as it's written on a warrant article, and you understand bonds, you understand interest, you understand investments and how that works, it does seem kind of logical what's going on. However, to just a regular person who's going in to vote and just is like, oh, we're going to conserve land, that's what this is for. Well, yeah, that's what it's for, but what you don't understand is that we don't have that money. So when you vote to buy a piece of land for $1.6 million, we don't have that money. We borrow that money. So, and that money comes with a cost. So the premise when we were talking about this in CIP was, why are we borrowing money? Why don't we have some funds set up where we distribute money every year to pay for these purchases? And that's basically what we were talking about. So I definitely think it's a good idea. I don't think, whatever the interest rate is on $1.6 million or $2 million, whatever it is, I mean, even 1%, it's still a chunk of change,
Well, in the market presently, it's much higher, so if we were to borrow that money for a good thing, a good purpose, a wonderful purpose, to buy land, it's going to cost us considerably more. I think everyone realizes the interest rates are spiking right now, and the bond market is, it's great, there's some high yields, but if you're borrowing, it's a bad market. So what I would like to propose, Mr. Chairman, is some sort of number or to determine how we actually start that. Do we need to start that through a warrant, or can we simply start that? How does that happen to start? I have to plead ignorance on getting a capital reserve fund going.
I'm pretty sure that the selectmen, and Mr. Lyon might know this too, is that the selectmen can create a warrant article to be put on to start a capital reserve. And basically, without knowing everything about it, you need what's it for, how much you're looking to add to it every year, and the extent of time, and what the purpose of that money is going to be for, and then how it gets expended. So you could have, it could be that, I don't know this for sure, but maybe it could be that the selectmen can expend that money if it's for X, Y, and Z, right? Otherwise, it has to go maybe to a vote. But,
And you also have to be concerned about making sure that once you've got that capital reserve set up for that particular item, that it gets used for that item and not then
right.
deviated or diverted to another.
So the only way that money gets expended, you know, I think having it through the selectmen makes the process faster. You might be able to get access to land quicker. Some people don't want to wait for the whole process. That does scare me in some aspects, you know, but having that money available, even if you have to vote on it, knowing that's there, and all it takes is a vote, is a
But
good
Kevin,
thing.
you can also look at it that it's not, was just for land, it was also, we have capital reserves right now for the library, as we said,
Oh, yeah.
and for the ambulance. So for instance, the fire engine is going to be purchased in 2026.
We talked about that, right.
$720,000.
Right, it could be for anything.
Exactly.
Land was a good example because we just spent like 1.6 million, whatever it was.
Right.
So that's but, you know, we did spend 720,000 on a fire engine. You know, so it's a big one.
Right now, we do a warrant article for acquisition of land for conservation, right? But that's all in one lump sum?
So we borrow that money. It's basically giving the town permission to borrow that money for the purchase of land.
And we're looking to pick a certain amount to put in year after
Right.
year to accumulate. Okay.
Up to like X amount. And when it reaches like, say, $1 million, it stops, and now we have that money available.
In our presentation to the CIP, we also highlighted other things like the fire engine as an
Right.
example, and major items that were in the, like, part of the, I don't know about the school, if that can fall into that, but there were other items that we identified. And so should we, as an action item, come back to the Board of Selectmen and bring that up, or are you handling it from your side and we don't?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if you want from my side, I can definitely reach out to Attorney Radigan and find out the process and then present, then we can present it to the board, you know, and see how, you know.
Because we also have to present the, on the vehicle cost, return on investment thing as well, which is we were
But
asked.
I think getting yeah, I know, Mr. Bergeron, your point was more or less protecting land. I think that's kind of what we're focusing on the CIP, but we did mention other avenues to approach. So we just need to figure out, you know, what envelopes we want to create for a capital reserve.
Are there other towns that are using capital reserve, do we know?
Say that again, Sam?
Are there other towns in New Hampshire that are using capital reserve for expenditures like what we're talking about?
Now, I'll say this, from what I've been told, is that we're in a really good financial position, better than most towns in the state. Most towns in the state spend right to the dollar with no reserves, like, so.
I got a question. Say we, oh, go ahead, Hal.
Hal, go ahead.
We have a lot of area we could use now without buying it. We could put solar panels on roofs, fire, police, schools. We own a lot of land, an awful lot of land, that probably could be used, unless you're looking for something to be located someplace specific, but I don't know how you're going to do that because the land won't be there. So we own an awful land that we should maybe looking at and say, can that be used? And instead of spending over $1 million to buy another piece, we've got a bunch of it. And just to see if any of it can be used, but I think that we have enough resources that we could put solar energy almost anywhere in town. And we have, I think, roofs, it's, I think, a good thing. You can put a lot up there. The question would be, you're not looking to get to give electricity to the town. You're trying to give it to cover all the town electrical costs, schools and us. And so what is that number? And what do we have to get? And I think our goal would be to try and make sure we have enough solar to satisfy that need. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Well,
Bruce?
Yeah, the capital reserve, say the number was on the warrant article of $100,000, you know, and I'll use land, or we can use solar or whatever, say we decide to go forward, and a piece of property is $250,000. You'd have that $100,000 to put towards the land. That other $150 would have to be a bond, or could it be taken out of the capital?
You could do it multiple ways. You could create a warrant article, so say if you had $100,000, you could maybe expend that money, and then possibly put a warrant article asking to take $150 out of the general fund.
Out of the general fund.
To cover the cost, the rest of the cost. That way
So
you
you
don't borrow.
don't have to have a bond, and we don't
Right.
have to continue to pay with that
Right.
high interest.
The thing with the capital reserve fund is if there was some money started accumulating, then we have the money to actually tie up a large parcel if it came open.
Right away.
You know, for the deposit. And then we'd still have to then, you know, use that to tie it up and come the following spring, put in a warrant article to get the taxpayers to pony up the rest of the money to buy it, because a couple of these parcels are pretty large, I mean.
So I'll give you an example. Say on our general fund, we have about $6 million, right? Would you be open to taking 1.6 million of that just to buy a piece of land?
Would I be? It would depend on the piece of land.
Right, but normally you're like, wow, that's a big chunk of that chunk, you know what I mean? But if you had a savings built up already of like $500,000, now you've reduced that hit to your savings account, basically. It might be a better option to take that capital reserve and a little bit out of the general fund based on, you know, depending on what the taxes are doing. So you can definitely mess around with it, you know, the capital reserves and your general fund and to achieve those goals. So I think, I definitely, you know, think it's a good idea.
Versus having to go out and get a bond at a high interest rate.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a
now with
continuation every year.
inflation
We add
setting
so
in,
much.
they're raising rates on the federal level because they don't know enough to stop spending
Spending
money
money.
there.
Yeah.
So they just keep borrowing, they're causing the rates to go up for local cities and towns, local, you know, private money. Everybody has to pay more money now because the feds are mishandling their money.
On another note, the town's only we're only allowed to borrow so much money. So it's like a percentage of,
Same thing in your own house.
Right.
Whatever your rating is right there, and what do you got, you know,
well, no,
whatever
I
you
mean,
pay
most
out.
Americans borrow like, you know, 20 times what they actually can handle, so.
Right, no, I know it's over, but still, there's still a number there that
Yeah.
you're only allowed to borrow so much.
But, I mean, so if you've borrowed for the school, and you've borrowed for big land purchases, and you've borrowed for, you know, whatever, you know, vehicles, at some point, you're gonna be almost maxed out if you haven't paid it off yet. So having capital reserves, you know, it's like a portfolio, just having a balance is gonna be good.
And if you don't have that ability to borrow it, that's always when the best deal is going to come along for a purchase, and then you can't buy it. And then it goes to a developer, and you end up with your best resource in town, and you're never going to have it. Right, Jim?
I think the selectmen should also consider that a capital reserve for a goal, for a target, and I think the Conservation Commission had mentioned a certain percentage of the town. That would be, to me, as a taxpayer, a selling point, because I know I'd be dishing out money into the future to buy land, but to meet a goal of 25, is it 20? 25%? 25% overall open space for the town, for public use. And then after that would die out. So it's not like buying the fire truck at $750,000 every 10 years. This is going to happen and then end. And it's going to cost less in the long run. And that's where I see it, as from an actuarial point of view. The less we borrow, the better. It hurts to take it out in a tax, but you're going to pay it more than that in a bond. And we're doing it in a way now that I don't think is due diligence fiscally. That's the way I look at it. Don't borrow money if you can raise it some other way. So I would like to put, Mr. Chairman, I would like to find out through the selectmen, you know, what would be a reasonable amount to ask the voters, and then start the advertising, because I don't think you can come up with a negative. If you can, please tell me what it is, but is it better to borrow, or is it better to have the money to buy? That's just been my philosophy all my life.
But to go on your point, Mr. Bergeron, we're in a good financial state. There's no reason why we shouldn't be doing this.
Shouldn't be.
There's no reason why we shouldn't be.
Well, thank you. I hope that
Should be.
I hope you can get
I'd like to hear
the
from-
football in motion, right?
Right.
I'd like to hear from Jen.
I just wanted to say, I got a notice today that warrant articles are due October 14th. So this board's not meeting again before that date. So I don't know. I got a notice today from,
For the planning board or for the board of selectmen?
I got a notice from the Board of Selectmen, well, I got a notice from Joe Rourke, that warrant articles are due October 14th to allow time to go, no, not zoning articles, obviously. But it says warrant proposals are due to the selectmen on October 14th. So I just wanted to make that known because this board's not meeting again until after that date.
I'll check with that because there's statutory guidelines that falls. I thought it was later than that. I'll check.
Al?
I think, the point you just made, warrant articles can come in up to a certain date, like in January, but I understand why, I understand why we're doing it, they want to get things in order, so they want to put a timeline for these types of warrant articles, get them into the thing, but the fact of the matter is, we have an end date where you can squeeze stuff in, and it's in January, I think January, something like that, I don't know, but
I think that's a department head thing for the departments to, if we need something, but I think it's mid-December.
yeah.
Yeah. I'll look it up. It's statutory. X amount of days before.
Yeah.
But what's happening is Joe was saying, he's trying to manage things, he's trying to get the budget together, and so he's starting. So I need this by then, I need this by then, I need that, and it's understandable.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, with the discussion that's been going back and forth between having the money on hand and borrowing, or a combination of both, there's also you look at Salem, you look at Nashua, the amount of open space they have. What do they have left that they could potentially purchase to keep as open space forever? Not a lot. And the window that Pelham has is slowly closing down, where we're not quite where we should be for a nice rural community and the amount of open space that we have. But that window is going to go away in a few years as development keeps on going. So this is I shouldn't say it's a now or never, but it is something that we really need to do this year and address and get it on, if we can get this in on the ballots, if that's what it takes to start raising money. The amount of money that we should probably put forward on it every year. One suggestion I would have would be, maybe we'll call Bob Lamoureux, Joe Land, used to be his nickname years ago when he was raising money and trying to get the town to purchase open space land. He has a pulse of what this town is willing to spend on a yearly basis. So I think we really need his input to see what that number would be. So I'll give him a call. Anybody else wants to bother him as well, I'm sure he'll field as many phone calls as necessary, but he definitely has the pulse of the town. You know, he's very involved in that.
Just for a reference, if it was $100,000 a year, that would cost each household just under $25 for the year.
How much, 120?
If we did $100,000 a year into a capital reserve,
Yep.
that would basically cost about $25.
$25 per household?
A household.
So 50 cents a week?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, that's, so we may be looking at that number, or maybe just slightly higher, and nobody would really even feel it.
Right.
Yeah. All right, that sounds good. Any further discussion on that at the moment? I know, I guess I'll give Bob a call. Kevin, you're going to look into the statutory
Yeah.
part of it? All right. And, all right, that being said, Sam, you want to get into some Water Commission presentation you got going for us? Now, this is, the Water Commission is its own entity, right? It's not part of the planning board, and it was authorized by the selectmen
By vote.
through a vote, yep. All right. And Sam, for the record, everybody knows you here at this board, but where you're going to be on camera, and this is, you're no longer planning board now. When you're over there giving this presentation, you're now Water Commission, so.
Sam Thomas, the Water Commission. You need my address, it's 37
Pull your
Litchfield.
mic close up, Sam.
7 Litchfield Circle. I am a member of the Water Commission. I have been from the first version we had from 2019 to 2022, and there was a reappointment by the commission. So I have a short presentation that I discussed with Kimberly, who is the chair of the commission, and essentially just wanted to give you an update as she had planned to, but she asked me to put the presentation together and bring it to you. So essentially, what we have is we have a water commission here in Pelham. The first commission was in 2019 through 2021. And essentially, that was really, if you looked at the warrant article that was in the vote of 2019, the first water commission was to address the MTBE and 1,4-dioxane contamination issues here in Pelham. Long short of it was we submitted several proposals for getting the money to repair those wells and to take care of both of those issues. Those are additives that are in hairspray and other types of inhibitors that are put into, chemical inhibitors that contaminated the water. So our effort in the first commission was more about trying to address how we deal with the MTBE, the 1,4-dioxane, and also bringing water to Route 38 for the business district. And that's sort of where we were with the 2019 commission. We have a new set of commissioners. Some of them are carryover like myself. But the commission is commissioned to be able to address water issues in the town, whether it be quality of water, quantity of water, or protection of the water aquifers that we have within the town. And you'll hear us talk about PFAS. These are polyfluoride alkylate substances. They're basically inorganic materials that are put in things like waterproof sprays. So if you have a convertible as an example, and you spray your top and you spray anything, these are materials that don't go away. And they're essentially, that's one of the things that we're looking at within the Water Commission. The mission, as I said, is to try to address how we solve our water problems here in Pelham. As one of our commissioners would say, we do not have a water source problem, we have a water distribution problem. And I think that is true. So the commission is, and we have different terms for the 5 members. I'm a 1-year term because I was on the first one. We have 5 members, Nate Bootwell, Bill Scandia, Scott Wynn, Kimberly Aber, who is the chair, and myself. We also have 4 advisors, Doug Hirsch, Paul Leonard, who was a past commissioner, Chief Midigi, I'm pronouncing his wrong. Midgley, right. And Don Smith, who was the chair of the first commission. They are advisors. Kimberly felt that it was important to bring other people with knowledge of water issues in Pelham to the commission. So they are considered, it was 3 when I wrote this, but we actually added 2 more, so we have 5 if you consider the chief. So as you look at our objectives, as I said, we looked at the 2019 to 21. We really didn't accomplish anything in that other than disagreeing that, was it to put our resources into the Route 38, or do we try to address the quality and quantity issues of the residents that are moving into the town, the people that have a lack of water? Under the new program we've established, we're out looking at what are the issues within the town? Where do we have a problem with water? Where do we not have a problem with the water? What is our sources of water? Where is that water? And that's really what we've identified. Most recently, in our last meeting, and we do meet once a month, the last meeting, we determined that Route 38 would be important relative to the build-out to support business. But on the other hand, we have residents that have either no water or a quarter of a gallon a minute. And these people are, not taking showers every day, and they're going to the laundromat, and it's a hardship. We've actually identified in our last meeting that the Sherburne area is considered one of the hardship areas, but we don't know if there's other areas, and that's a water quantity issue, it's not a quality issue. And so we're trying to identify three things. Where is water available? Where is the resources? Where are the aquifers? Where do we have problems with quality or quantity of water? And where do we not have problems? And to look at a sort of an overlay map so we know that. So based on that, what we've decided to do is we decided to put an engineering study together, and we sent out an RFP, request for proposal, to 3 engineering companies with the plan that they would come back and give us a proposal on give us an understanding of what that water situation is. As I said, the quality, the quantity, where we had hardships and where we don't have hardships. So we got 3 engineering companies. Their return of their proposal is next month, October 5th, and it'll be what they're planning to do, what they're going to do for us. Now, within that plan, we have determined, and we've had independent meetings with 2 of the engineering companies, and they have told us that we have the rights to be able to buy Pennachuck rights back, the water rights back. So that's one of the things that we're looking at. If we were to buy our rights back to Pennachuck, what are the liabilities and what are the advantages? And obviously, we'd have to take the pipeline infrastructure, which is about 9.6 miles right now, and we would have to maintain that, and then maintain or establish a distribution network for supplying water to those areas that they don't have water. So by October 5th, which is next week, we'll have our proposal. We'll spend the next 30 to 45 days reviewing that proposal and agreeing to it. What we have the right to be able to do is there is a New Hampshire grant that allows us to do this engineering study up to $50,000. And if it goes over that, then obviously we would have to ask for funds. So obviously we'll be working in conjunction with the Board of Selectmen and try to get our understanding. Our real intent with the engineering study is where do we have our problems and where do we not. At the same time, parallel to this, Danielle has been talking to citizens along Sherburne where she has had some actual experience where people do not have water. So we've been collecting the letters, and if you recall at the last meeting, Danielle read 7 of the letters that we've received. We've received 8, and I think we really need to do a door-to-door visitation to be able to get more, because I know there's lots of people that do not have water. So that's sort of what our working program is. I'd like to add, as I said, it's not in the presentation, and that is that we do have the rights to buy our Pennachuck rights back if we so desire. The other interesting thing that I didn't know is that all of the water pipes and hydrants, everything is under the fire department. So essentially, bringing the chief in as one of our advisors and part of the team relative to the Water Commission is important, because he's giving us assistance where we know where we have water, we don't have water. In terms of the status, as I said, once we receive the proposals from the 3 engineering companies, we will then go out and make a decision on which one we're going to select and which one we're going to work with. What they've also told us is after they've done the engineering study, they will help us write, 1, a grant to pay for this engineering study, and number 2, there is and I'm not clear of whether it's a state or it's a federal grant, but we can get a grant to provide some financial resources for building an infrastructure if we want. That's sort of an unknown at this point, but I believe that, I know there is a grant, I just don't know at what level it is, and I don't know what percentage they would pay for that, but there is a grant to that allows that. And at the same time, the DES is doing a study on the Southern New Hampshire water infrastructure system, and we're obviously trying to tap into that and trying to get access to that report. Once we make that decision, and we have the report, and we've done the study, obviously the next step would be, are we going to do a build-out analysis? Are we going to build an infrastructure system? And those are all things that are going to be as we move down the line. So that's sort of where we are from a status of the working plan at this point. Our forward plans, obviously, as you can read here, everything that I've said so far. Danielle will continue, as I understand, Danielle, with your collection of information on where citizens have problems. But essentially, our real focus right now is on trying to understand what is our current water situation here in Pelham, as I've said before. That's sort of the highlights. We are going to be doing a monkey survey, much like what we're going to do in the master plan, and the monkey survey will really be to send out to citizens, say, they came up with 12 questions, and we pushed back and said, really people are only going to answer 7 or 8 questions, they're not going to answer 12. We'll put 12, but you have to answer 8. And it's really to try to assess from the citizens who will submit that, what is your assessment of your water situation? If you're on a well, if you're not on a well, maybe you're in public water through Pennachuck, but we're trying to assess, and we, as I said, the commission has identified that Sherburne Road and all of the accessory developments on either side of it is what we call the water hardship area at this point. It's been identified by the Water Commission. We know that from what we've heard and what we know, but there's other areas in town that we believe we're going to have quality or quantity water issues as well. So that's really sort of a quick summary, if you'd like to have further discussion, but essentially that's where we are at this point in time. Any questions?
Sam, I have a couple questions. I don't know if the Water Commission has addressed any of these in the past.
Excuse me, let me just get a pen, please.
Yep. And first question I would have, I don't know if you would know the answer to any of these, but where does the source of water come from in the Pennachuck line, say like the one that's out here in the center of town? Where does that originate from?
That one comes from Lane Road.
What is it?
Lane Road. If you go up, Lane Road's off Mammoth Road.
So does
So
it
there's
come out
a-
of a well field? Or?
There's an aquifer there?
There's an aquifer there.
Aquifer there.
And from what I know, that comes from there all the way down to town. And that's the same line in the aquifer that I believe they want to tap to go to Bridge Street, to finish off Bridge Street.
Okay, so they have a,
It's a very large area of
Yeah.
water, very large.
do we know who owns that?
We
The
own,
land that it's on, does Pennachuck actually own the property?
I think the
I
town.
don't think they own the land, I think they own only the aquifer itself.
Well, I don't know if they own the aquifer. I just think it's the rights, the water rights.
That's what it is.
Like,
They only
do
have
you
the
know if
water
the
rights,
town
okay.
owns the land?
I can find out. I'm pretty sure the town owns the land.
Okay, so then, next question would be, how did Pennachuck Water get to where it is now as far as funding the lengths of their lines? Let's assume that that is a piece of town land, and these lines were pushed through the town. Somebody had to have paid to take a pipe from there to get it over here and tapping it along the way. Did they use their funds for that? Or,
As far as I know, we, or a developer, who, it's someone else pays the bill to install those lines, and then Pennachuck takes over basically the maintenance and all that stuff.
so they've been maintaining it, developers have been paying to have those lines installed and lengthened over the years.
Basically, I think that's how it goes.
Hal's got a question.
Go ahead, Hal.
No, I think essentially the people that will benefit will pay for the water. So if you want a line to go down 38, people and the businesses on 38 will pay for that. In other words, you have a bond issue, you're going to pay it over a number of time, those who benefit will pay for it. And that's part of the problem you got, is getting them to agree to it, And the same thing with Sherburne Road, because we've been this road before. There's a bunch of people that need it, would do it, but when you try to go, and you will see it again, is when you go ask people on Sherburne Road to support it, you don't have sufficient support. So, but that's the thing, I mean, the town could pay for it, but then somebody living on the other side of town, why do I have to pay for water over there? And you never get that through the town hall, town meeting.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that who's paying for what, I was just curious who paid already to have these lines put in originally, where is the water coming from? So the water is originating here in Pelham, as far as we know, in part of our aquifer. We're taking the water out of our own ground. It's going into these pipes, Pennachuck is running it.
So they paid for it.
What's that?
They would have put the money up front to pay for the piping, but they'll collect their rates by people who benefit from it.
So it's not coming out of like a water treatment plant in Hudson or Nashua, it's originating right out of our aquifer presently.
Do I understand?
Go ahead.
That can't be entirely accurate, because if memory serves me correctly, and I think, Mr. Line, you need to help me out on this one. When Pennachuck first came to town, there was a well issue, a water quality well issue. That's how it got here, and it had to have come from an outside source, because I don't think Lane Road would have been developed at that time. Now, I'm not saying they may have shifted their source point now to Lane Road, but originally, so I'm thinking there must be more to this artery of pipe than just Lane Road. That's probably a piece of historical research we should do. What would you think about that, Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I'm going to bring these comments back to the Water Commission tomorrow night, so.
The reason why I'm asking
Mr. Line.
these particular questions is, the other question that I was going to have was so can Pennachuck refuse to extend a line if funding is available through development? If a developer wants to extend the line and there's water available, does Pennachuck have the ability to say, no, we're not going to extend the line?
I think that would be in the
Or we won't
agreement.
allow the extension of the line?
I would think that if it involves the amount of water or the amount of area it's going to serve, they would have the right to deny it. So if it's going to affect all upstream, then I believe they have the right to deny it. But just to deny it, just to say no, I don't know. Because they're always consulted first to say, can this line handle X amount of feet in houses beyond this point?
One of the things that I'm still looking at and thinking about in years gone by when we did the Spalding Hill Conservation Subdivision up there, and the 8-inch lines were pushed through that development for the fire hydrants, and there's a pumping station there. The lines were stubbed out into the back, into the town property to potentially get more water into that system. And where we need the water on Sherburne Road, and potentially Eleanor Burton's property's probably going to come in front of us at some point this coming up year, if it doesn't come in front of us this year. That is the potential way to get water down to Sherburne Road. And that's why I'm asking this line of questioning, because if water's available on town property up on the backside of Gumpus Pond, I want to know what kind of pressure the town of Pelham can put on Pennachuck, or are we going to be forced to try to buy that pipeline, which I don't really think we should do. Go ahead, Ken.
So, Mr. Thomas, we had this discussion at the commission meeting about access for water from Hudson. So we did talk about that same exact scenario, but we did mention, I think it was Mr. Scanzani talked about potentially tapping into a line on the Hudson side. And originally, Danielle, was it?
Yeah, it was the Hudson side.
You want to talk about that? Do you want to mention that? I think it was you that brought that up, right?
I asked if there was a line that was capped off up there, because the letters I've been getting from the residents I've been talking to, it's the Spalding Hill area, Nicholas Lane, Maria, and Sherburne Road, and it's specifically that area, so I wasn't sure if there was development in Hudson and that capped off the line right there.
'Cause
So we
the-
could just continue from there.
The thing with Eleanor Burton's property is she abuts Hudson, right?
No.
No, she puts on the Spalding Hill development.
But to the
and-
west, how
and-
close is she to the Hudson line? She's like right there.
Not close,
She's not close?
not close.
It's still
She's
a
in the
distance.
middle part of Sherburne Road.
So it's still a distance away from,
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
So-
Mr. Chairman, isn't there, you were saying there is a tap up south of the new development up there where there was a water pipeline that was tapped off?
Roger, what's the name of the development that's up by where you live?
Skyview.
At Skyview.
Skyview.
Yeah, Skyview, and they're only, the state has only approved so many outlets from that, based on all the testing that was done.
Right, but that development has a stub on that water line, it's an 8-inch line up there, that comes right down to Eleanor Burton's property.
So where is the actual,
And there's a stub that comes out of the other side of Skyview that goes into the town property, that's to the north of Skyview. So,
That Skyview doesn't abut Eleanor Burton's property, to my knowledge.
it does, on the very bottom side of it, I did look at a plan that, at the town hall, so the very, very bottom of that property, the most southerly piece on the last section that they would have done, and they were supposed to have pushed the stub down, I believe they did. It was my request a long time ago when they first came in front of us. And then I know that they also stubbed out the top of it to be able to potentially send more water into that development. So we could potentially use, where Pennachuck is running, that we could potentially be just using their piping
To get it there.
into the Ellen Burton's old piece of property, which goes straight down to Sherburne Road at that point.
But where would you get the additional water from?
From town land. That's why I was asking, where is the water coming from now that Pennachuck is using it? And if they're using a well field in town land now, then there's probably no reason why they couldn't have a well field on town land up on the northern side, just past Skyview. You know where in the Skyview Estates on the way looking at it on a map would be the northwesterly corner of Skyview, there was a spot for parking right at the town, where the town property starts right there?
Yeah,
There's a,
where the trailhead is?
yeah, there's a water line stubbed right up through there, a future pipe to add more water into Skyview Estates.
Was that, I'm just speaking from what I thought was happening up there. I thought that stub was because there was discussion on the subdivision having an area up there where they could have a collective garden, I guess,
No, that's off to the east. That would be the northeast where they never cleared that land. This is over on looking at it, the plan would be on the very left corner. You're talking about the top right corner. This is the top left corner.
Okay.
That property, if you were looking at it like from a pictorial of a map.
I wasn't aware there was a stub there.
It was supposed to be, I'm quite sure that the developer would have put it in, because they did say they would. And they did set up a driveway for a trailhead there.
Yeah.
So that land down there in the back would go into the town property that's, I believe it's on the top side of Gumpus Pond. The town owns a big piece of land back there.
Yeah, well, it goes down into a beaver dam with
Yeah.
a pond, and then beyond that, a good distance is Gumpus Pond. It's good distance away.
and who's, this pipe that is stubbed, is that a Pennachuck pipe?
No, that would be the town of Pelham's property at the moment, because Pennachuck doesn't own it. It was just supposed to be a piece of, some pipe laid there from Skyview's pumping house out into the town, stopped right at the town land. So the town could potentially pick it up and bring it over to where we could potentially put a well.
But the
Well,
source would be from Pennachuck's wells that are supplying Skyview?
The source would be the town of Pelham's land. That water would have to then be pumped into Skyview's piping.
But where is the source? The pipe is stubbed. If you go all the way back, where is it originating?
I'm not sure the question that you're asking, Sam.
Well, you have a pipe stub. Does that mean there's an existing pipe that has
There's an
water
eight-
that is
there's an 8-inch
sourced?
water system in Skyview. It has fire hydrants, and so they have 8-inch pipes throughout the whole development. So in order to get water out of Skyview to go somewhere else, you would have to bring more water into Skyview.
Right.
So if we can bring water in from the north side of Skyview, which is where the town land is, and the pipe was supposed to be there in the ground already, so
Just
that
the pipe.
water would have to pump from town land into Skyview,
Yeah.
and then to create enough water in Skyview to then come down
Right.
through that other, it's a long, narrow piece of land that goes all the way to Sherburne Road. Starts at Skyview, the end of Skyview, and will go all the way to Sherburne Road. And,
Should probably go take a look at it.
yeah, so Jen could probably show you on the maps in the town hall. Jen and I looked at that a while back when she first took over the planning director's position, and I had seen it when Skyview came in front of us in its infancy years ago. It was like town land here, Skyview, they got water, they're gonna put an 8-inch, long, narrow piece of land, water problem. Let's get the 2 stubs in. The developer said, okay, we'll stub in, bring the water line down the other end. Now it's just a matter of making sure that it doesn't fall through the cracks and not get done if it's possible to do. Hal, go ahead. Yep, go ahead, Al.
I want to give you a little history. There was a time when there's maybe 20 water companies in town. You had a development, you had a water company. I remember one case is like off of Mammoth Road, you had, I forget the name of the streets there, it's a major development. The developer had it. Huh?
Bowery.
What?
Bowery Lane, Bowery?
No, it's the one right across from Valley Hill Road. I should know it, Jesus. So, but anyway, there was maybe 50 or 60 houses in that. So they had a water company, but they didn't maintain it, weren't obligated, they walked away. The town ended up taking it over, and we ran that water company, and eventually we couldn't do it, and we ended up then with what you have now. But that happened in a lot of developments in town. There's one on Wolsey Drive, up in that area, there was a water company in there. There was one on Simpson Road over there. There's the one on Mammoth Road, etc. So as the developments came, they put in a community well, essentially, and they had a water, had it, and so people would pay them, but they didn't maintain it, and that ended up with what we have now. So the water underneath is, if you're on top of it, you get to use it, you know? If you want it on another piece of land, you got to get permission to go over there with a pipe. But if it's on the land you're developing, you got it. And it's the same aquifer. So that's where the source of all the water was. So that's what you had, and they've had development. I think you actually had water companies. I think up on Sherburne Road, you did have a grouping of it that did water up there. I think, right?
Say it again?
Did you have, some of the developments up there had their own control over the water for their subdivision?
Are you talking about Skyview?
It might have been Skyview, whatever, I don't know which ones were, but there was some up there that essentially had their own water.
Scenic View?
And maybe they turned it over.
Like a community well for the subdivision?
Yeah.
If you could tell me what subdivision, I might be able to.
I don't know.
There's one, is the over 55, right on the Pelham line, that
Okay.
55 community, they're supported by a Pennachuck Water
Yeah, okay.
Community well.
Okay.
That's the only
Okay,
one
yeah.
that I know of.
Yeah, that's the only one I know of, too.
That's the one that was put in a few years ago.
Yeah. All right.
And that's the other side of, it's the Tingsboro corner, it's that corner of Pelham, Tingsboro, and Hudson, that little intersection of all those towns, and that's where that subdivision is.
Oh, I know what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, so, and I'm not sure if they get it below them, near the pond, or,
Yeah.
I'm not
I
sure where they
understand
draw.
that they drilled wells there. to
Right
be
on
able-
that premises.
Right on the premises.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, anyway, but that's history, just, okay.
All right.
I think when, just trying to think now, when they did, oh, God, I'm just trying to remember, with some kind of survey that they were doing to bring water in from Hudson, and I think the number that they, I think Hudson would agree, but to get the lines up Lowell Road and over to Sherburne Road, and then anywhere from there, like Marie Ave or whatever, was about $3 million.
You got it, that's right, it was $3 billion.
Yeah. And, yeah, so, and there was no interest in the neighbors on the street to, and it would have to be not the town's money, private money, to draw it in. It would have to be paid by the people it served.
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right.
So, and there was no
So
interest
let's,
for people to pony up $3 million. It's a complicated problem. And, you know, like Skyview, they got 65 homes on that well with no problems through this drought. No problems. And I'm just below that, and nothing changed with my well. My well is perfectly fine. I get all the water I want. And I'm just, you know, maybe 2,000 yards from Marie Ave.
Yeah.
So, and the people around me have no problem.
Yeah, so there's no incentive to pay for a pipeline.
Sam, I have a question. The Water Commission, they're aware of the 2 wells off of Waterford Estates that were given to the town from the developer? I understand that they yield a high quantity of water.
No, I didn't.
There's 2 wells owned by the town on town property, deeded from Bob McCarthy when he did the subdivision Waterford Estates. So that's right abutting Veterans Memorial Park.
Correct.
Yeah.
I can
I
show
know the
you.
veteran, down at Veteran at the
It's at
bottom.
the other end, yeah, but it's just.
There's 2 aquifers down there.
And there's 2 wells that are owned by the town that he deeded to the town of Pelham,
In Westford Estates?
right off of Waterford Estates, yeah,
Westford
We got those as part of the open space.
right.
Road Estates, okay. I'll bring these questions to the Water Commission.
I understand that they yield high-quantity water right there.
So those are wells
2
that
wells.
supply that entire development?
Those 2 wells are not being used by anybody. They're for they were given to the town of Pelham.
When
They
they,
have individual wells at each
Those
of them,
properties have their own wells,
but there is 2 aquifers there.
2 wells.
all right, Sam, it was a conservation subdivision, and the open space was given to the town. We asked them to give us that part so we could take possession of it, so we would have those wells.
Right.
They
I
kept
haven't-
some of their open space so that they would have it in their homeowners association, but we wanted those wells in case we were going to be able to put a pipeline up and down Sherburne Road. We could hit it from the, maybe hit it from the top behind the Skyview and hit it from the bottom, put water into
Bring
it
it
from
down.
both sides.
So there's really 2 aquifers. It's aquifers that, or they're actually wells that have been dug?
They're wells. They're
It's
drilled.
wells. I
There's
mean,
2
there's
wells,
part of the
okay.
aquifers down the bottom of Sherburne Road on
They're
that side.
pulling
but-
water from the aquifers down at the Veterans Park?
Right.
They're
But there's
drilled
2 wells there.
They're drilled wells, Sam, they're in the ground, the casings are in the ground,
Right.
they're just not being used, and we
Right.
own them.
Okay. I haven't heard about that. It hasn't brought up in any of the discussions. They've talked mainly about the Veterans Park and this tying it through Skyview.
Question, Sam, your house is just to the right of that, no, just to the left of that development, the senior development down there?
I'm right behind it, or they're behind me.
Yeah, so have you had any problems with your water?
We lost about 1.5 gallons per minute. So we went from 3.5 to 2.
Is it enough to service your house?
Well, there's only 2 of us living in the house, but it's a
Yeah.
4-bedroom home, so. And I know the people in the neighborhood, everybody's down around 2 to 3 gallons a minute. And across the street where you are, Slavin and those areas, and where Danielle's talking to people, some people have 1/4 gallon. One person had 1/10 gallon per minute. So
Yeah,
it
these
seems
are-
to be different
yeah.
on the east side of Sherburne as opposed to the west side. We're maybe, because maybe we're a little bit lower.
Well, and then the wells for the Skyview are at the very top of the hill.
And they're getting their water out of which aquifers? Just aquifers that are up there?
It's not an aquifer, it's a fissure
Oh, it's a fissure.
in the rock.
And they're supporting 65 homes up there.
Yeah.
Well, the same as the 55 community is the same way. There's 65 homes in there.
Yeah.
But those are seniors, with 2 bedrooms.
And they're okay.
Sam, you have to talk into the mic, because when you look at Roger and talk to it, then we can't hear what you're saying.
Sorry.
Jim, did you have something?
No, just a question for the Water Commission, Sam. I wanted to attend one of your meetings to dig into the finer points. What is Pennachuck's obligation to the town, other than to assume ownership of something built by someone else, then begin to immediately capitalize on that? That's what I seem to see them doing. Am I wrong? So if that's the case, do they have any obligation in this direction, or is it all flowing to them? Because you brought up the point, or the possibility of buying that franchise, but that would be, everybody has to understand, that would be a huge capital outlay. It would be a huge new bureaucracy, or I don't want to call it a bureaucracy, but a new department that would have to be built in town. So we've got to find the best mix if we're going to do anything in short term, even if it means asking the voters to support a warrant article for a line to be built for those people, their neighbors that suffer. I mean, all of us that have put children through school continue to pay 75% of the tax base to educate other people's children. The town of Pelham is growing. School enrollment is dropping. I think we should, Selectman Cody said we're in a good financial state. I don't see it as impossible to ask for something to extend that line, even if it is at our cost, and then turn it back to Pennachuck. But those people are going to know that they're going to pay $80 plus or more a month. I hear of some people paying somewhere between $80 and people who sprinkle up to $300 a month. I mean, it can get very expensive to have water supplied by an outside for-profit company, as Pennachuck is, I believe. Well, they might be a non-profit, but they seem to be recouping a considerable amount of capital from their clients.
And then there's the liability of the existing infrastructure if you purchase the rights back.
All of those things have to
the
be...
liability of maintaining those lines as well.
But I've asked, and I still continue to ask, what is written in that contract that comes back to Pelham for obligation from Pennachuck? It's nearly nothing, I've been told, but I don't want to speculate. I'd like to know. I'd like to get hold of that contract. It has to be here somewhere. When they came into town, they came in, Mr. Chairman, as an emergency basis. I believe they came in because they were there and they brought a line down Mammoth Road, right? Didn't they come in that way, down Keys Hill? Which way did they come in originally? They took care of Sawmill, and that's where the big problem was, right? About 30 years ago, 35 years ago?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Water was there.
Pennachuck didn't come in. They were invited in on it. It was...
Well, there was another water company there, all right? So there was another local water company. So they took that over.
All right, so then you're answering my first question I asked quite a while ago, and the source that the chairman asked about is, the source is totally within Pelham?
Yeah.
All right, Bruce,
Sam, is the Water Commission looked into any kind of grant money from the state or the federal government?
Well, that's what I said earlier, that for the engineering study, we're going to have, there's a $50,000 grant that we can use or apply for, that all of the engineering companies would help us write. And then after you've done your feasibility study, there is another grant, I don't know if it's state or federal, where they will give funds to help build the infrastructure for that. But we don't have the details at this point. This is what we're researching in.
Well, there's all that, the Federal Clean Water Act out there. I mean, there's got to be money that filters down from the federal government to the state level. That it might be, once the engineering's done, maybe it'll be available for the town.
Right.
If they...
Patty?
That's good.
Right.
Does Pennachuck own the water rights to that
those, anything,
I don't,
mineral rights? We don't know because we need to get a copy of the contract. Okay. I was going to ask Jen, do you not know?
I haven't seen it.
But Pennachuck must have the
Does
copy
one
of it.
exist?
So when we meet with Pennachuck,
Selectmen
we'll
must have it.
ask them, because we do have a meeting with Pennachuck along with our regular separate from our water commission meeting. Because we're addressing with Pennachuck some of the issues where they haven't been attentive to customers that they have, existing customers where they have pipes that are leaking, and there's a number of issues with Pennachuck that we're going to be addressing. But these questions I will raise with Kimberly and the commission and with Pennachuck.
all right.
Particularly, where is a copy
8:30,
of a contract?
About 8:30, I want to get on to zoning, so Danielle?
I have a question. So Sam, do you think when's the next meeting with Pennachuck?
Tomorrow night.
Okay, is there any way we could get an email, well, not me, you, could get an email over to them to see if they can pull up the contract so you guys can review it?
I'm going to be at the meeting, so I'm
Perfect,
planning to ask
yeah.
them that, yes.
Yeah.
And our next water commission meeting is in October,
And what time is that tomorrow?
6:45 to 7:45.
And is that at the fire station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Anybody else have anything to ask of Mr. Thomas on water? Okay, Sam, I guess that'll
Thank you very much.
be it. Thank you for the presentation. And that being done, I want to get into some of the zoning, potential zoning changes. Kevin, could you start us off with the draft of the solar ordinance that you
Sure.
put together?
So, as you guys know, we had a
Spent quite a
couple
bit of time on this, everybody.
We had a couple plans come in for ground-mounted solar this year that we granted, and I thought I'd look into seeing if, what other towns around had solar ordinances, and apparently, I think we're the only town that doesn't have some kind of solar ordinance. So, I took a bunch of copies from different towns, ranging from cities like Dover and Nashua to, like Milford and Hollis. So, but the whole idea was to make it as simple and easy as possible. I want people that want to just put solar on their house, I want it to be an easy process. But I also want to give people the opportunity that if they own a lot of land, to have that opportunity to do a ground-mounted array. So I came up with some wording to create a solar ordinance. So if you guys, either tonight or the next meeting, or have time to look at it, or I know some of you I've talked to about it and have asked questions. I've been to the Conservation Commission and got some, had them go through it and give me some guidance. And basically, you have the purpose of an intent, and then the definitions. Most of the definitions are kind of wording that you would see in the solar world. So like if you had questions on like net metering, it would define what a qualified installer would be, just different basic things. The definitions for some of the solar stuff, it was like, some towns had like 4 pages of definitions. I was like, whoa. I didn't think we needed to go that far. But the basic, if you go to the use definitions and read residential solar and commercial solar, that's basically the guts of the ordinance right there. And it's, I kind of made it as simple as possible. We're a small town, so there's no need to really get complicated, in my opinion.
The use definitions, could probably just say, maybe like use as opposed to having the word definition, because then it doesn't really, that's where the ordinance is in those.
So get rid of the word definitions?
What's that?
Is that what you're saying?
We have definitions, and then I'm just noticing now where it says use definitions. It's
Probably
not-
just get rid of
It's really the use of the
Right.
ordinance, not really definition at that point. You know, residential solar and commercial solar, I see you, and I know we've taled about this, it's broken down into basically two types, a smaller system for residential and a larger system, which would be commercial. Danielle?
So I see in the beginning it says Pelham will permit rooftop solar installations. However, in the definitions, it also discusses ground, pole, and roof, so should we carry that forward to that language as well?
You lost me right off the start.
If you go up to the purpose and intent at the beginning,
Yep.
the last sentence says, Pelham will permit rooftop solar installations less than 15 kilowatt by
Yeah.
right in all zoning districts. Should we repeat that in,
Well, should we add to that, because it looks like it's just identifying rooftop only?
yes,
So maybe if we should include any ground, pole, and carry that to that,
Well,
to permit it all.
The roof ones, they don't come in front of planning board. And right now, Jen, if you're doing solar on a roof, they just apply for permits, right?
Yeah, they come in and get a
inspections.
building and electrical permit.
Right. So, because we don't really have much now, and if we wanted to leave it so that if they're going to be just putting it on their roof and it's smaller than 15K, it's kind of business as usual, is that what we had talked about, Kevin? That's why that's in there? It's, it's by right, so, but when it says by right, doesn't mean you can just do it. You're still going to get permits and inspections, but you don't have to come in front of the planning board and deal with, like you would on a ground mounted. Under applicability, I think it says here, commercial solar has to apply to the planning board. So I think if you wanted to go larger than 15K, if you had a real big roof, you were gonna go a 20K or 30K system, then you're coming in front of the planning board, is pretty much what that's implying. So that's limiting you to 15 kilowatts on your roof. You don't have to come in front of us. So bigger than that, you would.
an interesting question from the Conservation Commission was, would you want a ground-mounted system up to a certain size just being automatic if they had plans that fell into certain setbacks? So for the roof, we were saying 15,000 kW. If it's under that, you don't need a permit. So would it make sense that if you were going to do a ground-mounted residential system under 15 kW, as long as everything was within the setbacks, that you wouldn't need to come here? Because the way I wrote it was basically any ground-mounted system would have to come to the board. Follow that?
Actually, does it even say that? On the residential solar, doesn't mention planning board in that section, I don't think.
That's why I was questioning that section.
Or does it cover it just because, it carries on to the third page, that is less than 1,000 square feet of solar land coverage. I think I did, that was probably a comment, me and Paul Gagnon were going back and forth, and I think I added that. So, yeah, I think that covers that.
Where are you looking, Kevin?
So if you read right before, at the top of page 3, right before the commercial solar part,
Yeah.
the residential part carries on, and it says, "and/or that is less than 1,000 square feet of solar land coverage." So I think that covers, so basically, I think Danielle might be right, is to carry over the initial,
That language, right, from ground, pole,
Right.
roof, yeah. Because I think anything with the 15K is permit only, but for the purpose and intent, we're looking to, for the planning board's purpose, we're permitting that as well as these items as well. Does that make sense?
yeah. Or maybe just eliminate that sentence in the purpose and intent,
You could, yeah,
because it basically, I think it basically
Okay.
covers it in the,
definition
in the use, yeah.
in the use, yep, you could. Because you do have their statutory guidelines there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I take out that last sentence in purpose and intent, 'cause it's actually covered under use.
Correct, yeah.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Tim?
Yep, starting to.
Because otherwise, in that sentence, I'd have to add in ground-mounted under 1,000 square feet is by right as well.
Yeah.
So either I have to add that in there or just delete that sentence.
So if that's the case, then what this is now implying, if it's less than 15K and it's on the ground, less than 1,000 square feet, they don't come in front of the planning board.
But I think they would still have to just meet the setbacks, like your building setbacks, which, I mean, you put a pool in, no one comes in here for a pool, you just have setbacks. So if you're building a structure, we have those setbacks already in place, right? So if you're putting in a footing, if you're putting in any footing, doesn't matter what the footing's for, it should fall within it should meet certain setback requirements, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Right. So what I'm saying, so that the point there is that if you're going to build 1,000 square foot ground-mounted system, or less, that you shouldn't have to come here. You just need to meet the building department's requirements for the foundation of that ground-mounted system.
Right, except for it goes on to, I'm sorry, I have...
Go ahead.
It goes on to talk about they shall be located in inconspicuous locations if they're ground mounted. So it's beyond just setbacks, it sounds like. If it's
Right.
ground mounted, you have to also, you're also encouraging it to be in the side or rear. So we would have to determine that.
I think that's just, you're encouraging it. We're not saying that you have to.
Okay.
Well, hold on a second, that's what, so I'm saying that you don't have to, it's encouraged to do that. You know, and I think if it's a residential unit if you're just going to the plan department, you guys could probably have give them some direction.
Right, on the last page, you took location. All ground-mounted pole-mounted systems shall be located at inconspicuous locations such as side and yard, rear yard, low to the ground, and screened to limited visibility. Every attempt should be made to keep these systems away from the front and main structures so as to limit the visibility to the abutting neighbors and detract from the natural view of the front of the main structure. Then setbacks, all solar systems shall comply with the Town of Pelham building setback requirements from lot lines for the entire system, including the panels. Lighting, all solar system lighting shall be minimal, limited to access and safety, downcast and shielded from abutting properties. So that definitely protects that. So then the inspectional services would just have to make sure that that was applied. The big difference would be a small ground-mounted solar array wouldn't have to come in front of the planning board, but the larger ones would, because they would be considered commercial, regardless of whether or not they're on commercial sites or residential. If they're over 15K, they're coming in front of the planning board.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how I'm reading that. Because it's 15K or less on the residential. All right. Everybody following that now?
I think your basic rooftop system is usually around 10 kW, 10, 11 kW. So I figured 15 might be a little more, but, you know.
Covers that.
As the systems, I think as technology gets a little better and the size of the panels get smaller and produce more output, it just gives us a little bit of room. So the only other question I would have, going to, when it talks about in applicability for commercial solar energy, or under general, number 1, I talk about Pelham site plan review regulations. That would be a process that we'd have to discuss if and after this gets approved, right?
Correct.
Because we can do that with just one meeting, right? Add language to
To change site plan review, Jen, is that done in 1 or 2 meetings?
You have to do a public hearing to change the land use regulations, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Is it
would have to
one?
it's one, yeah.
Just have to notify the public ahead of
Right.
time.
But it's just a note that, after, if this goes forward and the voters vote on it and whatnot, then, side note.
Yep.
So I still have a question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble following this a little bit.
Yep.
So I understand that you're saying if it's residential in nature and it's under the 15 kW and less than 1,000 square feet, where does it say here that that just gets a permit in the planning department and not requires?
So if you go to where it says commercial,
Yeah?
okay, so I think, I know where you're going with this, and, that could be a
I just
good
know
point.
sometimes after when we're trying to apply the
Right.
language to something and it's unclear.
So if you go to commercial solar, it says any and all systems that do not fall into the definition of residential solar.
Yeah?
These systems could be for, but not limited to, agricultural, industrial, large-scale residential, solar farming, et cetera.
Yeah.
Any system that is commercial in nature, including rooftop, blah, 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 will require a conditional use permit from the town planning board.
I think where I get lost is when I go under applicability, number 1.
Yep,
If any property owners wish to install a ground and/or pole-mounted solar system, they must come to the planning board
Okay.
for a conditional use permit.
that's,
So I know that you
that
talked
was
about...
so I changed the residential, and I didn't change that, so.
Okay, so you see that
Yeah,
it's-
no,
okay.
you're right. So it should say, if any property owner wish to install a ground or pole-mounted solar system over 1,000 square feet or 15 kW.
Okay.
Then I would just add a P for the cup.
What's that?
You did a great job, though, so thank you, Kevin, for taking the time to put this together.
No problem.
That, under applicability in general, that's pretty much just referring to the commercial solar. That's not talking about residential.
Well, it was until you get to if any property owner wish to install, so it just got a little confusing to me there, but I think if he adds that language, that clears it up.
And that's only in the commercial, because that whole section, which is general, then it refers to commercial. So we could think about how we can make it so that the
Oh, right, yeah.
residential,
So you're
because
probably
that
right,
doesn't really
Tim, yeah.
talk about residential, when it would, on the first page, Kevin, I think you and I talked about that last sentence, therefore Pelham will permit rooftop solar installations less than 15K by right, in all zones. Probably work on that sentence to, rather than just eliminate it, maybe put that in the residential solar.
So move that sentence?
Potentially move the sentence over into the residential solar. Because right now, we have some language that brings everybody in front of the planning board when it's ground mounted, and it's not for rooftop mounted. So we know that it says planning board twice here in the commercial, and both of them are referring to commercial. And in residential, there's nothing implying that the residential would come in front of the planning board at the moment. So I guess we'd have to figure out a way to put a sentence in that either says you don't have to come in front of the planning board, which is kind of odd that you'd say that you don't have to come in front of the
I
planning.
think it starts kind of where it says, if any property owner, that the same sentence I was kind of stuck on, I think does take care of the residential, if you just maybe add that language in there somewhere.
Tim, I think that's why I wrote use definitions. I think that's why I had written that now that I think about it, because I'm just defining what a residential system is and a commercial system, and then the applicability is applying those.
Excuse me, could you consider, under your definitions, to put a definition for residential and commercial?
Yeah, so we could probably just move that whole thing into definitions.
And the second thing is, relative to how do you get, who approves what? You could have a paragraph that would talk about approvals, and in that approvals, you could say, for residential, under those conditions, it's the planning department, and for commercial, it would go through the planning board.
So under applicability, number 1 should be residential, and then number 2 should be commercial, instead of just general, right?
Yeah, that'd be good.
But I think having the definitions about commercial and residential, well, you've got use definitions, but, so I guess you do have it.
It's still a definition, so maybe those 2 should just get moved there, and then changing the applicability part would actually complete it better. I agree.
I think this is really good. I think that a lot of these can be done right in the planning department and not even have to come here.
Right. So if you want, Mr. Chair, I can make a few adjustments, and I can actually email the board
Yeah.
a copy. I don't believe we're meeting the next meeting, right?
So there was a meeting scheduled for this coming Monday, a week from today, and we had nothing new come in. So the chair decided that we're going to probably cancel that meeting, and the next meeting isn't until the 24th.
So I can email the board kind of like a revised copy, and then, so for that last meeting in October, we can discuss it again.
Yeah. I mean, to do some of the stuff, this and what we're going to talk about coming up in 1 week, sometimes you get busy.
Right.
I know I have a life, and trying to do things in a, yeah, I know, Patty, in a 1 week time frame.
Next meeting is when?
And get it out to everybody, or get copies and whatnot. 1 week's not enough time, since we don't have anything on the agenda besides this. I figure this way here, it'll give us 2, 3, 4 weeks out to work on some stuff. But this is a great start, and we definitely want to see if we can get this on the ballot in the spring.
Yeah, you did a good job.
All right. Why don't we move on to some other stuff that we have here for zoning. And Danielle, I know you have a few things. Can you get started in on those so we can start taking some notes and figure
Yeah. Well, over the past, over the meetings that we had, I always take down little notes on when someone says we need to address that for zoning changes, things like that. So I've come up with a small list. We did discuss the MUSD district for the spirit and intent section. Two concerns were we need the charm of our town back and rewording of that. We had discussion on an ordinance on how to react to seasonal structures, secondary seasonal conversions.
Let's stay with
camps.
the MUS just for a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right, so say that one more time, under the spirit and intent section.
Yeah, there was discussion to change the language under the spirit and intent section. Looking to stay true to the charm of the district, so a little bit of rewording on that. I think the concern the board was having through the meetings was that the building was not really kind of staying to the little store-looking, old store-looking, just the character. I think that was a concern.
Does anybody have any thought on that? How that came about? We did have some discussions on the MUZD, things that came in front of us. Pull my zoning, maybe we could take a quick peek at the MUZD. And page 16 of zoning, I believe. So allow the traditional mix of residential, business, and governmental and institutional uses within the district, accommodate retail, service, and other business uses on the ground floor and residential units above or adjacent to the non-residential. Promote Pelham Center as a vibrant community gathering place, implement sidewalks or pathways to provide for pedestrian access, connectivity, and safety, provide increased and more varied housing types and business opportunities. In your notes, Daniel, do you recall what it might have been in particular about that we were having that discussion?
I think it came down to more of the design of the builds as opposed, because from what I remember, it was, we had an applicant in front of us and it wasn't really in the old school charm that we were looking for, so. Does anyone else remember that discussion at all, or?
Was that the ice cream stand?
Yeah, well, I think it was ice cream stand, but there was another applicant in front of us that was building something that just didn't really look like our town.
It was the office condos, like the office
I think it was the
apartments.
office condos,
The
yeah.
office condos.
Yeah.
Well, it was offices with the apartments up above, I think it was.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if we just want to carry that to the next meeting and we can go home and I can pull more notes.
I know a few times we talked about potentially on the allowed use column, we used to have a prohibited use column, and that specifically had prohibited townhomes.
Yeah.
We don't have that column anymore. I guess we'll have to, if anybody wants to spend some time in the MUZD and try to recall what those thoughts were of the board and why we were going to revisit it. I don't have any notes that would have been more specific on what we would.
If you like, I can pull more notes. Maybe we can just table this to the next meeting and I can go home and do some more research and pull the minutes and see what the discussions were, if it's even relevant to a change in zoning for this or not.
Yeah. You can
Okay.
send me an email or a phone call too and try to
You got
find
it.
something.
Yep.
That way I can get more specific on that. All right, what was the next thing? Have the MUZD on your notes?
Yeah, we have that. And then it was thinking about creating an ordinance on how to react to seasonal structures, secondary seasonal conversions, old camps.
Okay.
Anyone?
What's that?
Anyone?
Yeah, I know I've been looking into the substandard lots a lot. Been spending countless days trying to figure out something there. Bruce put some things in front of me here tonight from Wyndham. And I guess Wyndham tries to protect the aquifer and the watershed.
Basically, Mr. Chairman, what they list the four ponds and lakes in the town of Windham. Cannibal Lake, Mulper's Pond.
Mike,
Oh, that's,
face the mic when you talk, not me.
Cannibal Lake, Mokel Pond, Corbett's Pond is a big one, was one that I think that this all pretty much came about because of the cluster, just like we have around the lakes and ponds in this town. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here. There's stuff in here that, I mean, I've checked off some stuff that I think, stuff that we'd want to put in and make work. There's other stuff that might not. There's stuff in there about gas stations and for runoff and stuff. I don't see any gas stations getting put around on these small lots, but this kind of ties in with the small lots.
Yeah, there's
I mean,
around main roads up there.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I like the surface watershed protection overlay district. That title's kind of meaningful. My problem was when I started writing some language, or trying to write some language to protect, like, substandard lots. I mean, we have a problem with these substandard lots around the pond, 5, 6, 7,000 square foot lot, 8,000 square foot lot, and somebody's like, oh, okay, yeah, I think I'm just gonna build a McMansion on that now, and there's, we don't have anything that is protecting the watershed. We don't really have any way of addressing it. I started trying to do the language, and all I can think about, every time I wrote something down, was I'm visualizing the ZBA, and if I write something down, I look in the RSAs, I find something that might help us protect it in the RSAs, and if we mention it in a zoning ordinance, then the ZBA grants variance to that, and now that RSA don't even apply because now the ZBA wipes it out because we put it in a zoning ordinance. And I'm just, I know I would need way more time. That's why,
Yeah.
but next week, there's no way I could possibly come up with anything. I don't know if anybody else has been thinking about what we're gonna do with these substandard lots, but we gotta try to do something.
Just a comment, just
Short of closing
not to
down the
interrupt.
ZBA. Go ahead.
Just a comment that I think there should be more involved than just going in front of the ZBA. Conservation should be involved in these small lots. I own 2 of these small lots, okay? Conservation should be involved, and planning should be involved in this, and the selectmen. I think that everybody needs to really take a hard look at this, and they all do need sidewalks, because they are all small lots. I mean, you guys have just went through one that, just recently up on West Shore. I mean, not to pick any particular one out, but it's not only the Little Island Pond, it's Gumpus Pond, it's all the ponds, lakes, and ponds in the town. But I think it should be a group effort that everybody should be involved before it goes. It sounds kind of like backwards, somebody's looking for a waiver to go and build or fix their existing structure. But the existing structures don't get fixed. They get torn down. They don't get added on to. Some of them, but very rarely, because land is so expensive in town and everywhere. So they're going to utilize what they have. But I think it should be a group effort that all the boards should be involved in, taking a look at these lots before it's given a final approval.
Jen?
I contacted the town of Wyndham today to get these regulations printed out for you, and I had talked to Alex over there, who I believe is their planning director or equivalent of a planning director. And what he mentioned to me, their standard is, on those substandard lots, is anything with 20% or more impervious surface would be required to go before the planning board and meet certain criteria. Anything less than that gets dealt with, in their code enforcement office. So I'm assuming that would be with us, would be our zoning board. But that was just a good threshold maybe to even kind of look at, is 20% or more impervious surface would trigger planning board review of these substandard lots.
And it is in here, so
Okay.
it is in.
I was gonna say, I thought did we have that, we have that already, right? The 20%? No? Oh, okay.
I
Good
don't
call.
know, I don't know what we have on, is there anything on, any zoning on these non-conforming lots of record? I mean, with the one,
Our zoning doesn't get very much into how much of the lot can actually be used, and people are building up their whole lots in some cases, and that's not necessarily a good thing.
Non-conforming lot in use would have a house on it now that's being used. A substandard lot is a lot that's, doesn't have anything on it, that was somehow created back before zoning, and it never had a use other than it's a lot. And they're just out there, and, like one of the concerns that I've had over the years, and I'm going to try to do this gracefully or tactfully, I guess. No easy way to be polite, but you get a substandard lot, and somebody comes in and says, "Yeah, I want to build a garage on it." And obviously, it's too small to build a garage on it. Oh, it's my back lot, so they come into the planning department, and you send them to the ZBA, and the ZBA grants them a variance. They build a garage on this back lot, and then they sell it. They sell the lot. So now there's a garage on a piece of land that's 6,000 square feet, has no well, has no septic, so there's no way to use a bathroom other than you're gonna go into the pond and hide, and then go back into your garage, or you're gonna use the bushes on the side of your garage. I mean, this is something the town hasn't addressed, and it's a situation that is definitely gonna happen. So I don't know if there's a way that we can make it so that if somebody's going to build on a garage on a separate piece of land, that it has to somehow be tied to the piece that has the
Yeah, and
septic
I
and the
think you
well.
can do that. I think you can tie it into the original as one deed for the two properties.
And if there's a road separating them,
I think same thing, though. I know that there's one in particular I'm thinking of recently that I just verified. It's two separate lots with a road in between. It's one deed, one owner. So they would have to stay that way. They wouldn't be able to sell that separate lot, because that's a good point, and they shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to sell that separate lot with just a garage on it. It would have to stay with the house.
as in the neighborhood where I live in, there was one that where they did build a garage. It wasn't tied to the deed, and they came in to the ZBA, wanted to turn the garage into a house later on. So now you got a little
Right.
little lot that has the building, has the storage over it, walk upstairs, and then ZBA, when I basically told them, you don't want to give the variance, but now you've got a sanitary condition, it's a health hazard to not grant them the variance, even though, you really don't want to see another residential house being turned over from a garage that was built by the first variance. So if you could ask potentially Attorney Radigan how we can legally make those deeds get tied together so they can't be separated, because that would be a real sticking point on health and safety of the environment, of the abutters.
Is that hard to do where you have a separation of a road between these lots?
I'm not sure. There's got to be a way to tie the deeds together so that they have to
They're two
stay
separate
together.
A lot of these private roads, I think that they own, the abutting lots own to the center of the road. So technically, they are
Right.
owning the whole area,
Right.
even though that road is a private road.
Right.
And then if it's a public road, then can it be done? So we can ask them on a private and a public, both ways. Because if not, then when a substandard lot comes in and wants that garage, and the ZBA is thinking, oh, it's just a garage on the back lot, then they should be made to come in front of the planning board, so the planning board can then say, all right, well, if you're gonna put that garage over there, where's the well gonna be? Where's the septic gonna be? You're gonna have to be required to put a septic and a well in for a bathroom, for a garage that can be sold individually. That was my biggest concern.
The septic, septic well, I mean, that's location, it gets laid out. Septic and well, further away from the pond or the lake, that should also be stipulated too, on the back side of it.
Now, the RSA, I don't have it in front of me, it might be 237.
Is it 230?
14 maybe, deals with driveways. There's an RSA that, planning board has the final say, continuing say over driveways. So, another thought I had was, in addressing it, these substandard lots that don't have anything on them, they should all come in front of the planning board if they're going to try to build any structure on them. right now, they would have to come in front of the planning board if they were going to have a dwelling built on it, but a garage isn't really a dwelling, so the ZBA could grant the variance, doesn't hit the planning board.
Would abandoned come underneath that? Even though there's a dwelling there, it's abandoned, would that be considered like there's nothing there on that lot?
That would be a non-conforming use that was abandoned. The ZBA gives out those variances left and right.
Just a question, I mean, it's...
That's a separate, as soon as you have a dwelling on it already, it's not a substandard lot. Substandard lot doesn't have anything on it. I mean, it could have a shed on it, but it doesn't have a dwelling structure.
So even something that's abandoned,
It had a
it's
dwelling
still
structure,
considered a
it's
structure?
presently being used, had one on it, was abandoned. That's non-conforming use, non-conforming lot.
Didn't Danielle, Mr. Chairman, didn't she ask about how we're going to deal with seasonal conversions? Is that what you asked
Yeah.
originally? So we got off the point pretty well there.
But we covered the other one I was looking.
I'm sorry?
We did cover the fourth one down, so,
That's,
yeah, the
Yeah.
non-conforming.
As a person who sits on the Board of Adjustment and has in the past, I think that our non-conforming use section, it was pointed out to me by a select person the other night in a meeting, that non-conforming uses can't be extended. It's C section, and maybe that word doesn't seem to carry any meaning anymore. I think you were inferring that, Mr. Chairman. But I also look at the definition of non-conforming use, and it doesn't include the lot. So I think we could make it a simple change in the non-conforming use definition so that it's not only a building, a structure, or use of land, but also a lot. Because they are. Non-conforming uses are more than one thing. And that's where people lose sight of the totality of the law. When you say non-conforming use, that's 4 different categories. And a Board of Adjustment member that pays attention, I think, to things that happen in the courts and over time and reads what he needs to read, or she needs to read, should realize that non-conforming uses are all of those things. So maybe we need to clarify the non-conforming use definition, and maybe we need to come over to 307.8 and add in under extended or under D, maybe talk about the lots. You wanted to talk about the lots, Mr. Chairman, and in that section, and it was pointed out to me by the chairperson of the Board of Adjustment now, is that we have no language for seasonal conversions. So seasonal conversions, I think, could be handled. I don't know how many there are. I'd like to know first. I'd like to ask the assessor what we have for inventory before we go ahead and do this. But seasonal conversions on substandard lots, I think, not to be extended. If someone literally read that, you wouldn't extend it. You wouldn't grant a variance to it. So I understand what you're saying, but maybe we need to put more language in there so the future people that sit on the boards aren't doing it what they maybe ought to be paying attention to now on doing their due diligence. See that it means.
Jim,
The state says, Mr. Chairman, can I just finish? The state says anything that pre-exists, anything that's vested can continue on forever, and nothing can change that. But if it isn't there, it doesn't have any vesting right. If it's extending beyond what's reasonable, and what is reasonable? Well, I want to talk about those things when we get around to it. Lot sizes. If you're under the required lot size and you're extending, that extension should not be granted. I think it's just that simple. It's not cruel, it's not unusual, it's typical, it's upheld in the courts all the time. Non-conforming uses, which mean lots, can't be extended.
well, extension, you go into page 1 of our zoning, Article 1, under the general provision, the purpose. Provide adequate light and air, prevent the overcrowding of land, avoid undue concentration of population. When you take C, D, and E, and you look at that, and you look at a small lot, if you've got a 7,000 square foot lot, and somebody's staying in the footprint, and they want to potentially take a 1-story house and maybe make it a 2-story, what you're seeing around the pond is 3 stories, because nobody's including they're not counting the first story. They do a walkout. And then they turn around, and every single one of them is saying, well, I really want to take my 400 square foot footprint, and I want to make it an 800 square foot footprint, and then I want to build the 3-story house on it. So you're not providing adequate light in there, because you're filling the lot up. You're not preventing the overcrowding of the land, because now they turn it around and they're making them wider, and so it's, that's why variances are all on an individual basis. But I see the ZBA not looking at their zoning anymore and saying, are you violating C, D, and E under the spirit and intent of the ordinance? I mean, it's right there in our spirit and intent of the ordinance. A minor amount of change.
You got an E in yours? I don't have an E.
A what?
Are you on page 5 of the zoning?
No, page 1. Purpose.
Oh,
Purpose of general zoning, right under general provisions, the very, very beginning of our zoning. We have our zoning, there's a reason we have zoning. When was the last time the ZBA even looked at that? Purpose of the zoning.
Well,
So
as you say, it.
When you're doing the 5 criteria and you talk about the spirit and intent of the ordinance,
Here comes the impermeable area formula that the planning director alluded to, that other towns might use. I don't think we go deep enough on any of these issues, and I think that you're right. The Board of Adjustment does not apply fairness to some of these lots. But on the other hand, any vested use that's already there can continue.
yeah, and if somebody is looking to rebuild their house, I'm not suggesting that you can't, and I'm not suggesting that you can't make it larger. I'm just saying that when the ZBA is applying these, if you've got a small substandard lot in one of those neighborhoods that has not ever had a house on it, doesn't have any vested use, when you apply C, D, and E, right now, some of those neighborhoods can exist because they do have some substandard lots that aren't built on. So there is a little bit of place for some air. There's a little place for some sun to get down.
right.
And do what the sun does, which is disinfect the ground. You got septic system after septic system and bad wells around the pond. The watershed is getting slowly destroyed around the 3 ponds, but you're always going to have people that are going to have to rebuild their homes. You're going to have people that are going to potentially make them larger. When I was talking about substandard lots, I wasn't talking about those. This is a completely different issue, Jim. And I don't know how...
Were you talking about what?
What's that?
What were you talking about? What did you just say?
When you were talking about non-conforming uses, a substandard lot doesn't have a use. It's just a piece of land.
A substandard lot is a use. It's
What's the use?
It's a non-conforming use. It's not there.
Yeah, but what is its use?
Well, if we don't call it out in the non-conforming use definition, you can't talk about it, because we don't mention it in our zoning.
And that was why I was saying we need to have potentially a zoning section for substandard lots, separate from non-conforming. I don't really think it belongs in the non-conforming uses part, because I think they get too easily morphed together. And right now, ZBA is never going to apply 307-8 to substandard lots, if you put substandard lots in there, because they're just going to say, all right, it's 307-8. We're always asking for a variance from that, so we're just going to ask for a variance from it anyways, if you put substandard in there. If you make it its own section, and it has its own, not only does it have the purpose from the general provisions of zoning in general, but if on a separate section you had that the intent of this section is to protect the watershed around Little Island Pond, Compass Pond, Harris Pond, and you're specifically talking about just substandard lots. This is where I'm trying to put together a small, simple, easily worded ordinance, not like Wyndham that's so long and lengthy that nobody's going to pay attention to it anymore. And I thought about putting it in 3078 like you were saying, but the ZBA is already, they don't even care about 3078 anymore. They just, somebody comes in, they don't, reestablish after 1 year, it's changed to another non-conforming use extended. They don't go back to this purpose of zoning, which is prevent the overcrowding of land, provide adequate light and air. I think if we could at least get them to apply that to substandard lots, it would be something that the town could hang their hat on and say, well, we protected something. We protected these small lots that don't have anything on them.
Well, you had something then. I gave you some things I wrote over 20 years ago. You want to apply some of that?
That's on non-conforming use.
It was on lots.
Huh?
I had something on lots. You don't have anything there on lots?
Right, as it is right now, I have nothing that I could give to the board, present to the board language that I don't think the ZBA will walk all over.
The dilemma is, the comment was made in the zoning board that zoning board doesn't do planning, planning board does planning. However, when the zoning board allows things to be developed by bypassing planning, what's the point of doing what you want to do?
I know, that's the problem when I start writing language down. The first thing I think is, how is the zoning board going to overrule that, pick that apart, and just, you wasted days, weeks' worth of time and effort putting zoning in if the ZBA is just going to ignore it?
Because in essence, they gave a variance to install a septic system, a sixth septic system on 1 acre. That's what that house was on South Shore. That they gave a variance to put a house up on that substandard lot, and in doing so, added a sixth septic system in that 1 acre of land where there's 5 other houses.
Right.
Yeah, but that one did go to the planning board.
No. It went to the zoning board, and the
Zoning
zoning
board
board
first.
granted a variance.
Right.
The planning board had no authority, only recommendation. That's
Right,
it.
but I mean, that's the way they have to do it.
It's
They have to-
irrelevant.
They have
But
to
no,
follow what's in the
my
zoning.
point is that the zoning board has said they do not do planning. However, they are doing planning because they're granting variances, and they're not following, it's not following good building practices. So, hold on a second. The other thing is that if you look at the size of the lot in the plan, which I'm sure you guys saw the plan, where the well was going, you had zero access to get to the well after the house was built.
Right.
So when a board says that we don't do planning, but give out variances that just totally go against planning, what are we doing here?
Yeah, exactly what you're talking about, Kevin. I had a page of zoning written down.
Just crumble it up.
Three separate times, and with people that I was discussing it with, you start thinking about how is the zoning board going to pick that apart. And one of the things that this board can do is, we have control over driveways, and we don't have to allow septic systems under driveways. And on a
Especially when the plan says that it's not designed to be under the driveway.
Well, even if they wouldn't put an H20 system in there, we still don't have to allow that. And because the RSA's give us that authority that we control the way the driveways, the layout of the driveway, the infrastructure under the driveway, associated with the driveway. We'd have to check with council on that, but I'm pretty sure that would include a septic system. So if the septic couldn't go under the driveway, had to go in the back of the house and the well in the front, then, because basically, with those substandard lots, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to try to throw the septic system right in the driveway, because that's the easiest place for them to put it, and it's the most ridiculous place to put it, as far as planning goes. But when the ZBA sees the plan, it's like, hey, there's a plan, and we don't know anything about planning, so here's your variance. But from a planning board point of view, that really shouldn't be there. And just like you shouldn't be putting, from a planning point of view, you shouldn't be putting all your gutters and all the water runoff of the lot also onto the driveway right next to the leach field, because now you're putting all the water under the ground, under the paved driveway, or and you're not mixing it up. If the well was there, the septic was in the back, and then you had your infiltration of your water along the sides of your driveway, you're not introducing all that water in the ground next to a septic system. That's something that planning board, that's why we got to get these things in front of planning board to make sure that they would be right, if even possible, which they might not be possible. Zoning board doesn't know that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cody, I'm listening to everybody here, and again, I sit on that Board of Adjustment. Tonight, you have, all credit due to Mr. Balapka for finding the Wyndham Watershed Protection Overlay District, all right? But Jen, we only have the odd pages, so it didn't print right, I guess. So every other page is missing. So what this,
We're not discussing that tonight.
and Mr. Line pointed that out. That's not to my credit either. Mr. Line pointed that out to me. But I did read the ordinance today on the Wyndham Town site. So, Mr. Cody, would you agree that this board should adopt some language where every non-conforming use that's, say, within this watershed protection surrounding the lakes has to come for full planning board review? Wyndham does it. It creates another layer for the applicants. But if you think about what's happening down there, I've seen houses built directly on the shore that I've watched for a period of a half a dozen years now, 6 years, that are affecting the hydrology of an entire neighborhood down there, because this big, monstrous house that replaced a camp is now sitting on the edge of the water with a full foundation blocking the natural groundwater from sponging back, seeping back into the pond. The elevation's been raised, so what it's doing is it's backing up and creating vernal pools on old lots. It's causing vernal pools that are further upslope to change their characteristics. These things happen over a period of years. But I continuously see this because after it leaves the Board of Adjustment, you're exactly right. No oversight. I was asked that question on the lots you're referring to by the applicant after a meeting one night, and he said, what happens after this? Do I go in front of the planning board? I said, no, you don't have to. You're not going to have to. You should, but you're not going to have to. So we need to change that. We need to change it now. I think that's what you're saying. I think that's what you're saying. We need an overlay district. We need some sort of language, even if it's not perfect, so that everything that's a non-conforming use has to come in for full site plan review, and it can be refused if this board finds it to be so. And if you don't want septics under driveways, I'm 100% with you. No septic should be under a driveway unless it absolutely has to. The extra evaporation factor is out the window. It doesn't exist. Everything's pushed down into the groundwater. A lot of a septic system happens through capillary action that takes it up, especially during the summer months. Typically, that's when most septic systems are most healthy and you get the most oxygenation. I don't want to go into a lot of details about it, but think about it. The heat pulls the moisture up out of the ground and sanitizes it. You use that about the sun.
Well, you have to
Every
look at it
time
for a
something
light.
goes under a driveway or a ground and it's underneath a pavement, it's just a recipe for disaster. So absolutely, I agree with everything that's being said here, but we need something fast. So that's when I talked to the planning director today and said to her, how much can we do as volunteers? I mean, how do we get this together? I think we need to bring on somebody. This is a very important article. We need to bring on somebody to get us something, either plagiarize it from other towns or get something quick, get it on the ballot this year, because these things just keep coming in. The Board of Adjustment sees them almost every meeting. And the members, I mean, I'm going to defend the members, but they're not necessarily making the most prudent decisions, in my opinion. I'm off, and I get that. So can we get something done on a bigger scale with an outside, with somebody to write this? Somebody's got to sit down and write this. This isn't a simple thing. You got to mix some of what Wyndham has, you got to mix it with what you said and what you just said, and what I've been saying about the non-conforming lots. and we got to get it onto here soon. I've been talking about this for 20 years, longer than that. I feel the frustration coming from the chairman. We have a lousy non-conforming use section, absolutely lousy, and it's not getting any better, and the press for development is making it worse. So what I guess is, I asked Jen what she has in her budget, because there are some people in this town with talent enough to probably put together something for us. Because I can't see any of us sitting down and spending 20, 40, 50 hours to write this, and that's what it's going to take to write this right. I'm done.
I'm hoping to have something very simple, not addressing everything that you just talked about, not the non-conforming use part, but the part of the substandard lots.
Will it bring it to planning board?
I'm hoping to get something that I can present to the board.
But will it bring the action that you're talking about, or what you're talking about, will it bring it to a planning board review?
That's what I want to try to do, is get it so that it's going to come in front of the planning board.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that even prior to that, one of my thoughts that I don't have my notes in front of me written down, so I'm going to just paraphrase, but list the procedure of what we expect to see happening, to protect the watershed around the pond for substandard lots only at this point. It was with the ordinance that I'm working on. Start off by going in front of the Conservation Commission, then coming in front of the planning board for review, potentially go back to the Conservation Commission, or at that point, go to the ZBA if the planning board feels that you would need a variance, that you would have to go there, then come back to the planning board for final approval, so that it goes to CC, PB, ZBA, back to the PB, and that way we don't miss anything on a substandard lot, because these lots, a lot of them maybe shouldn't be built on at all, but we need to address what I was mentioning earlier about the fact that they might need a septic and a well just for a garage, because there might be a public road between the two lots. We might not be able to tie these lots together by deed legally. But any substandard lot needs to come in front of the planning board. And I don't want to get real particular about what we put in the ordinance, because then the first thing they're going to do is say, well, I want a variance from that, so I'm going to skip this part here, and I'm going to go straight to the ZBA first and grab my variances. They love to get the variance in hand, because now they're handcuffing the planning board, they're handcuffing the state. It's like the state's like, oh, I'll give you a permit, because you just went to the ZBA and you already got your variance, so.
It's the cliche, go ask your mother. You know how that one, you know how that applies?
Yeah.
Oh, she said it was okay.
What'd your mother say?
How about shoreline permits that we don't have, and we have variances in front of us?
My thought, Jim, was that if the intent of the purpose of that one little paragraph in the ordinance that triggers them going to Conservation and Planning Board before they go to the ZBA, if the purpose was to protect the watershed of the three ponds, I'm not seeing the chair of the ZBA given a variance of the purpose and intent of the ordinance. So they'd have to ask for a variance against the purpose and intent. And the ZBA, I don't think, can rightfully do that, because hopefully the members will say, well, you're kind of asking for a variance for the purpose and intent. The intent was to get you in front of the planning board, get you in front of the Conservation Commission before you go to the ZBA. So if we grant you the variance first, you're going against the purpose and intent, which is to protect the watershed, by giving these other two boards a slight, bite of the apple. So that's what I'm thinking. It's simple, not wordy in length at all, still allows us to apply the RSAs. Don't put that out in the ordinance, because then they might ask for variance from it. And then,
Mr. Chairman, have you ever seen a voting slip for a BOA member?
a what?
A voting slip for a BOA member? It's almost impossible to get 5 yeses on a BOA voting slip, because
And every
spirit
time I
and,
come to the Board of DOA, they're always giving the variances.
spirit and intent is on every one of them.
Yeah.
And not much time is often spent on spirit and intent, because you're exactly right once again. So you just said, everybody heard him, that he's going to write this and have it ready for this year, right?
Good. I'm going to try to make it so it's centered around spirit and intent, so that
gonna-
they can't grant a variance for it.
I was going to get somebody to help you, but you're on your own.
Get him somebody.
So I don't understand. If they don't meet
In
the
that
spirit
case,
of
I bow
intent,
out.
they don't meet the
Nobody's gonna help.
requirements for a variance.
That's correct.
You need input.
It's that simple, isn't it?
Right.
No,
That's what it should be.
Well,
Right?
it's what it should be, yeah.
I want to hear from Danielle. Danielle?
Well, would that kind of go with the work on the section 30789 lot of savings clause?
What section?
It would be 30789. There was discussion to work on that lot of savings clause. We don't have one, I don't think.
You got to be very careful with lot of record savings clauses, because they're almost handled by law now. Again, vested rights, that's a whole category
Yeah.
of law.
It'd be page 66, I don't think we have
What
one.
page?
66.
66.
I just know there was some discussion over the meetings with that as well.
Oh, that's it. You're changing the subject to open space subdivisions.
I was looking, well, yeah, I just referenced lot of savings clause, and that was 3078-89. So that was the section that was discussed over the meetings. And I know when I did some research on it, it said with, where did I pull this from? It's under a grandfather type article from, I think, NRPC, and it says if there's no savings clause in the ordinance, then the owner must obtain a variance from the zoning board of adjustment. So, am I off with this one, or am I?
No, you're not, but
Okay,
you got to be careful with that one, I think.
Okay.
It just,
What section of zoning are you in? 30789?
that was just the number that was mentioned over through discussion, so I don't think we have zoning for
don't
307.
have a lot of record savings
Well, we
clauses.
do have 30789, it's amendments.
The amendment said, okay. It was just repeated through the meetings, so I jotted it down.
See,
There is such a thing as a lot of record savings clause, which we don't have in this town, and we don't want one.
but once again, it's already there, just nobody wants to be able to see it. Any non-conforming use may continue in its present use, except any non-conforming use of land or buildings may not be, and then it's A, B, C, D.
Well,
So that's saving the lot of record.
yeah, but a substandard lot,
It's not mentioned.
you could put, if you wanted to, if you had water and sewer in your town, so that you could safely put a structure, a dwelling structure, on a small lot, you could put a lot of savings clause in your zoning that says that even though you need 1 acre, if your lot was created prior to zoning, and it's smaller than 1 acre, you could still build on it, provided you could bring in water and sewer to that lot. That would be a lot of record savings clause. And there are towns that have that in their zoning because they have water and sewer. And they're trying to make it so that those little lots could be built on, as opposed to having to jump through hoops and, like, Pelham doesn't have water and sewer. Sewer is the big thing. We don't have sewer.
And we never will. So why are we even talking about that?
Because it was just brought up a lot of record saving clause.
A lot of record savings clause could also mean that the lot that you just talked about before, no, you just hang on, because we have to deal with this on that board. It could also mean that any lot of record, any registered lot of record would have a right for an extension. If you want that, you're going to open a big Pandora's box.
I don't want that.
Well, then
Why would
you
put your
don't need
finger
a
at me
lot
and
of
say,
record
"If I
savings
want
clause.
that"?
You don't need a lot of record savings clause. Hey, I was beat back on this stuff 25 years ago, too. And it came to me why it was that way.
We'll cross that off the list.
Yeah, don't want that. Okay, what else is on that list?
We have groundwater protection for nitrates. There was a lot of discussion. And then we have Patty's site distance, a driveway regulation on curves, and the zoning is 250 feet, and it's section 203-4C 1B.
So that's our land use regulations.
All right, I just made note of it, so I remember someone saying, well, we'll look at that too.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Patty?
this is I'm going to say something right now. This is the first time ever that I remember it being wavered.
Say that?
This is the first time that I can remember it being wavered, the sight distance.
He's talking about the 203-14B.
Yep.
Site distance in a subdivision site plan review. As opposed to zoning, he's talking about subdivision regulations right now, site plan review.
And I only mentioned that because I know when we were talking about the zoning changes and things like that, and I just
Yeah, if we get any zoning changes, we're going to have to obviously do accompanying site plan review, subdivision regulations.
And then I think the last item, if I may, is, I think I was running it by you already, was the AG Agricultural Commission.
Okay.
The policies for them, if they wanted to create their right to farm. We found some towns where the town of Amherst actually incorporated the right to farm by statute, by a certain statute within their zoning. So is that something the AG Commission would put together and bring in front of this board?
They could do that.
Okay.
And see what you come up with, or what they come up with.
Okay.
If I don't know, I don't think they can try to put it on the ballot themselves. I think the ZBA can, Selectmen can, and Planning Board can, right? Anybody else would be by petition unless they come in front of this board, I believe is that correct, Jen?
Yeah, they could do right, either they could bring it to this board or a petition warrant article.
I don't ever recall the ZBA trying to put zoning on.
No.
No.
But I think
I
they
don't
can,
think that
right?
they can,
Don't let
no.
them do that.
Can they?
I don't think so. The planning board makes the zoning recommendations.
I know zoning, planning board obviously does it, but I think the Selectmen have the right to, too, and
Yeah, the selectmen would.
ZBA might as well, but I've never seen them try it.
I just wasn't sure for the AG Commission, because we are under the guidance of the Board of Selectmen. We're appointed on, so.
You're
You're a
ZBA
land
is the
use
same
board.
way, isn't it? They're appointed by the selectmen,
Double
so
checking.
how would they, bring something before for a warrant article?
They're dealing with zoning all the time, they're supposed to know zoning.
So Danielle, you said earlier when I talked to you that you were going to write something for the AG for a ballot.
Well, I'm going to bring back to the AG Commission and discuss it with them. And I know Mr. Spottiswood sits on the Farmers Market Subcommittee as well, and he is familiar with the AG Commission. So we wanted to start getting some of the language into zoning. The right to farm items, there's 3 statutes that for exclusions, things like that, for farmers. So we wanted, what was fascinating was when I was doing research for my presentation for tomorrow to the Board of Selectmen, I came upon the town of Amherst, and it actually had their own right to farm within their zoning under their section 6.2. So I just wanted to run that by the board to see, what's the procedure to do to work on that.
Just on a side note to what Danielle's talking about, we're a right to farm state unless there's zoning. So what she's talking about is we're basically doubling up on what the state's saying. You guys understand that?
It's fortified by the
Right.
zoning.
Yeah.
Because if you don't put it in zoning, then someone can come in
Say you don't have it.
and change zoning. So
Right.
to put it in the zoning that we're a right to farm community, this just backs it up.
Not looking to change what we're not already. We're already there.
Already there.
Looking to put it in zoning so that it's,
It just stays there.
so you can read it. Jim, you look like you're deep into thought. You got any more thoughts there?
Well, if Danielle's finished, I wanted to make some proposals, well, before everyone falls asleep, to 30712. Just a few minutes. 30712 deals with lot sizing, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. So it's on, I wanted to talk to you about the logic on page 7, under 30712, it's lot size. It's A, lot size requirements. I would like to ask the board, or see if you could ask the board, or the board could discuss changing the lot size requirements to align them with the minimum lot size requirements that's in the chart. What's happening now, I think, and we see this as a planning board, we see a lot of lots that are cutting right down to a gross area of an acre, but the usable, the computation for the contiguous area is 35,000 feet. But then you you read that and you say, well, they're knocking off 8,560 square feet from an acre, and if that math is correct, I think I did that right. That's right, right?
8,560.
I got my math checker here.
Yeah, 8,560, that's right.
So what I'd like to do is either have this board consider taking the area that is contiguous, that is non-wetland, and either increasing that or taking the WCD district out of the computation. And I can tell you how that breaks down mathematically, but if you understand what I'm trying to get at. So would you, first of all, consider this, first thing, change all those areas that are non-wetland to be what really is an acre, to be what really is a duplex lot. So you'd go up to 43,560 on the 35,000, and the 55,000 would go to 87,120, and so on. You'd move it up to 217,000 contiguous on the workforce housing. I'd have to look at that math with the planning director, make sure I got that number right. Or take the WCD setback areas and put after the word may not be counted. And I can tell you what that does to computations on lot size requirements.
Talking, taking the entire WCD.
Oh, what happens now, the WCD district is, and I know the Conservation Commission, I would hope, would think that this isn't a bad idea. They want to establish WCDs as no cut, no vegetation, no chemicals, all that business. So if that's their intention and they're not able to get an increase in their setbacks, which I'm sure they would like to have, then isn't it logical to say that the WCD should not be computed in the non-wetland areas? It should not be, because we're calling it a wetland conservation district. Well, if we're not conserving it, then why are we computing it into the minimum lot sizes? Why are we letting, if a person has a lot that's, say, 200 feet, you'd have 10,000 square feet of land you could take to the 35,000 square feet. So now you're essentially making that 25,000 feet, and you're really shrinking that lot, and you're using a WCD to compute an area that should be protected. Again, what I'm looking for there is, these are lots that would have, and most of our lots do, all of our lots do, have septic systems. So what I'm trying to do is protect the groundwater there by increasing the lot size by virtue of this component, this square footage component, by either taking out the WCD as counting or increasing the actual lot size, minimum lot size, non-wetland. Do you see the options? Because we asked for a minimum lot size of 43,560. Let's use a simple one. But we say, hey, on that you only need 35,000 contiguous non-wetland. And on top of that, you can compute your wetland conservation district in that. That's not logical. So what you're seeing now is you're seeing these lots that are coming out at 1.00001 acre, right? And you see the computations when you look at the site plans that come in front of you. you see, you look down on the computation, and there's this WCD that's coursing through the property that engineer can use to compute that lot size.
So on page 7, lot size requirements under A, before you get to the list of 1 through 7, you can go up several sentences where it says WCD setback areas may be counted. What you're saying is strike that sentence out of there and put like a number 8 that would say WCD setback areas may
Not.
just add it to the list, because the list is, the following land shall not be counted in the computation of the required, 35,000, 55,000. So if you took out the sentence above it, and then you just put a number 8, WCD setback areas, as a number 8, it would accomplish what you're saying.
Yeah, the same thing, right?
That makes sense?
Yep.
So then we could see how that works. Mr. Cody leaving?
He's got to get home, yep.
You need to appoint somebody.
No.
You don't,
There's nobody to appoint.
Huh?
can't appoint a selectman.
Jay's not here, and we're not voting on anything, so there's no need to get involved in any of that. Going back to what you were saying, so if you put a number 8, and you just, number 8 would be WCD setback areas, would be number 8.
Would not be included, right, in the computations?
Right. If you scratched out the sentence that says WCD setback areas may be counted in the computation, that sentence right there, if you scratch that sentence out, put a number 8 underneath number 7, and it would just say WCD setback areas.
May not be counted. Okay.
And that would just
So
accomplish what...
how does the board feel about that?
I just have a question. When you say WCD, do you include the buffer in that or not?
That is the buffer.
That is the buffer.
Yeah.
WCD
So you're going the
setback.
whole
Now, remember,
50 feet?
this is only from the day, if this were to pass, it's from this day forward. Everything else is again, a saved lot.
Yeah, no, I know, but going forward, so whatever the setback is, that cannot be counted into the calculation.
In the non-wetland calculation for the minimum lot size, which again is only 35,000, 55,000, and 217,800. So if you take out that,
Yep.
you're going to help the lot size. You're going to be
Yeah.
you're
No,
going to have a
I'm okay
healthier
with it.
lot.
I'm okay with that.
You need the 35,000 square foot of continuous area on a 1 acre lot. Right now, you're allowed to use the WCD setback areas. What Jim is saying is, let's take that out and put that in the areas that you can't use.
Yeah.
So if you added 8, that says WCD setback areas, then you just scratch out that sentence that says you can use it.
See what I'm saying?
It makes sense.
Yeah. It
And
makes-
obviously, it has to go on the ballot for the voters to vote on.
It's not going to increase lot sizes by a whole lot between 8 and 10,000 feet. That's all it's going to do. But it's going to be a healthier piece of land when you're done. It's going to be a
Yeah.
healthier septic system because you're not going to be able to use that WCD for calculating the minimum gross lot size.
Yeah.
So are you also, I understand the WCD, don't count that, but you're also tossing in the buffer?
That is the WCD
That is the buffer, Hal. It specifically says buffer. So it's that's basically what it is. The WC setback areas may be counted in the computation. So the setback is the buffer. That's, all that is a setback from the wetland. You can't use wetlands in your computation of your 35,000 square feet. What Jim is saying, you also can't use the 50 feet against the wetland. And if it happened to be a prime wetland, it would be 100 feet
Okay, all right,
would be a buffer.
all right.
It is 100 on a prime, Mr. Chairman?
I thought it was
We
75.
have some,
100 with the state. We
75.
haven't addressed it in our regs, but with the state, it's 100.
Which is the same difference, right? All right, so if that's just something I've been looking at for quite a long time, and when I look at subdivision plans that are proposed, I see what they're doing, they're cutting them right to the max. You know, it's not when you say it's 1 acre, 1 house, yeah, not really, it's 35,000 feet, it's 10,000 less, it's not a real acre. So if you want to make it closer to being a real acre, this is the way I think to do it. And it's fair, it's mathematical, it's not it's not taking anything of any great amount. It would only affect things in the future. And then I have one other point in there, if I can make you aware of it. And I looked in other towns for this one. In number 7, Mr. Chairman and board members, in number 7,
Jim, could you talk into the mic?
oh, I'm sorry. In the areas that can't be used for computations of area, number 7 is interesting. What we're looking to do here, and this makes sense, is you're not looking to take any of the areas that have bedrock and count that. You can't use a rock for a septic system. And to this day, a septic system, a pipe and stone septic system, has to be 4 feet above seasonal high water. So they're assuming that there's going to be 4 feet of cover over permeable substratum. A lot of towns use the formula of 4 feet because that was a standard forever and a day. And now what's happening is the state has changed it with these new clean solution systems to only 2 feet over seasonal high. So we're really starting to get our septic systems closer to our water tables. And the thing you've got to worry about, I say this over and over again to people, is if you've got a proper performing septic system and it's working okay, it's fine. But what you can never do, you can never change the nitrate concentrations, and you can never change the nitrates that leave a septic system. There are no systems in this state yet that have been adapted for nitrate treatment. So other towns use land areas where ledge and bedrock are not covered with a minimum of 4 feet. We're saying 2 feet now. Would you consider a change to 4 feet? And that again will help to some degree. I'm not sure how it's going to be policed, but it's going to be obvious if there's a rock showing. They could, an engineer, a clever engineer will say, this is the rock. He can say, well, I'm going to compute this area. No, you're going to have to test pit and find 4 feet, because 4 feet may not exist for 50 feet or 60 feet or 80 feet. And I know that because I live on a rock lot. I know what it's like. You can catch a hole here and there, but on the average you can't. So would the board consider that? What I'm trying not to do, I'm trying to avoid, I talk with conservation people and planning board members, and we talk about changing the minimum lot sizes. Well, let's not change the minimum lot sizes. Let's leave them alone, but let's fix them so that the computations, the engineers have to hold to these realistic soil covers. 4 feet is not a lot to ask for. So if you have 4 feet, you can count it. If you don't, you can't count it in the computation. So we all know wet lots don't work. I've got a neighbor with 10 acres. I always like to use him for an example. He has 10 acres. He can only fit one house on it. Why? Because his lot's all wet. Well, what if his lot was a ledge lot? What if no matter where you went, you couldn't get 4 feet? Do you see what I'm saying? How could you put a septic system on that and have it work?
Go to the ZBA and get a variance.
Yeah, thanks. But that's my other proposed change, number 7, to change it from 2 feet to 4 feet. And there are other towns, lots of towns, that ask for a minimum of 4 feet.
See, Jim, I was in the understanding that it was 4 feet in the town of Pelham.
Well, I was shocked to kind of read it myself, but I see what's happening on the plans that come in front of us, and I see the system designs, and I'm starting to worry about the water quality in this town. We're talking about water quantity over here. I'm talking about water quality.
So your proposed change is simply changing the 2 to a 4.
That's it, simple.
Yeah.
And then add the section 8 that would preclude WCDs and take it out of the lot size requirement up above. That's my proposal to this board.
Is everybody following that?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's logical.
Okay. Knocked it up when it gets closer to,
We could think about that in the next
Zoning,
meeting,
yep.
Mr. Chairman. I don't want
yep,
to try to get anybody.
that's fine, Jim. So that's what we're doing tonight, is getting thoughts together so that people can do a little homework and come back and talk about it at another meeting. Anybody
Mr.
else have
Chairman?
anything they want to talk about at this meeting for zoning? Sam?
I have a question. In the ordinance, is there or can we write relative to when a builder takes down trees, that we preserve the trees? Or we have something in there that gives guidance that, you just don't go in and clear a lot and make it flat? I mean, trees are our natural resource to take care of our planet. So my question is, if it's not in the ordinance, is this something that we should put into the ordinance?
They kind of, the police, what gets cut.
I can work with Mr. Thomas on the statute that's a procedure on plats, and we can take some of that section, Sam, no, it's in the RSA's. We can take some of that and we can adopt it into zoning. Jen, you've been part of that conversation in the past with Mr. Cody. Mr. Cody unfortunately had to leave, but he was big on preventing cutting before planning board got it, on anything over a 3-lot subdivision, though. It wasn't anything small. You're not going to reach into a one house or two house development. So that language is contained in statute. We just have to adopt it into zoning. And it's that section that has to do with the procedure on plats, and I could find it in a few minutes. But Mr. Thomas and I could work on that, and bring that back to the board, too.
If you want to do that, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I noticed, if anybody's been watching, that there was a development up my neck of the woods, and they were supposed to leave a buffer up against 38, and it got stripped out. There's a portion of it that's naked now, and this board was I was at least under the impression that they were going to leave a tree buffer zone there to
I don't know why you'd want to do that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We talked about it
And I could also tell you something else. There's standing water in that area, good time of the year, good part of the year, so I think they went into a WCD district. I could talk to you about that later.
Say, where are we talking about?
Too late now, the end of Powell Road.
Governor's Crossing?
Across the street.
Yeah, right there.
And I can tell you, I've pulled out there for the last 74 years, well, I haven't been driving that long, 60 years, and I'm looking at water, and the trees have been all cut where that water stands. So they were in a WCD. So I think, Mr. Thomas, we should probably be proactive and do something so that the Conservation Commission goes out, and that WCD gets tagged before the builder starts. Not after, before.
Well, it's the same with that development at the bottom of Sherburne.
Lady slipping? No, Sherburne.
The bottom of Sherburne.
You're on the other side.
And they took the wall out, stone wall, and they took those gigantic maples that have been there, and they just leveled them. I mean, you've lost a lot of the...
Well, that was a beautiful thing to be ruined. In this case, what I'm talking about, I think they cut in a WCD. I'm not going to say that on the record, but I think they did.
Jim, I don't know if you noticed, not to interrupt, but they put silt fence down to, not silt fence, but they put some protection in that area, so you're probably right.
No, I am right. I've been
I thought they
living
were
there
trying to get a line of sight
70
better
years.
for us.
True.
All right. Roger, what do
Make a
you,
motion, Mr. Chairman, to adjourn?
Second.
motion and a second on the floor, all those in favor?
What, Roger? Aye.
To adjourn.
I am also aye, opposed.
You're gonna have to bring in,
We're adjourned.
I'll take you right to that statute. I'll text it to you.
Just tell me the
And
number.
you're-
Unknown caller.
Okay, here we go. No, it's mute.
Evening and welcome to the Pelham Council on Aging Candidates Night. The Pelham Council on Aging is the support organization for the Senior Center, also known as the Hobbs Center in the city, in the center of town, has over 1,000 members and is a very active association. Before we begin with the candidates, I'd like you all to rise while we salute the flag.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. This candidates night is to meet the candidates who are running for the Executive Council from District 3, from the Senate, the New Hampshire Senate from District 22, and for the House of Representatives from District 1, Hillsborough. This evening we have with us, to my left, your right, we have Janet Stevens, candidate for Executive Council. We have Darrell Abbas, candidate for Senate. We have Kim Aber, Tom Mannion. Mr. Tenzar was to attend, and he will not be able to tonight, and Sandra Panic. They are the 4 Republican candidates for representative from District 1. Going back to the Executive Council, Ms. Haraki will visit us later. In the next seat, we have Wayne Hobner, a Democratic candidate for Senate. Then we have David Hennessy and Hal Line and Paul Dadak, who is here via Zoom. They are all here and ready to meet you folks and have you meet them. Okay. We're going to start off, each candidate will have 2 minutes to introduce themselves and tell you why they are running for their office. We'll start with Ms. Stevens.
Good evening. I'm Executive Counselor Janet Stevens. For close to 2 years, I have had the privilege of serving as your Executive Counselor representing Pelham and 31 other municipalities. The Executive Council serves as the Board of Directors for the state of New Hampshire with an emphasis on fiduciary responsibility, which has required a full, thorough analysis of 4,200 contracts to date, along with hearings for judicial and executive branch nominees. However, the real job is to serve you, my constituents, and the citizens of New Hampshire. I'm proud of my record on behalf of Pelham residents, District 3 residents, and the entire state. Some of my major accomplishments. Pelham received $1.4 million in local fiscal recovery funds. I met with your select board to explain eligible uses. I was able to secure $750 million for the district's transportation improvement plan, or 10-year plan. All of District 3 projects are fully funded. $469 million was awarded to District 3 in contracts or grant funds for small businesses, nonprofits. For example, 82 entities in Pelham received a total of $3.8 million. I supported $22 million for the state's Veterans Campus, a first of its kind in the nation, which will provide housing units, along with respite care, behavioral health care, and recreational therapies. Most importantly, I've increased funding to the Bureau of Elder and Adult Services and Adult Protective Services. I sounded the alarm when there was a discordance between calls made to the Bureau and the lack of cases being opened. But again, my real pride additionally is my constituent casework. When 280 tenants in nearby Salem were at risk of being evicted from their homes, I was able to negotiate with the owner a plan that was praised by all, and they were staying in their homes. I raised concern regarding the dwindling school safety infrastructure fund balance. The governor heard me, and another $10 million went in. Pelham schools received more than $21,000 of those funds. When a veteran reached out from Stark, New Hampshire, homeless, living in a tent, I went to work to assist him. I have a lot of wonderful issues to share and discuss with you. Primarily, the focus is going to be on my work on behalf of addressing elder abuse here in the state of New Hampshire, and I look forward to talking with you on many other issues.
Thank you. Mr. Abbas, candidate for Senate.
Hello, everyone. My name is I'm Representative Darrell Abbas, and I'm your Republican candidate for State Senate. I'm running for State Senate because I love my community, I love New Hampshire, and I love Southern New Hampshire. I grew up in Salem, New Hampshire. I graduated part of the class of 2002. I went on to Suffolk University, where I received my bachelor's degree, and then went and graduated Suffolk University Law School in 2009. I've been practicing law for 13 years now, and I'm a partner at a law firm. And now I have the honor of raising my own children in Southern New Hampshire. I have a 1-year-old daughter, and my son is 4 years old, and I'm raising my family in Salem at our home on Canopy Lake. I ran for state representative. I just finished my two terms, and I had the privilege of serving as the chairman of the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. It was a tremendous honor to defend law enforcement and support our local police officers. And for me, when we were dealing with the progressive agenda to defund the police, I was at the front line defending the men and women who keep our communities safe. We hear a lot about the New Hampshire advantage and how the quality of life in New Hampshire is great, and we have one of the safest states. We're actually the safest state in the country, but part of that is related to our law enforcement. You cannot have the New Hampshire advantage without having a safe community. You hear about businesses across the country having to close down because of high crime rates, because they can't protect their inventory and they can't keep their employees safe. And we're not going to let that happen here in New Hampshire. Being part of the Republican leadership team, I was able to work alongside leaders throughout the state where we've lowered taxes across the board. We lowered the business profits tax. We lowered the rooms and meals tax. We're actually phasing out the interest and dividends tax, and we provide over $100 million in property tax relief throughout the state. That was something I took a lot of pride in, and that's money that people get to keep in their pockets during these tough times. When you have the issues of inflation and high energy costs, we provided fuel assistance relief for the people of New Hampshire. And as your state senator, I will continue to provide, not just make promises, but deliver on those promises for the people of Pelham, Salem, Atkinson, and Plastow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next will be Kimberly Hebert, candidate for state rep.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am so pleased and honored to be here. Kimberly Hebert, and I wanted to share with you in a very quick 30 seconds who I am. If you read the Pelham Evergreen, you've probably figured it out. We are Pelham residents, Dave and I, and we have 2 children that are full-grown, 30 and 28 years old. We have our manufacturing business in Methuen, Mass., and then we have a couple of real estate companies, and then we own the Pelham Evergreen as well. And now I'm a candidate for state rep. Why did I decide to get into the race and run is because I have seen over the last 2 years a great big government overreach that I want to jump in and see if we can loosen up this government overreach that's got us pretty hard. And I'll go into what I think Pelham needs and what I think our older adults need. And again, thank you for inviting me tonight.
Thank you so much. Tom Mannion, candidate for state rep.
Hello, my name is Tom Mannion. I've only lived in this state for 2 years, but I moved up here in 2020 to escape the lockdowns of Massachusetts. I saw that this state had always been like an objective for me to move to. I've always loved the freedom and the liberty up here. I probably love the live free or die spirit. So that's I've only been here for 2 years, but I think that I embody that spirit. My political philosophy began when I was in the sands of Iraq in 2005, when I found myself not looking for bin Laden, which I had enlisted to do, but instead clearing the way for Halliburton. So I found a lot of wisdom in Congressman Ron Paul. I consider myself a Ron Paul Republican, strong liberty, small government, low regulation, low taxes, and that's what I consider my philosophy. So I come here and I'd like to carry that spirit, of the Ron Paul spirit, here in New Hampshire, and keep the government out of your lives and limit taxes and maximize your freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Sandra Panic, candidate for state representative.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Sandra Panic. I've been living in this community since 1981. I had 2 grown boys. One has passed on. I'm a Gold Star mom. I ran this Cub Scout Pack 25 for 85 families in this community when my kids were growing up. The reason why I decided to throw my hat in the ring is the day after the election, I knew something was seriously wrong after 2020. That catapulted me into an area and a project that I got involved in was the New Hampshire Voter Integrity Project. This was a nationwide effort. My job was to set up all across the state of New Hampshire, the different districts, so we could do a deep dive to see if there was any voter fraud in the state of New Hampshire. We came up with a treasure trove of evidence. Yes, Trump did win the 2020 election. He did win the state of New Hampshire. Unfortunately, the evidence has been erased. In 1960, during the Eisenhower days, the Civil Rights Acts of 1960 was passed on May 6, my birthday. And that act said that you could not destroy any evidence from the election. When I did my research and I did my FOIA request, all those memory cards were sent up to LHS 14 days after the election, and all those memory cards have been erased. So we cannot validate whether the election, we can't go back and see what really happened now. They erased all the evidence. So there is no voter confidence anymore, and this is a nationwide feeling.
Thank you, Ms. Panic. Thank you for the time. Next, we have Wayne Hobner, candidate for Senate.
No, thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's certainly a privilege and an honor to be with all of you tonight and those on TV. My name is Wayne Hobner. I'm the Democrat nominee for State Senate. I grew up in Kentucky, but Digital Equipment Corporation hired me out of college, so I moved up here, so my whole adult life, I've been here in New Hampshire. My husband, Arthur, and I, we've made our home in Salem for the past 28 years. We live right on the Salem-Pelham line, right off 38. In my career, my passion has always been to use technology and innovation to improve the lives of everyday people. My day job, I am the Chief Technology Officer, excuse me, for a company that provides software to post offices. We serve over 1 billion customers worldwide every day. And I'm also on the board of directors of Digital Credit Union. Some of you may be members of DCU, but our goal at DCU is to really help our 1 million members achieve their financial success, to ensure financial security for themselves, for their families, for their community. One of the things I've always loved about New Hampshire is regardless of party affiliation, we've always had this ability to work together for the needs of the common people. And our success in that has really been built on, I would say, 3 things. And those 3 things are transparency, collaboration, and trust. But recently, we've had some outside forces that really push some extreme ideas into our state, from both inside the state and outside the state, and that's eroded that trust, right? And so I feel sometimes perhaps some of these initiatives are much more geared towards corporate interests than they are the people of New Hampshire, and that's why I'm running for Senate, is to set aside those partisan and extreme ideas and focus on issues that really make a difference to the people in Pelham and the rest of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next, we have David Hennessy, Democratic candidate for state rep.
Hi, I want to thank the Hobbs Center and the Council on Aging for putting this on. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to folks in Pelham here and online. As a state rep, I believe I can utilize my own experiences and skill and background to give Pelham strong bipartisan representation in Concord. While national issues like women's right to control our own body and preserving our democracy and fighting against some of the ideas that are floating around about conspiracies and stolen elections, they're all certainly important. I believe local and regional problems need far more attention than they've received in recent years. I've been one of Pelham's representatives at the National Regional Planning Commission for almost 20 years. The issues of transportation, community control of electricity generation, affordable water supplies, trash removal at a reasonable cost, and other issues are being handled regionally and in many other communities. I believe we can take those lessons from those other towns and from the Regional Planning Commission itself and help Pelham address some of our own problems here. I believe that those lessons that have been learned ought to be coming into Pelham far more directly than it has been. When I watch towns like Salem and Hampstead and Atkinson and Plastow and Wyndham receiving water from Lake Massabesic, while we here in Pelham are watching some of our citizens literally go bankrupt when their wells fail, that just can't continue. I mean, there's something wrong there. I've also served on the Pelham Zoning Board of Adjustment for over 20 years, dealing with changing state regulations and difficult court decisions regarding land use issues.
Mr. Hennessy, time
Thank
has
you.
Uh,
expired. Mr. Hal Lind, Democratic candidate for representative.
Thank you. Good evening. I have a history of supporting, this town, working for it, contributing my time, and even as a state representative, I've had 3 terms, and I'm proud to say that I got legislation passed that reduced mercury in people's lives by getting the legislation passed through the state in all things. I believe in serving my country and my towns, and I came here with 2 young children many years ago to make it the place that I wanted them to grow up. And I've done that as my objective throughout, and I've served this town in many aspects: selectman, state rep, budget committee, planning board, etc. And I do it all for the town and what's the best for the town. And I just make it a point that if something will help the town, I'm going to work for it. If it's not, I'll work against it. And it doesn't matter what party we're with or what things, I'm going to work for the town and for the people. And I enjoy doing it. It's a great service for me and a great Willings. And I'm very pleased to have a lovely wife who's doing as great a job, or better than I am at times, I think, for the town. So I appreciate the chance to do this, and I will continue to do it regardless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Line. Mr. Dadak, are you with us, sir?
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go,
Okay.
go ahead, sir.
Go ahead. Yeah, again, thank you for the opportunity to address the town. I did submit a article, I guess you'd call it, to the Evergreen, so you'll probably be seeing that, so I won't go into those details. What I'd like to say, who am I and why am I running? As a citizen of New Hampshire and Pelham, I felt I could no longer stand in the line, on the sidelines, and get involved with state issues related to what happens in Pelham. I am a senior citizen, have lived in Pelham for over 40 years. I've seen many physical and social changes and have grown and changed with them. In my town involvement, I've been involved with the planning board for over 35 years. I was initially appointed and elected twice, and I also was involved with the Pelham Conservation Commission for almost the same time period. My professional background, for over 50 years, I've been a professional civil and environmental engineer. And I've witnessed and been subject to and enforced political mandates along the way in business and in government and as a consultant. So I kind of know about how the government works, at least in federal and state levels. My wife and I are on fixed income. Oh, I also have knowledge as a professional engineer with regard to water and sewage issues. My wife and I are both on fixed income, so I want to promote any actions at the state level that will keep New Hampshire and Pelham affordable. That's it, and I'm again very pleased to have the opportunity, remotely even, to address why I think I should be one of the people representing Pelham and Concord. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dadak. We're now going to get to the question and answer section, and candidates, I'm going to alert you to a few things. We're going to take the questions in order 1, 2, and 3. The questions will be answered, but you will all answer question 1 before we proceed to question 2, and so forth. You'll be given 2 minutes to answer each of the questions. Is that, any questions on that?
No, sir.
Nope.
Any questions? No? Okay. Okay, then we'll start with Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens, what do you believe to be the most pressing concerns for the citizens of the council district you represent, and how will you address those concerns?
Increasing costs for fuel, electric, and utilities. I have delivered $15 million in emergency fuel and electric assistance to District 3, on top of approving $60 million statewide. Our labor shortage, primarily healthcare. I have supported $3.4 million for the Community College System's LPN program and LNA training across the district. Behavioral health care. Demands for behavioral health care skyrocketed during the pandemic, especially for children. I supported the acquisition of Hempstead Hospital. Stabilizing health care. Our health care facilities have endured unprecedented losses and stress. I have supported initiatives to stabilize. Housing. My district is the epicenter of the state's housing crisis, which currently has a vacancy rate of 0.5. The normal range is 5 to 6%. I've supported Invest New Hampshire, which is $100 million to address this issue, and municipalities will make the decision on whether they embrace it or not. Water is the battle of the 21st century. Protecting groundwater and well water. I have delivered $60 million for water infrastructure and clean water. Public safety. Our police departments are down significantly in staff. State troopers are down between 74 to 85 positions. I supported the recruitment and retention contracts to stave off further losses in the department. I received endorsements from state troopers and the New Hampshire Police Association. Lack of awareness of elder abuse and elder fiscal exploitation, something I will get into later. There's not enough discussion on this subject, and I'm very proud to have sounded the alarm in the Executive Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Abbas, what do you believe are the most pressing concerns for the citizens of the Senate district you would represent, and how will you address them?
Thank you for the question. I want to thank my friend, Councilor Stevens. She covered a lot of the points I was going to get into. A big issue that we're facing right now is a shortage of police officers and firefighters, particularly in southern New Hampshire. Right now, many police officers are leaving the state and working south of the border, where they're able to actually make more money and even collect their pension retirement benefits. And to replace a veteran police officer or firefighter with a new officer or firefighter has an actual additional cost on the taxpayer as that officer or firefighter gets acclimated with their new job. It's not just a Pelham problem, that's a Southern New Hampshire problem. It needs to be addressed. We need to fix that because, again, public safety it can become a problem if you can't fill those jobs. There's a big problem right now with inflation. Much of that has to do with some federal policies that have caused out-of-control spending. What we've done at the state level to address that, we provided, with surplus money, we provided financial relief to the people in New Hampshire. I mentioned before, over $100 million in property tax relief. We also provided $450 in fuel assistance and $200 in electrical assistance to people who are in a certain income bracket to provide relief to the people of New Hampshire. That's the best we can do, but if we don't curb the spending at the federal level, our efforts at the state get overshadowed. So I think what we need to do is continue to be fiscally responsible at the state level so we can continue to have a surplus and provide more financial relief to the people of Pelham, because that's what we did, and we can continue to do that. And I would vow that if we do have a surplus money, I would hope that we could provide additional fuel assistance and additional energy cost assistance and more property tax relief. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hobner, same question, sir. What do you believe are the most pressing concerns for the citizens of your district, and how will you address them?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I certainly have had an opportunity to talk to a lot of members in Pelham and a lot of members in the district. It's a very diverse community. There's a lot of different issues, but maybe I'll just highlight three that I think are important and deserve our attention. The first is women's reproductive rights. Whenever I talk to a woman, whenever I talk to parents who have a daughter, young or grown daughter, and more importantly, I think whenever I talk to grandparents about their granddaughters, they're all just really beside themselves in terms of the decisions of the Supreme Court and the decisions of our own legislature in banning abortion. So that is one issue that I would work to defend and work to codify women's reproductive rights into state law. Another issue I think that has come up is school funding. And we currently have a voucher program. Some of you might be participating in it, but what we're doing is we're taking public funds and we're putting them into private schools, kind of at the expense of the public schools and really at the expense of us as the taxpayers trying to make up that difference. Our voucher program is by far the most generous and the most unaccountable voucher program in the country, so certainly needs to be revisited. And then, as my colleagues have talked about, raising prices, escalating prices. There's a lot of things that are happening. Many of the things around inflation are global, but there's one raising price that is squarely in our responsibility, and that is our electric bills. New Hampshire has not revised their renewable energy quotas for, I think, 10 or 15 years, and we have less than 1% renewable. All the states around us have 15 to 20% renewable. Solar panels have decreased in price 80% in the last 10 years. It's time for us to really take a look, stop saying, it's all oil or it's all something. Let's take a look at our infrastructure. Let's invest in our infrastructure and add renewables to it to diversify that. So those are three of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms. Hebert. Ms. Hebert, what do you believe are the pressing problems of the citizens of Pelham, and how would you address them?
If it's okay, Mr. Moderator, I'm just going to turn towards the audience, and I hope the camera will be able to capture me okay. So I've spent a lot of time knocking doors. I've spent a lot of time listening to people. And number one in Pelham is your water. And I am a business owner, and as a business owner, we seem to connect the dots between just checking off the box and figuring out how to move something forward day by day, inch by inch. And so initially, I emailed and met with the planning board, the select board, and started talking about water. I met with Senator Chuck Morse, who brought the Southern New Hampshire Connection to Southern New Hampshire. Had some great conversations there. He connected me with the right people at Department of Environmental Services, and I thought, okay, this looks pretty black and white. We can just move it forward. I realized pretty quickly that I needed to get involved on the local side. So I volunteered to get on the Water Commission and was nominated to be the chair of your Pelham Water Commission. From there, I thought, this is really easy. I can just connect the dots. So I know that Mr. Cronin's probably marking my time, so I'll move on. Water's number one. Number two, which we haven't sounded the alarm on yet, 2 days ago, 200 people, 200 migrants, hungry migrants were dropped in Methuen, Mass, exactly 3.6 miles from the Pelham border. I did make a phone call to the mayor of Methuen to get some more facts, but this is really a humanitarian issue as well as potential problems for our own community. And so talking to people, I'll reiterate what Representative Abbas said about retaining emergency help. We have people come into the town, they work in the police departments, fire departments, and they're trained, and we can't offer them the retirement and pay that they need to stay. Over nearly 70% of the calls are medical calls out of the fire department. So we need to retain that help, and we're losing it. I have been having separate conversations with Representative Abbas on what we can do when I take the seat of representative. I've talked to many residents about electricity. Am I there?
Your time has expired.
I'm there. Sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Hennessy, same question, sir.
It's amazing how much we all are agreeing on what the main problems are out there, but perhaps our responses to those problems differ a little bit. The fire and police, I'm well aware that we're losing a lot of public service folks to Massachusetts and to other areas, in fact, all the way down south. And I think it comes back down to housing costs. I understand that we are rightfully proud of the New Hampshire advantage in our low taxes, but in fact what we've been doing for many years is downloading expenses from the state level, including retirement costs and improvements to the infrastructure, down to the local level. And you know, I keep hearing about how few taxes we have. Well, what we do have is the second highest sales tax on homes in the country. We call it something different, but it's a sales tax on each and every home that gets sold, and it adds to the cost of our property taxes included in the purchase of a home. Our property taxes in New Hampshire are among the top in New Hampshire are among the top 5 in the country. So yeah, we don't have a sales tax supposedly, but we do. We don't have an income tax, but our money is being spent on our housing, and that's causing folks to either not come here at all or look elsewhere. We have a major problem in terms of, well, look around this room. Most of us are a little past the prime, I'll have to say. And the fact is, I know, Jim, but the fact is, we are not retaining our youth. UNH has one of the lowest retention rates of graduates of any state university in the country. And the reason is, at least partially, the cost of purchasing a home. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Hennessy. Mr. Mannion, same question.
So when I was going around this town, I knocked about like 1,400 doors just introducing myself because I was the new kid in town, so I needed to get my name out there. And the number, like 1 and 2 are kind of the same. They're both the economy, right? So the first one is energy costs and the second is inflation. Especially seniors in particular, we're talking about their savings or just getting evaporated away as the value of the dollar tanks. Large part of that is like, I mean, it's almost entirely like the Federal Reserve's problem. These are federal problems. It's a bad monetary policy at the upper levels. So one of the things we could do here at the state level is continue to reduce spending at the state level. For example, if every single one of us has to tighten our belts because of inflation, the government should have to do so too. They should have to work like the rest of us. It'd be great to also continue lowering the business taxes. So if you run a business in town, the more money you get to keep for yourself, the further it goes. Energy costs could be further reduced by if we look into the regional greenhouse gas initiative, which is cap and trade. These type of things have follow-on costs downline for all of us. There are things that come from the transmission source, things that we can look into reducing at the state level, get rid of this kind of stuff. Green energy is great and all, and I support expanding Seabrook. So HB 543 by Keith Ammon, he's a state rep, is looking into expanding Seabrook, more nuclear, so it's nice green energy. I don't know, the solar and wind stuff's maybe a little bit of a pipe dream, and those things end up costing more than their counterparts in other energy sectors, and it'd be better to not waste too much time with those. If you want to adopt solar cells, go crazy, go nuts, put them on your house. Yeah, and that's what I have to say. I also oppose any new taxes, because any type of burden on us, any kind of, like whether it be an income tax or sales tax, I completely reject those. There was a HB, so if you worked out of, one of the things that, like during lockdowns that angered me was Massachusetts was taxing income for people working remotely inside of New Hampshire that never set foot in Massachusetts because all the businesses were closed. This was a lawsuit that went up
Mannion, your time's up, sir.
Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Lyon.
Thank you. One of my top projects is the fact that 10 years ago, in 2012, then Speaker of the House was going around the state, thumping his chest how he had passed a budget that didn't raise any taxes, but if he got to tell us about a little lie that was $100 million lie where he had passed on to cities and towns the cost of $100 million that we had to handle after they decided that they were no longer help support for the retirement system that they enticed all the cities and towns into, that they would pay 35%, which is a couple $1 million a year for the town of Pelham. That came to zero. Then, to put a little frosting on the pudding, they did away with funding for school projects. They would, state would pay 30% of school projects. For Pelham, like a Memorial School, it's $6.6 million. For the high school, it's about $10 million. They reduced that to zero. So that's my issue, and I think we should restore that, and towns should get their fair share from the state.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Ms. Panic?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to mention Roe versus Wade. All that did is give the power back to every state. In New Hampshire, legislature has passed that protects women's reproductive rights. A woman can have an abortion up and through the 27th week of their pregnancy. So women's rights are protected. That legislature was just passed last year under Governor Sununu. The reason why they want to talk about abortion rights and women's rights is because they don't want to talk about the economy. And the reason why we are in this position is because it's not a conspiracy theory, Dave. The election was stolen. I have the evidence. I have the smoking gun. I've got all the emails. My job when I get up on Concord is I'm going to get on that election committee and we're going to change some rules. We're going to change some laws because you know what? We need to restore election integrity. There is no election integrity right now, and we need to restore that. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Panic. Mr. Dadak? Okay.
I'm hearing
There you go.
from other people running about good things at the
Okay.
state. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead,
Yes.
sir.
So quickly, so I go in here, sure. Affordable housing, since, as others have said, New Hampshire has to be attractive, and affordable housing is one thing that would keep it attractive. There's a talk about domestic water, and there's a water commission. I'm not on the water commission, but I'm a professional engineer in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. I have an environmental and civil engineer, so I have a lot of knowledge about groundwater and surface water and water distribution. Available public and private, tax relief. A lot of them talked about government, the money going to Concord and then some coming it back. I like the idea of some money coming. I actually took part in New Hampshire Saves so I could insulate my house, so I could heat it with less money through the winter. But if I could read something into the record, and I assume this is true, who knows? So because low state taxes are somewhat offset by high local taxes and other revenue sources, the state, New Hampshire, the state is slightly higher, 45th in combined state and local revenue as a share of its economy. Nevertheless, New Hampshire local governments have fewer resources than those in most other states, despite high local taxes, largely because they receive less from their state government than do local governments in all but 4 other states. So I'm glad there's progress in some money going to Concord and some coming back, but to keep, an issue, to keep the state attractive, you have to make it affordable. So that's basically it. And, somebody mentioned cost of heating oil, that's going up. Inflation, that's an issue. I don't know we can control that by the state. It's coming out of industry and other places. But that is an issue. But if I were to become your state rep, I would be listening to both sides, listening to questions, listening to answers, study a bit, and try to come up with actions that are best for the state of New Hampshire and the town of Pelham.
Thank you, Mr. Dadak. Mr. Mannion, I understand you have Mr. Tenzar's responses to the questions. If you would
Yes.
read his response to question 1, please.
Yes. Here we go. So this is all from his perspective, so anything that says I, it means Jeff Tenzar. So the first question asks about the most pressing concerns here in Pelham. In the words of the famous political speechwriter James Carville, it's the economy, stupid. Our economy is in trouble and inflation is at record highs. At this current rate, we are reaching the levels of disastrous Carter administration of the late 70s and early 80s. My parents schooled me about this period in U.S. history as they were raising me during this time, and also brought my sister into the world. We continue to print money and hand it out to the world like it's Halloween candy, while not focusing on the citizens of the United States first. Many of you are retired and living on a fixed income with Social Security, retirement accounts, or a pension. Up until 2 years ago, your money that you worked hard for your entire life went far. Now it does not. Our seniors are especially struggling to make ends meet. Gas prices at record highs. The price of groceries sharply increasing. Electricity bills are doubling as we approach winter months. And what we're going to do about rapidly increasing costs of eating. The pressing needs, this moves into the second one.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to introduce to the body here Ms. Catherine Haraki, who is a Democratic candidate for Executive Council. Ms. Haraki, if you would introduce yourself, and then I will ask you the first question.
How long is the introduction?
You have 2 minutes with the introduction and 2 minutes for the first question.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Catherine Haraki. I live in Hampton, New Hampshire. It's a town I actually grew up in. My parents moved here before I was born. We lived in Seabrook, then moved to Hampton. I went to Sacred Heart School, then public school. I've been working since 12 years old, from bagging groceries to babysitting, working at the Chamber of Commerce. And I paid my way through college. I went to McGill University, studied business. After college, where I met my husband 30 years ago, I worked overseas in international banking and finance. I also have a degree in diplomacy from Norwich University. I came back home to my state of New Hampshire, to my hometown of Hampton. I am currently the chair of the Budget Committee in Hampton, and I actually got approval and support from the Rational Taxpayers of Hampton, the chairman of the Rational Taxpayers of Hampton, for being somebody who's responsible and professional in their job, not trying to get approval or get their back patted, but to be objective and to be fiscally responsible. I'm running for executive council because I feel this current council has failed to do their job in regards to health care or energy and political accountability. In health care, my incumbent, Janet, in July 2021, rejected $7 million in COVID vaccine sites. Only after Sununu's urging did it come back on the agenda. She said no to $27 million in vaccine funding. Even Sununu said that there was no rational, logical reason to say no to those contracts. She also rejected 4 times the contracts through New Hampshire family planning programs. She will not admit that this is because of her pro-life stance, because she knows it is not politically popular. She hides behind her own values for political power. I am a pro-choice, pro-public education, pro-public health, moderate Democrat. You may not all agree with my values, but I think you can respect the fact that I'm telling you what I am and what I stand for. And I would not, in addition to that, for energy, this energy assistance that she talks about is basically money that goes to the utilities. That's a bonus to them. It's not actually giving you money. You're still paying that bill. She approved the POC, the Energy and Utilities Commissioner, that were unqualified. Holding politicians accountable, she approved a Chief Justice, the first justice in 100 years with no judicial experience. She approved a Commissioner of Education and a Director of Learning who want to privatize our public education. We have a 400-year history of education, and this is not the state to privatize it with our taxpayer money. She also approved a Commissioner of Insurance who worked for Sununu and is a political operative. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. Okay. We're going to proceed to question number 2. Ms. Stevens, what do you believe are the most pressing needs for the senior population of your district, and how would you address them?
Thank you for the question. Assistance with fuel, electric utilities as we head into the winter months. Despite the amounts referenced above, I need to make certain my seniors know how to access these funds. Often, the eligibility of 60% of the state median income, our seniors are above it and are being precluded. So we do have funding between 60 and 75. I've requested more. Long-term care stabilization. New Hampshire's long-term care facilities have sustained significant losses due to COVID. Staffing shortages precluded many facilities from fully utilizing their facilities. Factor in increased costs of contract labor. 6-figure losses are common. I was able to provide strike teams to my district in the form of 12-team nurses. I continue to urge the governor to use ARPA funds to financially stabilize these facilities. Food insecurity. Today I was in Hampton, meeting with leadership of a food pantry. Demand is up due to food costs skyrocketing 10 to 12%. I supported all senior food meals programs and will fight for more. Community centers. I tip my hat. You have one of the most stunning and effective community programs I've ever seen. Community centers, as we know, are the antidote to breaking isolation, which exacerbate the exploitation financially of our seniors. There are only 41 registered in the state. Today, I went to Hampton again to discuss $20 million that is available to community centers. Raising awareness on elder abuse. Last winter, I noted the discordance in the increased calls made to APS and the drop in cases opened. I sounded the alarm at an executive council meeting, and changes have been made. From increased funding for senior legal services to increased staffing at the unit. Only 1 in 14 seniors victimized by adult senior elder abuse get help.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you.
Time's up. Ms. Haraki, the same question.
Yes, actually, yes, go ahead.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. The pressing needs for the senior population in your district and how you address them.
Yes. For senior population, the pressing issues are transportation and community centers. I was in Hampton too yesterday and today and for the past 50 years. And actually, as the chairman of the Budget Committee, I encouraged and I approved a senior center that we were able to build for $500,000. So we don't need $20 million. I'm more fiscally responsible than that too. I don't need $20 million to build a senior center in my community. In addition to, trying to take credit for things, my constituent, my incumbent, really, the best job she can do is just get out of the way, because everything that they're taking credit for, the $15 million Hampstead Hospital, funds for social workers, expansion of mental health centers, federal funding for affordable housing, and funding for water, drinking water, and for infrastructure, that's all funds that we should be thanking our congressional delegation for. These were all federal funds, and the only job of the Executive Council to do is to just get out of the way, approve them, let them be dispersed to the communities as quickly as possible, and to award contracts fairly and without any political bias, which this current Executive Council has shown they have too much of.
Thank you, Ms. Haraki. Mr. Abbas, what are the most pressing problems with the senior population in your district, and how would you address them?
The biggest problem facing the senior population is the cost of living expenses in general are going up, whether it's inflation, it's the property taxes, it's a really accumulation of everything. It's a bottom line figure. What are your monthly expenses, and what do you have per month to live off of? That's the issue. And how can we address that? Number one, continue the fiscal responsibility at the state level that we've did a good job with. We actually cut the state budget by about $50 million from when the last session. So we did that. On top of that, we also still had a major surplus, and we gave that money back to the communities to reduce your property tax relief as much as we can. Senate Bill 401 we passed, over $500,000 will come to the community of Pelham to help with to repair bridges and roads that need to be repaired. It was a pleasure to support that bill. I gave the floor speech actually in the House to have that passed. That also will provide some economic boost at the local level. One thing we're also doing is phasing out the interest and dividends tax. It's supposed to be phased out by the year 2026 with some retirees who are paying that tax, which is really, to me, an income tax. Well, I already co-sponsored a bill that's filed, and if elected, I will advocate for it to pass. That will actually expedite the phase-out process for the interest and dividends tax. And that would, again, be more money in people's pockets, because what we can do is help people with their bottom line, whether it's energy cost. A lot of the rising costs of energy are controlled by federal policies that right now, in fairness, our federal delegation has done nothing to actually assist us with. So we're doing what we can at the local level, but we're going to keep more money in your pockets so we can address inflation and address the expanded or increasing cost of living.
Thank you, Mr. Hobner. I'm sorry, Mr. Ibis. Whoa.
Don't tell my mother.
Mr.
I want
Hobner.
credit for that answer.
No, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Talking to seniors, I think, everyone has the same desire, everyone has the same request. They basically want to continue to live in their community, continue to live in their home, continue to live independently in their community. That's what everyone wants. And we have talked about one of the biggest challenges is the increasing cost, and there's different levels of seniors, and some are better off than others, but the people who are on very limited fixed incomes, they're really struggling with these rising costs. So finding ways to help them is probably top of our mind. I talked to a gentleman the other day who literally used his life savings to prepay his fuel oil for the winter, right? And he had no idea about the the bipartisan energy assistance that program that was available. So I think the senior centers are great. We have a model one here in Pelham, but I do believe there are seniors who are isolated and disconnected and they don't know how to get this information. They don't have people to help them. The other issue I think that's really big for seniors is as they give up driving is transportation, right? We don't really have a huge public transportation in southern New Hampshire, but finding ways, right now a lot of that's done with caregivers and the volunteers, but I think that's going to be a pressing need for seniors going forward to make sure they can continue their independence.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hebert, what do you see as the pressing problems for the Pelham senior citizen population, which numbers about 5,000 people or 1/3 of the town, and how would you address those needs?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Moderator. I've sat with a lot of you and talked with you, and I always get the same response. This is the greatest generation ever. You guys don't ask for anything. But what I've seen, you guys are my parents' age, and I've seen the same thing. We've moved everything online. You can't find anything unless you're technology savvy. And so I created the Pelham Evergreen with my husband. I direct mail it to every single household. And I've published the property tax exemption that's available in Pelham. I've published the heating assistance in conjunction with the Council on Aging, and Ms. Stevens' recent promotion of what she's done for the state. And so I pride myself on that, to be able to communicate that. Local elections are coming, warrant articles are coming. We're always confused as to what they mean. They're always kind of backwards. So I'll be able to let everybody know, and we'll be able to keep property taxes down, because when it says, shall we adopt to not do something, what does that mean? Do we vote yes? Do we vote no? And when we vote yes, then we increased our property taxes? Or we vote no and we did it again? And so you're on fixed incomes. You don't ask for much. And so the best thing that I can do is to just keep rolling out information to you. And when I'm elected, I'll continue to do the same thing from Concord as well as locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abear. Mr. Hennessy.
First, I'd like to thank Kimberly for coming into town and creating a means of communication. I appreciate it. And I think it was a tremendous addition to the town's means of knowing what the heck is going on. But agreeing with you and agreeing with the people who have spoken ahead of time, that one of the problems that we have in this town is the fragmentation, where people don't know where to go for information, where we have a diverse, very diverse group of seniors, some very affluent and some less so. One of the things that we proposed was a social worker to help not only the seniors but the town as well, for those emergency cases. We've had cases where people are sitting literally in the dark because they can't afford heating and electricity. They don't know who to go for help. And I really do believe that we need to reach out to these people. But for those who are more affluent, I agree with you. I think the tax, dividends and interest tax, is a tremendous problem for seniors because that's what they're relying on. And I would like to see that examined, if not eliminated, but not at the expense of aid coming into the local towns. One last thing. Our senior center, Hobbs Center here in town, does not just serve Pelham residents. I'm not sure everybody understands that, because it's so good, and because the director is so good, Sarah. We are drawing people from all over the area with no help from other towns, with no help from the state, and we're providing services that ought to be provided on a much broader level than the local towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Mr. Mannion.
At risk of repeating the same thing, we have the interest and dividends tax is like a tax it's an income tax specifically on the elderly, on investments. That needs to be phased out faster. I think the current plan, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 1% over the next 4 years. Instead, we can do
2026.
Yeah, so we can speed that up for sure. That would help out retirement accounts a lot. And then, of course, it all goes back to the economy and energy costs. So the same thing. It's like, as I was saying before, the problems that affect everybody also affect seniors. So if we can do anything to cut the cost of energy through reduction of any kind of these regulations that, they're not doing anybody any favors here, and expand Seabrook as soon as possible. Pass.
Mr. Lime.
Pelham has an interesting statistic. We're the second highest percentage of elderly people in the state. That said, we have a great system in the state, and we have a senior center that has a lot of activities for all different groups of seniors, and that keeps adding. So I think as a town, we're proud of what we're doing. We have the strength and the ability to take care of people. There are more needs, as was pointed out. There is a need to look at some of the people that are in the house that can't get out. But we will handle that. I think I'm proud of the town, and the town, I think, will handle this very well.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Ms. Panic?
Well, what I just have to say is that we wouldn't be in this mess if Biden would just turn on the oil. Seriously.
Okay.
It's, you know, all of this mess has to do with the current administration. When Trump won, all we heard for 4 years from Hillary Clinton was how the election was stolen. Now that Biden won, all we're listening to is how the election was stolen. This is a bipartisan issue. We need to make sure that our votes count, so we don't have to be in the mess that we are in today. We have out-of-control spending. We can't afford, I'm a senior, I'm 70 years old, my Social Security does not make it to the end of the month anymore. And I'm better off than a lot of people. I'm digging into my savings. There's many that don't have the savings to dig into. This is really sad what we're going through, and this is an emergency, and we're going to fix it. And that's what I promised to do, is when I get up there in Concord, we're going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to fix this mess. And we're going to get rid of this corruption. I heard Dave say that the Hobbs Center is servicing out-of-staters.
I didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
I didn't understand you correctly. Can you clarify that?
We have many people attending the Hobbs Center.
Right,
from
okay.
Salem,
Are we
Hudson.
paying for that? I'm just asking a question. Okay, just want to ask that
They're
question.
paying their dues to come in.
Okay.
And there are people coming from surrounding communities.
If I may, we're not going to turn this into a debate. Please, just answer
No,
the question.
I'm just asking for clarification because I think I misunderstood him, and I wanted the clarification. So it wasn't a debate, I was looking for clarification.
Okay, well, unfortunately, too, your time has expired. Ms.
That's
Panic.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Dadak? Mr. Dadak?
I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here. What I'm finding is, I'm really appreciate being part of this panel because I am learning a lot of, sometimes facts and sometimes truths and just some information. As far as what do I believe the most pressing issues are for Pelham's senior population, a couple of people have already mentioned. I think actually New Hampshire, I think, as this show, it's not New Hampshire might be second in the U.S. for the most aged population. I don't know what age sometimes New Hampshire thinks 50 is aged. I'm 75, I don't think that's aged. Anyways, the issues raised, transportation, taxes, inflation, energy, cost of providing energy. It sounds like there's a lot of good ideas and some things the state is doing and some more that the state could do. So I'm saying I don't have all the answers. It doesn't sound like anybody in any of these panels have all the answers, but it sounds like, I think, almost in some ways bipartisan, they're trying to come up with answers, which I would love to see in politics in New Hampshire, bipartisanship, more bipartisanship. And that's it. So I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Okay, last question of the evening, and this is the same question for each of you. If elected, what will be your goals for your term? Ms. Stevens.
Thank you very much. I'm going to continue with healthcare, supporting and stabilizing our hospitals and community health centers while advocating for our healthcare workers. I will not stop asking for stipends for our nurses. I have approved 100% of federal COVID healthcare relief funds. Roads and bridges. I have secured, once again, close to $750 million for the district's 10-year transportation improvement plan, and I plan to follow through on those projects. Water. Again, District 3 has received $60 million for water infrastructure. And I thank Ms. Abair for her dedication here in Pelham. Sounding the alarm on the gross underreporting of elder abuse. New Hampshire is graying and growing as a state, and I have sounded the alarm on this issue and the need to bolster our senior services, housing, fuel assistance. And the departments have ramped up, I'm proud to say. Behavioral health, the purchase of Hempstead Hospital, which we've also approved $400 million for behavioral health and substance use disorder treatments. Stabilizing our childcare, it's important. New Hampshire's childcare sector has been fragile for a long period of time. For our economy to thrive, parents need childcare that is safe and stellar. Long-term care facilities. Again, I have raised this concern with the governor numerous times. He's used CARES funding prior. I'm asking him to use ARPA funds. Just yesterday, we found out that $68 million was stolen or taken back from our state's emergency rental assistance 2 program by the Biden administration. That's a problem. Education, sounding the alarm on the state school infrastructure budget, which was down 90%. The follow-up, $10 million more was allocated to the fund. There is no issue of greater importance than the safety of our children in school. Veterans, $22 million for our Veterans Campus. I take a lot of pride in my experience of supporting Navy SEALs and our veterans across the state.
Ms. Stevens, your time.
Thank you very much, and protecting all of our residents. Thank you.
It's all right.
Yeah, I will do everything that Janet just said she did, because that's the job of the Executive Council. Most of the money, I said, comes from the federal government. Our Congressman Custer and our Senators Shaheen and Hassan work very hard to bring that to us. And sometimes we rename it and call it the Sununu Plan or the Janet Plan, it sounds like. But really, it's just our job to get out of the way, approve it, and not to table motions when it's for political reasons, like tabling vaccines or tabling funding for vaccines or tabling funding for low-income families. So anything that comes for health care, for veterans, for infrastructure, for water, of course, this is what we need to do to get it out quickly and to make sure it's disseminated fairly to the communities and that one community doesn't have preference over the other, and to be an advocate for the constituents and to be available, to be of the people, and to be there and to, just like, you know, I was at the Pelham Parade, even though some people told us not to walk in the Pelham Parade, I was there. Whether you like it or not, when I'm your executive council, I'm going to come here. Whether we agree on everything or not, you're still my town, and I will work really, really hard for you. So that's the type of executive councilor I'll be.
Thank you. Mr. Abbas, please.
Thank you for the question. And I mentioned this already, the interest and dividends tax is going to be phased out by 2026, but that's not soon enough. We want to get it phased out. I already agreed to be a co-sponsor of that legislation, and when it becomes public, I'll be happy to share a draft with everyone. Another one is bail reform. This catch and release policy that's been in place has been horrendous. I'll give you one example. There was a victim of domestic violence. The abuser was let out on personal recognizance within about 2 hours, and then went to the victim's house, broke in, and sexually assaulted her in front of her child. These instances have to stop. We need to tweak that to keep our communities safe, particularly targeting violent criminals. I have a legal background. I've worked as a criminal defense attorney for about 13 years now. Despite being a criminal defense attorney, I've been endorsed by the New Hampshire Troopers Association and the New Hampshire Police Association. I think that shows that I keep an objective mind. I also carry myself in a professional manner when dealing with law enforcement. I've also made a promise to my friends that are also running for office, and my friend Kim Abair sitting to my left, who is dedicated to bringing water to Pelham. I promised her that I would work with her to do that, because that needs to be done. As your next state senator, I'll make that a priority, working with the state reps that get elected in this community. Also, I would like to expand school choice. It's been a tremendous opportunity for low-income families, for low-income children, and people who are minority class to have educational opportunities that they did not have available to them prior to passing school choice. Knowledge is power, and I think it's time that we expand that for our youth of the state.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hobner.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thanks for the question. The first thing I would do is be a representative and the senator for Pelham. I feel like many people talked about the water. I think the water is a perfect example of how I think sometimes Pelham doesn't get its fair share of what it needs. I don't know if it's because you're on the edge of Hillsborough County and you're not in Rockingham County, but there's just something that, some of these things just don't flow through Pelham. So I'll be here, I'll be for you. I think things like the water, the infrastructure, there's a lot of federal money in the infrastructure bill, there's a lot of federal money in the CHIPS Act. We need to use those to invest in our infrastructure and build a better future for us. The other priorities for me, people say, why are you talking about abortion? Why are you talking about women's reproductive rights and not the economy? Reproductive rights is the economy. That is half of our workforce. Anywhere in the world, countries that support women's reproductive rights have better economic growth. Public funds for public schools, and people say solar is a pipe dream, put them on your roof. I have 47 panels on my roof. I paid $200 last year for electricity, and we run the air conditioning every damn day of the year. So it works. And we could put it on schools, we could put it on barns and warehouses and other things, but would be my priorities. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hebert, please.
Thank you. My goals when I'm elected is protection and advocacy for Pelham. I think I've already proven to you that I'm a hard worker and that I'm very, very protective of the people of Pelham. And I will move this water project forward inch by inch, day by day. Any committee that I get on, I will be effective. I will be there. My attendance record will be intact. I've already spoken with the speaker and expressed my desire on a couple of different committees and promised my resume to him so that he can select where he wants me to go and where I will be a very good fit. I will work on the retirement issues that we have and the fire department, police department retaining the help. And I will reach to whoever is elected in higher offices. I've got just about everybody's cell phone number, and so I'm able to run advocacy to the federal level. And so I offer that for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hennessy.
Yes, thank you. I think, first of all, that everybody here ought to know what we all know up here, is that a first-term state rep is not going to run the pool table with all the goals that are out there that we've discussed here. We're not going to find election fraud. We are not going to fix the school choice issue where we have, in violation of the New Hampshire Constitution, sending money, $3 million as opposed to the $300,000 that was allocated to religious schools in violation of the state constitution. Not going to happen. We're brand new people going into a new job. I go along with Kimberly that we're basically going to be pawns for whoever the Speaker of the House is to get onto these committees. My choice of committees would be veterans, first of all. I'd be looking to my friends at the VFW, of which I'm a member, for some guidance with that, but veterans absolutely be my first choice. And the second thing I'd be really trying to work on, and admittedly this may be a Don Quixote fight, but for over 30 years, this town has been a member of the Boston Metropolitan Planning Organization, the MPO. There's money that's coming in from Boston into the state of New Hampshire because of Pelham being on the border on 128. So we're paying for two roundabouts going in at the foot of Marsh Road and at the foot of Sherburne, where that money is sitting there in the budget of the Transportation Department because we are Pelham and belong to the MPO. But we have no vote, we have no say, and we don't have any money. So that'd be my two things that I'd be involved with.
Thank you, Mr. Hennessy. Before you give us your answer, Mr. Mannion, to question number 3, and with everyone's indulgence, I believe I did not get Mr. Tenzar's responses to question 2. That would,
Okay.
I think, be appropriate.
All right. So this is from Jeff Tenzar. The pressing needs of our seniors are those that I just mentioned. He was mentioning the economy and the energy as well. But it's hitting them harder. Our seniors are 1/3 of the population of this great town. It is you, the seniors, that are the foundation of Pelham. We need to help you during your golden years. You should comfortably be enjoying retirement and not worrying about how you're going to heat your house, how you're going to put food on the table, how you're going to spoil your grandkids, your children, your fur babies. This is something you should have. This is not something you should ever have to worry about in your life. To help, I want to ensure that there's no sales tax, no income tax, the business tax is reduced, the entrance and dividends tax, as we mentioned, gets eliminated sooner than later. I would work to increase the percentage of those in town who qualify for energy assistance during winter months.
Thank you. And now, if you'd like to continue with your goals, sir.
All right, now I'm speaking for myself. So I have a short list of things I'd like to get done when we get up there. Some things were bills that didn't quite get through last session, one of which I'd like to see state of emergency reform. I don't think governors should run with an iron fist, as we saw during lockdown. Some governors, Newsom comes to mind, Whitmer's another, they ruled with an iron fist for over a year, keeping businesses locked down basically indefinitely until they felt like they didn't want to do it anymore. Then the others, the parental bill of rights that failed in the House. You have a right to know what your children are learning in schools. Schools should not be keeping secrets from parents. I support right to work. I'd like to get that through. A lot of the reps that were anti-right to work have lost their primary. I think that's for good reason. I'm on the side of legalizing cannabis in this state. It's kind of odd that we're an island surrounded by other states that have legalized it. We're like an outlier, especially the live free or die state. Very, very weird. I'd like to expand education freedom in this state. Remove the income caps. And then one of the things that's true to my heart is you were mentioning the state, so the veterans community. One of the things I'd like to see done in this state is defend the Guard. It's near and dear to my heart. It's like a new movement in the country where they're trying to protect the Guard from being deployed into undeclared wars all over the country. There's constitutional questions about it, but at the bare minimum, we're asking that U.S. Congress declare war before they commit our troops to overseas conflict, usually on behalf of Lockheed Martin and such. And that's something I'd like to see done as soon as I get up in there.
Thank you, Mr. Mannion. Mr. Line, please.
Yes, thank you.
Your goals.
I think the main thing I would want to do is pass the legislation I referred to relative to Pelham getting its fair shake from the state. I also will be involved in whatever committee I choose, probably science and technology, and be aware of that and not be afraid to speak up about anything or talk about anything. I feel my job is to understand the legislation. If I see a need that affects Pelham, I will react to it and deal with it. I will deal with it in a very gentlemanly way. I will work with the committees, and I've had that experience before, and they will listen to you. I will participate. I will not just sit there and sit on my thumbs. So I'll be part of that, and I will strive to make the most of my term as a representative of the town of Pelham.
Thank you. I'm sorry. And Mr. Mannion, if you'll indulge me again, Mr. Tenzar's goals.
All right, hold on. All right, anyway, there we go. So this is Jeff Tenzar again. When I'm elected, I will ensure that Pelham receives its proper share of appropriated funding that comes through the legislation. If, let's say, $100,000 gets appropriated to the town to help seniors for making houses winterize and energy efficiency, all that money goes towards that. No robbing Peter to pay Paul and throwing money into a general fund. It goes to where it was meant for. I want to keep New Hampshire fiscally sound and reducing taxes and not throwing money into the wind. I want to continue to help Pelham, safe town, to continue to keep Pelham a safe town to live in by supporting our first responders, especially our police department. Pelham PD does an amazing job each and every day. We should continue to support them. No handcuffing our law enforcement. And I want to ensure that our seniors are not forgotten and receive the assistance they deserve. In closing, I'm here to represent each and every one of you, my neighbors in this great town. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, or Republican, or undeclared, I'm here for you. We may not agree politically or philosophically, but I will work with you to come to an agreed upon solution. I'm here for Pelham. I am for Pelham. I'm always Pelham proud. Thank you and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Mannion, and I want to thank you, sir, for doing double duty this evening.
All good.
Yes. Ms. Panic.
Yes, and I just want to clarify some misinformation. Freshman representatives have served on committees, so my goal is to get on and serve on the election committee if that's possible. One of the number one priorities that's up in the House right now is restoring parental rights. That bill failed by only 5 votes. And that is a top priority. The government needs to stay out of the parental rights issue. Parents know best what's right for their children, and teaching CRT and all this other stuff of gender identity, having the school nurse, not inform the parents that kids are questioning their sexualities. Why don't we just let kids be kids? So we need to restore parental rights, and that's the number one priority, and we're all going to get to vote on those things. I do believe in the educational freedom accounts and having that expanded as well, too, and having somehow get some tax reductions in here to get us seniors some relief and the rest of the community. We don't need workforce housing. We satisfy that. We may need more housing for seniors. We are an aging population. We have, we're 1/3 of the population, and there's going to be more of us. So we could free up the other houses if we had development for the seniors. I think that's something to look at. I don't know if that's something that you want, but it's something we could entertain. And that's it. Thank you for your time and listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Panic. Mr. Dadak?
Thank you again for putting together this panel discussion and having the opportunity to speak, I guess, remotely and share my thoughts. I've learned a lot about what people's thoughts are, what has happened, what the state thinks they've done, what other people think the state could do. I think my background in education and experience could be helpful on this Water and Sewer Commission that I was unaware of. I do have experience in water distribution and sewage, so I know quite a bit about that. I am part of the senior population, and that has come up, that senior perspective has come up a lot. But what did they say, a third or 5,000 people in this state, town are seniors, and a large portion, significant portion in the state are seniors. We have to think about attracting people, as I call, new blood into the state. We have to protect the seniors that are here, but we have to keep the state, or make the state attractive, so people, as someone said earlier, who are educated here, stay here, have jobs here, and can afford to stay in the state. Because they produce income to the state, goes out to them, and they can help us all out. So, and two things that you will see in my evergreen submittal. I'm definitely against the right to work. I didn't put it that, but right to work and the voucher program, totally against it. I'm thinking, some people have said tonight that public money should go to public schools, period. Thank you. And I hope I'll have your vote on the 8th of November. I think it'll be a fairly steep learning curve. It'll be kind of like going to a new job where I only know the basics and I'm gonna learn the facts once I get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dadak. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now have an opportunity of 2 minutes each for your closing remarks to the citizens of the town of Pelham. Ms. Stevens.
Thank you once again. The sign of a strong leader is how they respond to a crisis. The day New Hampshire entered the state of emergency, which was March 13th, 2020, I went to work and have not stopped since. I have led the charge in the Executive Council fighting for senior services, increasing funding and staffing to the Bureau of Elder and Adult Services, increased staff to the Department of Justice, Elder Financial Exploitation Bureau. I'm watching Medicare Part A payments to skilled nursing facilities, which were scheduled to drop by $320 million. Most importantly, I am present, engaged, and supporting my constituents and my senior citizens. When Democratic state representatives in Hampton reached out to me seeking assistance with an elderly disabled couple facing an eviction, I went to work. They turned to me. When fishermen in Hampton were unable to get their docks in the water, they turned to me. I have worked tirelessly for my district, and it has been proactive. My level of constituent casework is exemplary and it's unprecedented. I take phone calls up to 11 o'clock at night, and I've taken those calls from families struggling to get a bed for their child in the midst of a psychotic episode, or assisting, as I mentioned earlier, our seniors in need of housing. No other counselor will do that. I asked for your vote in November, but I also, in closing, want to remind you, Ms. Harake's tirade this evening is replete with fictional accusations, and you need to ask yourself if you want an executive counselor who thinks it's acceptable to arrive late for a public forum when all of us have been here, or blows off an event for senior citizens in our district.
Ms. Stevens.
I follow the law. I'm proud of it. Ms. Haraki thinks that it's okay to do so. And in regard to vaccination clinics, supported every single one. Her lack of government experience has been exemplified tonight. 57% of our vaccine funds remain. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haraki.
Sure. Thanks. Like I said, you know, my husband sometimes would, you know, we lived overseas for a while, and my husband would sometimes notice my straightforwardness and joke that you can take the girl out of New Hampshire, but you can't take New Hampshire out of the girl. Maybe somebody who doesn't understand people would misinterpret someone trying to tell the truth and expose deception to a blowout. I think in somebody saying why someone's late or doesn't show up, maybe using some compassion and wondering if that person's okay, if there's a reason why they didn't show up, or the reason why they're late. If somebody was compassionate, maybe they would ask that first instead of using it as a political comment at the end of a session about seniors. Basically, like I said, the Executive Council's job is to make sure resources get to the constituents quickly, that contracts are awarded fairly, and that appointments are confirmed on merit and without bias. I'll use my intelligence, my business experience, and my energy and my integrity to work for you on the Executive Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Abbas.
I want to thank everyone who helped put on this event tonight, and everyone in the audience, and all the people at home watching on TV. I love this community. I love Southern New Hampshire. I grew up here, and I want to say, as a state representative in 2 terms, I didn't just go up to Concord and vote. I worked as a leader. And anyone who thinks you can't become a leader in your first year, in your first term, that's not correct. Halfway through my first term, I became part of the leadership team. By my second term, I was appointed as the chairman of the House Committee for Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I was the highest ranking member of that committee in my second term, which is unheard of. I also was by far the youngest chairman of anyone appointed to any committee. And I took a lot of pride in that, and it was a lot of responsibility. I support parental rights, and I'm right there with everyone because I have young children. I have a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. So I'm not just doing this for my family, I'm doing it for your family. And I give you my word that I'll always fight for parental rights and for parents. And when it comes to an education, when it came time to, this is an example of stepping up and being a leader. When it came time, they refer to it as critical race theory, but it was what we defined it as discriminatory topics. When it came time to banning that being taught as part of a curriculum in public schools, I didn't just vote, I gave the speech on the House floor. And we were able to pass that in the House by 4 votes. I took a lot of pride in doing that. Having young children, that's why I did it. Not just for my kids, but also for everyone else's kids. And I'll continue to be a leader and do that for Pelham, Salem, Axon, and Plastow. I've made a lot of great friends in this community as part of the campaign process, and as your next state senator, I'm looking forward to serving the people of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hobner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And thanks everyone in this room, and thanks everyone on the TV. You guys have the hard job. I mean, we're up here telling you what we think. We know some of these issues, but you're the ones that have to make the decision on November 8th, so thank you very much. I remember the first day that I stepped foot in New Hampshire. I fell in love immediately. And I've always thought, for me, live free or die is not our state motto, it's a religion. That's how we work, that's what we do. And when I talk to people, people say, I'm tired of this extreme politics. I'm tired of this partisan bickering. I'm tired of these conspiracy theories. Personally, they say, I'm kind of liberal on social issues and I'm kind of conservative on fiscal issues. And I think that's a lot of people in New Hampshire, and that is me, and that is how I will govern. And we talked about a lot of things today, but we need to have honest conversations and honest assessments. Some of the things that, my colleagues talked about, like critical race theory and school vouchers and parental rights and the abortion ban. If you look in the national news, there's like 6 or 8 or 12 states that have those same cookie cutter bills. So I always ask myself, if Florida has this bill and Texas has this bill and Missouri has this bill and New Hampshire has the same bill, I don't think it's our representatives and senators coming up with what's best for New Hampshire. I think someone handed them an envelope underneath the door and they just spoke on the floor. So I will always have that honest assessment, and just on the dividends and interest tax is a perfect example. Yes, it's great to eliminate a tax, but that's going to eliminate money to our communities. And that tax is 85% of the people who pay that tax, 85% of the revenue from that tax comes from people who make over $1 million a year.
Mr. Hobner.
So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Abear.
Thank you. Thank you, Pelham, for listening to me this evening. I want you to know just a few things. I have a servant mentality, and I think I've proven that over the last few months to you. I'm a hard worker, and I communicate with full transparency. When there's a conflict, you can bet that I'll be online with a video, or I'll be posting it, or I'll be publishing it in the paper. I intend to publish my voting record because I intend for you to hold me accountable. I intend on publishing what bills are going on that are of interest to you, but to publish them in very plain language. I'm mentally tough, and I'm not emotionally driven. And if you've known me for any short period of time, you figured that out. I hope I've earned your vote, and if I haven't, my number again, 603-401-8435. Everybody should have that memorized now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Abear. Mr. Hennessy.
Sure, and thank you for putting me right after Kimberly. Tough act to follow. I really believe in representing the people in the town. People who know me, follow me on Facebook or the other social media, know I'm not afraid to state my opinion, but I do try to be respectful, and I want to listen to what you're looking for. It was when I said that the first-term representative is not going to be in leadership. I apologize, Darrell. I didn't realize you were such a high achiever, and I mean that. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. But the truth is, by working with networks like the New Hampshire Association of Realtors, of which I've been a member for 48 years, and know people from all over the state, including many state reps, I think we can get more done than a first-term representative getting up, giving a speech on a topic that does not affect New Hampshire directly, frankly. I'm not interested in creating controversy when frankly, we got really important issues in this state, like electricity. Question of why Massachusetts has higher rates, yet their individual payers for electricity pay less because they've been investing in solar and wind power, and most importantly, conservation for 20 years as part of their electric bill. Our executive council, our power council, the electric council voted down giving that to the people in New Hampshire, so we are now paying some of the highest rates in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Hennessy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Mannion.
So I'd like to, so you mentioned that, so Darrell's a great leader. He, did a lot of things in his first term, and there's other freshman reps who did a lot of great things going, and I hope to be one of those freshman reps that hits the ground running. I've been receiving a lot of training from several organizations, as you were describing. You have your realtors group. So it's like I have the endorsement of Americans for Prosperity, New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, Young Americans for Liberty, and Reopen New Hampshire. These types of endorsements come with a lot of existing reps and reps that have gone and retired. They have the experience behind them, and they've been giving me training behind the scenes, things that I'd like to, how to submit bills, how to testify on behalf of bills and make sure bills get through. It's basically creating an alliance before you get up to the State House. So I'll be able to get things done as soon as I get up there. I may be young, but I'm full of fire. So I'd like to remind you I'm here for lower taxes. I'm here to remove overly burdensome regulations on energy that are driving up the cost for everybody in this state. We can do stuff about that as soon as I get up there. And I want to thank everyone up here and all of you at home for having me, and live free or die. Vote November 8th.
Thank you, Mr. Mannion. Mr. Lime.
Thank you. I guess, excuse me, I want to thank all of you. I feel comfortable with all of you in this room. I feel we could work together. We'll have differences, but we understand we all have differences, but we know how to work those through. So I really would appreciate working with all of you. I think the town is blessed with all of us, and I thank you for doing this, and I've had a good time taking this on, and hope to see you there.
Thank you, Mr. Line. Mr. Mannion, you're up again, please, for Mr. Tenza.
I did read his closing statement as part of the last question.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Panic.
Well, I think I've said everything that I have to say. I'm here on behalf of election integrity. We have an election coming up in 2024. I want to restore people's faith in our election process. That is my goal. 85% of Americans do not believe that our elections were safe and secure. That's the fact. I worked with Chad Wolf from the Department of Homeland Security on this project. This was not just a grassroots project. And we've had some issues that need to be fixed. We want to restore election integrity, and that is my goal. We wouldn't be in this mess today with inflation, high fuel cost, and everything else if we didn't have 2020 happen. So that's my stand. That's where I want to be. This is how I think I can help you. I'm very passionate. I'm very knowledgeable in the area. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Panic. Mr. Dadak?
Okay, just briefly, people who know me and have interacted with me on boards in Pelham in other situations. No, I am willing to listen to someone's position, listen to the facts that back it up, and possibly change my opinion. And if I can give you an anecdote, I almost think like President Lincoln used to like anecdotes, and I'm not naming names, and as was a person in town, he probably is listening. I ran quite a few years ago for state senate, and this person took me aside, and he said, I am a libertarian. I have never voted for a Democrat. In this election, I'm voting for you. I almost fell down, but it kind of tells you I can be fair, I can listen, I can do what's right, or hopefully do what's right, and I will do what's right for the state and the town if you send me to Concord. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dadak. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all. I want to thank the candidates for their energy, for their enthusiasm, for their chutzpah, and getting their points across. I really appreciate that. I want to remind people, on behalf of the Pelham Council on Aging, I thank each and every one of you for your time and for your willingness to serve this state in some capacity. I know we all appreciate that. I want to remind people that now it's in your hands. Voting day is Tuesday, November the 8th. The place to vote is at the Pelham High School. It opens at 7 o'clock in the morning and closes at 8. Ladies and gentlemen, your vote counts. Please vote. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
All right, good evening and welcome to the Pelham Budget Committee meeting on October 20th, 2022. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have review of the meeting minutes from October 6th, since we didn't have a meeting last week. Does anyone have any changes to the October 6th meeting minutes? And just to...
So a motion to put them on file if nobody has any corrections.
Second. All those in favor of putting the meeting minutes on file, say aye. Aye. Any nays? No nays, and I abstain from voting on that. And also tonight, we have Phil Haberlin and Mr. Smith are both absent. Those are excused absences. And Jason Croto will be joining us right at this very moment. And I'm going to, one more time, and the last time, put off voting on the revised bylaw since I just emailed the 2 slight changes from Attorney Radigan to the group this afternoon, so everybody has a chance, and then we can wait until our other 2 members are back from being away on business for voting on those next week. And now we will begin the review of the school budgets. And the total operating budget for the school is $41,095,065. The Pelham Elementary School recommended 23-24 budget is, just to break it up here, $8,908,889. Pelham Memorial is $5,837,730. Pelham High School is $9,075,274,000, and the district-wide budget is $15,309,280. And I just realized I forgot my glasses. Looking at these. It's okay. All right.
You need some readers?
Yeah, I'll look in my bag. I may have actually thrown them in. Pretty sure I didn't. All right, will you please introduce yourselves and we can begin.
Good to see everybody. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name's Chip McGee. I'm the superintendent of schools here in the Pelham School District.
And I'm Deb Mahoney, the business administrator for the school district. Thank you. All right, take it away.
Okay, so I thought that what I'd like to do is provide an overview of some of the key points in this year's budget, or the budget we're proposing for fiscal year -- and then Deb and I have planned kind of a tag team approach to going through elementary, middle, and high school, where we'll address key lines that we want to make sure that the Budget Committee is aware of, and feel free to jump in if there's any particular line that you have questions about as we go through. Is that an okay process?
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
All right. So I want to highlight first the bottom line, which is we're proposing a budget that is 2.96% up overall for in the warrant article. And it has taken a great deal of work and a lot of people to get to this point. We've been working really since July in order to prepare the budget. My team, some of whom are here this evening, our 3 principals are present in case they need to pass us notes and give us questions. We have Dawn Mead, the high school principal, Stacy Mahakian, Pelham Memorial School, and Jessica Van Franken, Pelham Elementary School. They're there here to provide support. They and the rest of the team made adjustments based on enrollment, proposed reductions where we had historically over budgeted, We used our plans for technology, facilities, and textbook or instruction in order to know what significant expenses were coming. And we also prioritized professional development in the area of mathematics, social emotional development, and other academic areas. So with that as a big picture, one of the most important drivers is enrollment. And part of what I want to do is dispel a little bit of a myth about enrollment. While enrollment is declining, it is in fact this year compared to last year, looking at October 1st dates, there's a slight increase for predictable reasons. The first is, thanks to the community, we have full-day kindergarten this year, which is a great draw to families with kindergartners. The second reason is we have had a relatively large first grade class. And the third reason is that we retained a lot of students from 8th to 9th grade, more than we have historically. So as a result, we're actually 15 students higher. That doesn't change that my projection for next year is that we will be down from this current level by 2. And based on their distribution, we are proposing changes to professional staffing. You'll hear several other staffing changes, but I'm going to focus right now on professional staffing. First, at Pelham High School, we're going to transfer a math teacher position that is currently unfilled from the high school to the elementary school to be an instructional coach for mathematics. The second position is special education. We have a currently unfilled special education teacher whose case manages at the high school. That's unfilled right now, and we don't intend to fill it this year, and we don't have it in the budget for next year. The third is we have a part-time position in world language, which is currently unfilled. It's a .72 full-time equivalent, or FTE. Given that we now teach Spanish 1 in 8th grade, and our enrollment projections, we believe we're confident we'll be able to cover the world language demands next year without that position. So all told, that's 2.72 FTE fewer at the high school next year. The next is Pelham Memorial School, you all got to see the great work that's happening there with the renovation. Huge progress is being made, making sure that we get that new gymnasium, the band, family consumer science, STEAM, all of the additional spaces that we needed in order for it to become a middle school. At the same time, given enrollment projections for next year, we will be able to maintain current class size and current offerings with one fewer classroom teacher there. So we're proposing a reduction of classroom teachers of 1 at Pelham Memorial School. At Pelham Elementary School, we are projecting that the school will be the same size, and from a classroom teacher point of view, aside from the instructional coach for mathematics, we are not proposing any reduction there at all. So these are difficult changes. Our association of teachers is aware of them, and our goal is to make sure that they're all addressed through attrition, resignations, or retirements, as opposed to having to not offer someone a contract. That's enrollment. Next piece I want you to be aware of is some of the fixed costs that we face as a public school district. There are 4 I'm going to highlight. The first is that our instructional assistants are in an association called PESPA, Pelham Education Support Personnel Association, and we are currently in negotiations with that association for a contract. Their contract ends at the end of this year. There will be a separate warrant article with a dollar amount. I'm hopeful that we're able to come to terms that are favorable for both sides and that the voters can support. That's one fixed cost that the Budget Committee and the whole town I asked to be aware of. The second cost is energy and waste costs. I want you to be aware first that, well, actually, I think you already are aware of the new rubbish removal contract that the town and the schools work through. We've had a great deal in the past, and there's increases as that has been rebid. Also, on the school side, our energy costs have been held well in check, thanks largely to our business office, who had engaged us in long-term contracts that helped us avoid cost increases. Those are ending, and so we need to budget accordingly for energy cost increases, both in natural gas and electricity. The third item is one that I talk about every year. And it's a challenge for every organization, public and private. It's health insurance. We have a guaranteed maximum rate increase of 11.3%, and it's an overwhelming figure. All told, that's over $660,000 of increase just for health insurance. And the last is salary increases, incorporating what is the 5th year of a 5-year contract with the Teachers Association, the PEA. All of those increases net out to over $380,000. Altogether, fixed costs that I just mentioned, those four, are over $1.3 million. You'll see that our budget is up a little over $1.1 million, and so we've done some work in other areas in order to address those fixed costs. The last thing that I want to mention is some of our driving priorities. As a school district, the school board has set out several goals. One is in the area of mathematics. I've already mentioned that we're looking to proposing to transfer a position from the high school to become an instructional coach at the elementary school. We're also looking to increase professional development opportunities for teachers. Particularly, we've identified how much elementary teachers are really put on the spot to be math teachers as well as everything else. You will see in here a scheduled proposal for updating our math program. Modern textbooks aren't what they used to be, in that it's not textbooks, it's a subscription service, and after 6 years, that subscription runs out. So it is on schedule in our textbook replacement plan for $121,000 for the next 6 years at the elementary level. We're also planning on working on adjusting accelerated math in 6th grade to allow for students to earn Algebra 1 credit in 8th grade. There's no budget impact for that, and I've already mentioned the coach. Besides math, as a goal, the board has also set out a goal, 2 others, and I've combined them here to talk about them. The first has to do with belonging, a sense that students, staff, families, administrators, we all know that we belong to this community and we're connected. Sometimes we describe that internally as social emotional learning, students being able to be resilient through challenges. We're also looking from a staff point of view of doing things to make Pelham one of the best places to work. Sometimes we call that a destination employer, and we're doing some work to improve Pelham's ability to recruit and retain the best teachers. 2 things that we're doing with that that you'll see in this budget is we don't currently have a full-time receptionist in our office. And so there are times when new employees, families, current employees that come into the office don't have someone there, or someone's being pulled from another service. So we're proposing going to a full-time receptionist. The second thing is we're looking for some software to integrate human resources and finance to improve our onboarding process, to make sure that when someone joins us, technology, payroll, and benefits decisions are all handled as smoothly and as efficiently as possible. The third part of this, in terms of board goals, is we have some long-term plans, technology, instructional materials, and capital maintenance. In terms of technology, we have one-to-one Chromebooks, and we need to maintain students with those Chromebooks. We schedule them for 4 years of life, and you'll see us continuing our lease plan for that. Our instructional materials, besides the math program at the elementary, there's a science program at the middle school that was scheduled as well for replacement. In terms of capital maintenance, well, we had due the plan to continue air conditioning at Pelham Elementary School. So we were able to put in second floor and cafeteria air conditioning this last year, as a result almost entirely federal dollars related to COVID. And the plan was to include phase 2 in this budget, but between the board and administrative planning before we got here, we've decided to take at least one more year before we put that forward. So that wasn't included, but it will likely be back. That gives you a sense of the overview, and before we dive into the specific budget, I'd pause and see if there's any questions.
Any questions yet? All right, we can, Mr. Hebert?
Can you explain a little bit more why the receptionist is going full-time?
Yep, so the superintendent's office, the district office, does not have a full-time receptionist, so when the public comes, a parent perhaps needing service or needing questions answered, a new or current employee comes to our office, we have one of two choices, either not having that desk filled, or having someone in human resources, the business office, or my assistant working there instead of getting their full-time job complete.
Can I add to that? Also, they are an assistant to our business office, who we have a pretty high volume. So it's not just sitting and greeting all day too. It is working with Deb on getting the budget done, getting reports. It's a really busy office. And just like you saw in the town, that $37,000, the bulk of that is health insurance. And it's the estimate of if someone took a two-person plan, and you'll see that as we go further in the budget, the breakdown between the salary and the health insurance. So the salary piece is really small to bring it to full-time. It's the benefit piece.
Thank you. And then the only other question I had is, since it sounds like every student gets a Chromebook.
Has the use of a Chromebook, yeah.
Like, so they bring it home and everything?
So starting in 4th grade, they bring it home.
And then if it breaks, what generally happens to it?
So there's two types of breakage, right? There's willful, which is rare, in which case it's the responsibility of the family. And then there's normal wear and tear. We've maintained an insurance program for years, but as we're proposing here, we are discontinuing that because we are able to provide in-house service at a lower cost, and it's one less thing for families to concern themselves with.
Okay, so
insurance.
Okay, so if you guys get rid of the insurance, you feel that your in-house services can fix broken glass or whatever the case is?
Yes, and what we have found is that's actually been our practice because of supply chain problems in the last 2 years. Sending it off to the insurance company for a repair, the turnaround is simply not as good as what our own internal turnaround can be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just as a further clarification, if a kid loses the Chromebook, who pays for the new one?
Yeah, so if the student loses it, it's the student's responsibility.
Any additional questions? Mr. Hebert?
I guess just following up on that, so if the student loses it, is it gone for good, and if they can't pay for it, it's gone, or? I hate to get in the weeds, I'm just curious.
Yeah, so the first thing for perspective is these are not computers in the sense of what a laptop would cost at Best Buy. These are Chromebooks on the order of, I think we've budgeted $340 per unit for the coming year. And I'm going to ask Deb to answer, do you know, if there is one that's lost, do we then buy that replacement?
We do.
We do.
Now, there's a fee associated with the loss of a family signs off that they are responsible
And that
for
the
the
school
equipment.
provides it.
And that there are fees associated with each of the pieces, a charger,
Yeah, that's right.
the Chromebook itself.
That's great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, start reviewing the budget.
Okay, so before we get into each individual line, I just want to explain how I'm going to try and reference this. We're starting with Pelham Elementary School.
Which is page 27 in your booklet.
Thank you. And I am not going to go through each page, but I would welcome anyone who wanted to interrupt. Page 27, at the top, you'll see that it says regular education programs, PES, regular education, and I am actually going to speak to this first line related to salaries.
Chip, I'm just going to just want to make sure everyone's there.
Yeah, it just takes a minute.
The booklet is also bookmarked. If you're in the Adobe product, you can bookmark and go right to the elementary school section.
Oh.
Booklet. Oh, same thing.
You can't see the page, does it say down there?
Maybe. Can't see it.
Do you need some help?
I can't find it.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah. You gotta keep going,
Where do you see the
even though there's one.
I just, oh, hold on a second, PES. Regular, but I don't know what the page numbers are. It should be right. Yeah, but there should be like page numbers that show up. Here. Just make sure you
Okay, yeah.
keep going.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, they all know it.
I had it a minute ago.
You were there, right?
I was. You got away from it.
So maybe from the link that
See, mine throws a number there.
27, yep, it's the same. Okay.
Oh, page 27 of the, okay. Oh, okay, there's multiple page, okay. Got it. Yeah. Got it.
Wait, so now is it easier just to talk about it by page number like this? We're on page, so now we're on page 1. So can
We're
we
on
talk about it
page
as
1 of
page
the
one?
elementary section.
Okay.
Got it, perfect.
And we're going to do elementary, and then we'll pause.
Sounds good.
Everyone ready?
Yep.
So the first item I want to discuss is salaries for the elementary school. And I want to note that this is an area where we're up $238,000. There are two driving reasons for that. The first is we are budgeting for the move of the high school math teacher to this line. So that's in the overall budget, net zero, but we're moving a position. The other is that you will see reflected in this line this year, or for fiscal year 24, but not in 23, the cost of the additional kindergarten teachers that were actually originally in the warrant article that voters approved last year. And so those are the two big adjustments I want you to be aware of in that line. I'm going to go on to page 2, and I'm going to keep going this way, and if you've got questions, just interrupt. I'm now going to talk about line 114, instructional assistant salaries. And I simply want to highlight that there's a couple important changes that, pardon?
No change in that section.
Oh, no change. Right. Right, so that's the wrong one to address.
That's okay.
Yep. I will bring that up later.
Okay.
On to you.
So the next section, we're on page 3, and
Wait.
yes,
I have a question.
yes.
I think it's important to note that there are positions coming out of this line.
So this is the regular
This is regular. We're going to note it
education for
in special
instructional
ed.
assistants. So this is where we budget our kindergarten IAs, our lunch and recess monitors, and there's no change in that section for this
Even though they're
proposed budget.
vacant? Okay.
Yep.
We do have some vacant positions, and you'll notice that I
Okay.
have SAU note. Those are just to kind of help you as you see things that you might question. So when you see SAU note, it's just supposed to, give you additional information.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. All right. So just below that is the 211 health insurance line, and all the way over to the side, you'll see that there's an increase of $186,390. So this is reflective of election changes, because the way that we do our budgeting is based on what people actually elect, and then the cost increase for the guaranteed max increase. So that 11.3% gets applied, and then we budget based on what people are actually enrolled in.
And Deb, you won't know the actual number. Is that the actual number, the increase, the 11.3,
That-
or is that something at reconsideration that might actually go down?
That 11.3 is the number that you'll see. That will not change at reconsideration. We do not get our actual rates for insurance until somewhere in that May timeframe.
Okay.
So it was after the vote.
It is a guaranteed maximum that we have. It will not, in May, go up.
Yes.
We would love to see it go down.
And last year, it did not go down. We got the same as our guaranteed max rate. So that hopefully will not happen again this year, but that's what happened last year.
Thank you.
Just below that, we have the dental rate. Our dental rate went up 1.5%. Below that is life insurance and disability. The insurance increase for those is a 10% increase. Our contract is ending at the end of this fiscal year, and so we are estimating a 10% increase for that new contract that we'll be negotiating in the spring. Just below that is the New Hampshire Retirement. New Hampshire Retirement determines the rates that the employer pays, and they provide us with those numbers. We're in a 2-year window right now that these new rates have been applied to the New Hampshire Retirement calculations throughout the budget based on that new legislation change. And then just below that is workers' comp, and that workers' comp rate is an 8%, which is also a maximum rate, a contribution assurance program that we're in with our insurance company that allows us to budget and know that it will not be over even if we do have more experience in the years prior to when this gets implemented. So in every section, you'll see salaries, and then you'll see those benefits just below, and you'll see that trend of the insurance increases and all the other increases I just spoke about. On page 4, on the next page, there is a reduction of $23,435 under supplies, the general supplies for the elementary school. The reason you're seeing that reduction is because we did have budgeted some kindergarten costs last year, and so those are not needed, and so you'll see a reduction reflected there. On the bottom of page 5, there's a furniture request for additional replacement of some grade 4 and grade 5 furniture. The increase on bottom of page 5, line 737, furniture replacement, it's $11,384 is the increase. And on the top of page 6, you'll see the detail behind that number. And in there are grade 4 and grade 5 furniture that we're requesting.
Just going to mention briefly that during the Budget Committee walkthrough, I commented that Pelham Elementary School is now, or will soon be, our oldest school. Much of the furniture is original to the move to that school, and so this is something I would ask the Budget Committee and the community to be aware. We will need to be replacing that older furniture.
And you can see that we tend to spread it out over multiple years so that we can kind of pace the costs out. So this is the 3rd year of the grade 5 chairs. On the bottom of page 7 is textbook replacement for the elementary math program.
which I had already mentioned before. So this is where you see what I had mentioned as a priority, but reflected now in the budget.
Question on the stools for the art room?
Yes, so these are original with the building. This is on the top of page 7, line 737 under art. The request is to purchase additional art stools, actually replacement art stools. These are original with the building. They twist on and off and they get really loose, and they're also not the right size for our kindergartners, and so we're looking for different sizes as well.
Thank you.
Nine. So the next is page 9. Supplies, we're in social sciences. I just want to note the increase here is a couple parts. One is expanding Scholastic News to all up through 5th grade, and the other is for social emotional learning, that theme of belonging, increasing the grade level allocation from 200 to 500. That accounts for that $4,020 increase.
How many grades did we offer the Scholastic News to before?
Last year it was in the budget for K1, 2, 3, yeah.
Just 1, 2, 3.
Oh, just 1, 2, 3, yeah, K would make sense.
Good. Mr. Hebert?
I have a question about that. I actually remember having it at the school I was in, a few years ago. The Scholastic News, how do you know, which students read it and don't read it?
So do you want me to answer this one?
Yeah.
As
Meg,
having
have at
been a
it.
substitute in the school for 5 years, usually it's done with the teacher. They'll read.
Oh, they do read it with the teacher? Okay.
Yeah.
In the school I was in, they didn't.
Yeah.
They just left it on your desk and that was it.
Usually, in the classrooms I was in, that's how we would do it. We would read as a group, answer questions, and that's how, yeah. I know maybe growing up, they just put it in cubbies, but here, I've been in classrooms where we actually go through it and answer questions.
No, that's great.
Yep.
Is this to supplement the curriculum?
Mm-hmm, it is.
Really? Jess?
For current affairs.
Okay. And what, is it replacing something else?
We do not have a resource. So we have our curriculum and we use that our teachers basically create their own materials that they need.
Yeah.
Can that be heard? Should we repeat it?
I will repeat that. So this is supplemental curriculum materials for current affairs, since we don't have a social studies text for elementary social studies.
Mr. Hebert, another question?
Do they have a sample I could find online of that? I'm just curious at this point.
We'll get you one. We'll get everyone one.
Oh, thank you.
Sample.
You just want to relive the old days, right?
That's right.
Hidden Figures.
I'm excited you asked.
That's good. The next line is page 11, textbook replacement under reading. You'll see that line is a decrease of $80,000, 33, and it's reflective of the Budget Committee and the community having supported the purchase of a reading program 1st through 5th grade called Wonders for this year. And so that you just see we move our significant purchases around by subject and level.
Okay, so that completes the regular education, and now we're moving into the special education section for the elementary school. We're on the bottom of page 12.
Yes. I wanted to address a couple things. We're talking salaries now on the bottom of page 12 for special education. The first is to note that a year ago, we had a position called KABC. It was a special education program. That was a 50% half-time position that was used in part to create one of the kindergarten classroom positions that we added. We also have, this is one of our areas where we've struggled in terms of staffing. We have two special education positions that are budgeted for next year, and we want to fill them. We simply have not been able to find a qualified special education teacher for those two. And we have another one for preschool in case that required special education focused program has students that we must enroll. I'm going to go, all right.
This is the IA.
This is the one.
Yep.
I'll talk about it.
Go right ahead.
All right, so this is the one that Megan, Deb, and I hesitated on before. So this is now instructional assistance for special education. If you'll see, this line is down $67,215. I'm on page 13. This was reduced by two positions for unfilled and positions that we don't believe we will need for next year. And you'll see that same decision was made at the two, at Memorial and the high school as well. If you want to understand the detail of it, it's under the SAU note, and that was a reduction that I was able to make once we looked at the overall pool of IAs, instructional assistants for the district. This line also doesn't reflect the contract, which is currently being negotiated. Anything to add to that one, Deb? No?
No.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to move forward. There's a budget for co-curricular activities on page 16. We move through. There's really no highlights here on page 17. We get into guidance. There's nothing really there to point out. Down on page 19, there's the nurse section. On page 20, we have psychology services for the elementary school. 21, we have speech.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm just going to go back to page 19 on the nurse section. So
Yes.
right now, we do not have a nurse's aide?
We have a vacancy for a nurse's aide currently.
And the increase of 4,927.
That was the budgeted amount for what we were finding the market was paying for a nurse's aide. And so we budgeted higher in hopes that we would be able to secure a person into the budget next year because it is a needed position.
Thank you.
Just as a clarification, the co-curricular elementary positions are contracted?
Under 1410 section, yes, all of those positions are listed in the collective bargaining agreement for our
Okay.
teachers.
I'm
just checking.
Yep. And also, follow-up for Mr. Stern, if say, the banking program isn't going on that year at 930, then let's say it fizzles out, right? I mean, then that money's not spent, right?
Well, there's also the opportunity through the CBA for the school to request that a new activity be appointed by the board, and then that program gets rolled out so the students can participate in that instead, and we'll just use the funding for that purpose.
Thank you.
Sorry. I have maybe a silly question. Why is there two math clubs?
We have two positions in the collective bargaining agreement for math club advisor. So each of those are listed individually rather than saying two of.
Right, okay. And so that's not like high school and,
No, high school would be budgeted in a different section.
Okay. Oh, because it's an elementary school,
Yeah.
I understand. But there's not two math clubs, it's just,
It's one math club, two advisors.
Two advisors.
Although I don't know if they break it up, but it's two positions in the bargaining book.
okay, thank you.
Okay? All right, so we're moving forward. We've gone through guidance. There's really nothing to identify there. And our nurse is on page 19. We talked about that a bit. And me see what page. On page 23 is our library. I'm on page 27, and I have in the computer technology section, we budget for our robotics items here, and you'll see a reduction on page 27. Under equipment replacement, you'll see a reduction there of $35,513. That is because we completed the purchase per our technology replacement plan of all the Promethean boards that are needed at the elementary school. So we're happy to have that complete.
2 quick items on that. I'm using that as a reminder for me to note that I forgot to introduce our Director of Technology, who's here to help out, Keith Lord, and also to let the committee know that Promethean Board is just a brand name for a large flat screen panel that works with our Chromebook. And so it's a touch screen that it's just become a very important tool, for the most part replacing projectors in the district.
What's the life on those boards?
We are hoping for 6, but I think probably the oldest one in the district is not that old yet.
Thank you. Mr. Abear, question?
So do those replace chalkboards not chalkboards, whiteboards?
They do not replace whiteboards. They have, what they replace is projectors, and they do have some high-level interactive features, where you can touch and draw and do, for example, mathematics is very difficult to do on a computer screen, but this it would be. But we still have whiteboards in all rooms, and markers and all of that.
Is there a service contract with the Promethean boards?
A service? I don't think so.
Nothing beyond the standing board.
Yeah. No, they are essentially flat screen, touch screen panels, and so and maintained with a very simple operating system. So we don't have a service plan for them.
Okay.
On page 30, we're into building services. You'll see on line 421 that we do have an increase in our disposal there. As Chip had mentioned, we do have that increase per the new contract throughout our budget, and that's the first school that we're looking at their disposal costs. On the next page, on page 31, Chip also spoke about our electricity and natural gas increases. Those are reflected there. We are under contract for supply for our electricity until November, and so we're in pretty good shape when it comes to that. This increase that you're seeing is really only for a part of the year next year. So, there's always the possibility that we can go out to bid and get a better deal going forward for the rest of that year, but we have to budget based on forward market. We're protected for some of the year, but not all of the year. And so that's why you're seeing this increase implemented for our budget. But as far as when we budget for utilities, you budget for usage as well as the rate. What you'll see is that the usage is very similar or flat. It kept the same level of usage throughout each of the sections of the budget, with the exception of the high school where there's a reduction in the usage number, even though there's an increase in the rate. So that's one thing I wanted to share. And then the other thing is for natural gas, we're under contract till October for supply there. So it's still significantly helpful to us, and we're in a great position for this current fiscal year, but going into next year, we needed to budget those increases. Any questions on utilities? Okay.
Nope.
Great.
Oh, Mr. Abear, question?
Yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm the only one asking questions. The Pelham Elementary building services, do you have a breakdown of what those are? I figured one janitor, maybe one repairman.
So building services on the top of page 30, is that where you're at?
Yep.
Okay, you'll see each of the positions that are listed there. We have 6 positions at the elementary school. They're all full-time custodial staff. Yep. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so they're all custodial, janitor.
We have custodians at each of the 3 schools. We also have a maintenance position that's full-time and a maintenance position that's half-time, that's district-wide. You'll see later on that we're looking to make that second maintenance position full-time, so we'll have 2
Okay.
For the district.
for the whole district.
Okay, and that explains why there's 5, and then the vacant one is 6.
Oh, yes, that's my SAU note, just to make sure
Yep.
that you know that that's only one vacancy, one
Right.
person.
But yeah, I added 5. Okay, all right.
Yeah, so the other 5 are filled.
But the vacant position you hope to get filled.
We are working to actively fill the position, so if you know of anyone that's interested, applications are online. Okay, any other questions on building services?
And those janitors stay extremely busy.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
That's what we have for the elementary school. Are there any questions for us on that section?
Anything for elementary? All right, move on to memorial.
Okay.
Okay, so we're now on page 1 of Pelham Memorial School. And the pattern starts to set in here, right? So we're going to start with salaries, general ed. And I want to note a couple things about why salaries at Memorial for regular education is actually down about $7,000. The first is in another move we made in order to create full-day kindergarten was moving of an unfilled computer teacher position from Memorial to the elementary school. The second thing is, as I mentioned before, given enrollments, we can keep the same average class size with one fewer classroom teacher there next year, and so that position has been reduced. You'll see that the benefits from health, dental, life, disability are all reflect that same change.
The next item that we have is on page 6. It's under the Family and Consumer Science Education. These are supplies, and we just wanted to identify that there is an increase here of $34.94 for additional supplies, and this is a new program at our Memorial School. We'll be moving into the classroom next year, and this year the focus is on personal finance, but next year we'll be introducing all the food and all the other pieces to it, so there'll be a lot of startup costs associated with that. So you'll see there's a budget there on page 6. Page 11.
So the next page I'm going to discuss is page 11. This is salaries, special education. I just want to recognize that there's been a lot of rearranging of staff, and so one of the things that we did at the end of last year is we left a position unfilled in special education, a special education teacher case manager, given their caseloads. So that is now reflected in the budget as unfilled. You'll see with instructional assistants, just below that, again on page 11, $103,000 reduction. That's the same pattern of reduction that you saw at the elementary school. There are 2 unfilled positions that we don't anticipate needing in fiscal year '24. Oh, it's 5 here?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, 5 here.
So
Right.
for
There were
the elementary
3 and then 2
school,
more.
yeah, there were 2 instructional assistant positions that are being eliminated. In the Memorial School, there are 5. It still leaves vacant positions to support new needs or current needs that we're still recruiting for, but this is 5 on this in this building.
Chip, can you go back to page 8 and talk about the textbook replacement for science?
You read my mind, Megan. Thank you.
Page 8?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
What is it?
Textbook replacement.
Oh, we missed it.
Yeah, for science. Thank you. We just missed that one. And so this is part of our instructional materials replacement plan. It's on a schedule. And we are looking to make sure that the science curriculum for our middle school is up to date. Like what I talked about with math, this is simply necessary in order to have our science materials available next year. And one of the things we were able to do is reduce this from the original $60,000 by sharpening the pencil on the quote.